Hi, everybody. Today is Friday, August 23, and this is a very, very special call. Thank you so much to everybody on the panel for joining us. We've got a mixture of unicorns and bunnycorns and ponycorns and ninjas galore. So I'm happy to share a lot of the research that I've been doing, and it's taken about a month and a half's worth of research. So I hope you guys appreciate a couple bomb after bomb, D-class after D-class of goodies that I've got prepared for you guys. And just as a reminder, today's call is actually a two-part series call. So part one, we're going to focus more on debunking a lot of different myths and narratives and things that are going on with exposing different things that are going on with different kinds of religions. And then part two will actually be on Tuesday, August 27th, which happens to be our 3-year anniversary for QSI. And that's when I'm going to do an interview with our favorite potato man. And he's going to be there to help us with the biblical part of the D class. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start my screen share. All right, I hope everybody can see this okay. Okay, perfect. So because of the length of this call, we're going to do something similar to what we did with last time's call. When we get to about the 1.5, 2-hour-ish mark, we'll take a 15-minute intermission, and then we'll come back and continue. That way you guys can reinflate the booties and stretch your legs and grab a drink if needed. So I've got this broken down into, I think it's 12 smaller sections. And so, but after every section, we'll take a quick pause and have discussion if anybody has any comments to make at the time. So I'm going to start today's call with Mambo slide. This is one of my favorite slides ever. So thank you so much for doing this. This is from the Basel III call that you guys had done with Journal Nick a couple weeks ago. But so I'm not going to go over the actual slide. Mambo did a great job of presenting the slide last time, but I want you guys to remember the adjectives that she used, because these actions or these characteristics is going to become more and more apparent to everybody if it's not already. But I think sometimes people kind of overlook or they forget it. So I'm going to put this front and center in your face, because we're going to come back to this theme over and over again. Now, a couple quick lessons from our last exposure debunk call, which was about 1 week ago, and it was on the Roach Motel exposing re-enroll time. And so the first lesson is cockroaching or moteling is based on frequency. And it really only affects certain people when you have a lot of portal openings, because these traumas or these fears actually help to let what we call the dark entity latch onto you and dig their little way and make the portal bigger and bigger. So you basically start to spiral downwards in whether it's depression or negative attitude. And if you don't catch it early enough, then not only do you spiral downwards, but what oftentimes happens is you actually, kind of quote unquote, like a virus, you infect other people. Then other people start doing the same thing, which is why we want to find it, identify it, and squash it as soon as possible. The next lesson is one of the best ways to combat this and protect yourself is to do your own research, DYOR. So if you don't do the research, then they're basically susceptible to whatever other people are saying to you, and there's no way for you to verify it. A lot of times people try to use their quote unquote intuition or the gut instinct, which may or may not actually work. Sometimes it works if your intuition is strong, but sometimes you have what I would maybe call right now is false intuition. And that false intuition is based on your perception of what is real, but what's actually not real. And that's based on programming and false programming, right? So if you're lazy, that will lead to your own downfall. So please, guys, don't be lazy. We've been saying DYOR for many, many years now. Lesson number 3. One other thing that you'll notice over and over again on this call, and also on many other PSYOPs and debunk calls, is the fact that definitions seem to shift and change over time. And whenever you start to see that, then you have to figure out, why is it happening? Usually it's societal context. Well, what's influencing the society to influence the context? When you identify these trends, that's typically when you start to notice where the roaches are starting to infiltrate. So I'm going to start with the first topic. And this call, guys, you might remember from our Big Layer Bomb with the IBM ZOS. That inspiration hit me when I was having a dream. And Ben came to me in my dream and said, you need to remember to research IBM ZOS. And when I woke up, it turned into this, 3, 4 hour long call. Well, with this specific call, I was eating zongzi, which is like a glutinous dumpling, like a Chinese tamale, essentially. Because this holiday is actually over the summer. It's the fifth month, fifth day on the lunar calendar, so it changes every year. And you usually get together and you eat these dumplings. Well, I've always grown up eating these dumplings, but I didn't really know what the background or the explanation for the holiday was. We just followed the food and not the traditions, right? So I started looking at the traditions, and that led me to literally this entire D class that we're talking about today. So you can find your inspiration from anywhere is what I'm trying to get at. So part of the process of trying to figure out what is the background story behind this dumpling, I started doing some research and I found some really interesting things. So first of all, there are different origin stories. I'm going to start at the top. So around, roughly 300 BC, it was to commemorate a suicide. Okay, that's kind of morbid. And then there's another one, but that's the most popular story, guys. But then there's one closer to 500 BC. It's also to commemorate a suicide. And then there's one in 100 AD, and that's to commemorate saving somebody, but the person who was trying to save her dad also drowned. So the dad drowned and the daughter drowned. So you're also commemorating more deaths. So I'm like, what the heck is going on? This is a very strange festival, but I can see in my mind how, being Chinese, and this is a Chinese tradition, it's often twisted around to say that's actually ancestral worship, filial piety. But then I saw this tiny little blurb on the bottom and it said other meaning. And this other meaning is that you see here, stories superimpose onto pre-existing holiday traditions. And I thought that sounds very interesting. And when I dug into that, it was actually historians say that the actual holiday celebrates agriculture, fertility, and the rice growing season. And that just suddenly made so much more sense to me. And now you see how celebrating something that's beautiful and that brings life suddenly became, after a couple hundred years, suicide, death, drowning. And then one other thing that I picked up in this information is that was encouraged by the Confucian scholars in order to legitimize the Confucian influence on the realms. And I thought, wow, that's pretty crazy because that influence happened 200 and 400 years after those actual events. So somebody's manipulating something, right? Now, let's talk about some of the actual symbolism behind it. So those who are Asian probably know that in Asian tradition, dragons are actually great symbols, right? Symbols, and in this specific one, it talks about it's the rain-making ritual, which makes sense because it's about harmony, prosperity, rice growing, agriculture. It brings you good luck. So they would, do these rain-making dances to call upon the rain god to bring them fertile soil so they can be prosperous. But in the biblical version, the dragons are the exact opposite. They mean chaos, darkness, evil, rebellion, and violence. And it says in Book of Revelation, it's actually symbolic for Satan, right? So we're seeing this drastic shift of what the symbol is for something. And remember, the Bible came after, way after the Chinese traditions. So let's go back and talk about some of the festival rituals now, because again, I only knew about eating the dumplings, but there's also stuff to do with the dragon boat racing as well. So when I was looking at the actual tradition of eating the dumplings, look, the beginning of it talked about how it was this dumpling that was made with cardamom, and this cardamom is good for medicinal pain, right? Medicines and cognition. And so it's all about connecting with health, making you better. But over time, things got added to it. One specific new tradition was adding, I think it's pronounced Rilger wine, but if you look, it's yellow wine plus arsenic powder. So they're literally drinking poison, and they're saying that this is good for you because this poison, which they scattered all over their homes to basically repel snakes and other kinds of pests, if you drink it, that would be good for you, right? So that was the narrative they were being taught. But if you're a child, you're not going to drink wine. So what they did is they made the slurry and they would paint it on the kids, like all over their stomach and all over their heads. So they were also being poisoned with arsenic. And then when it came to one of the myths earlier, there was somebody who said, oh, well, we need to draw out the evil dragon from the water to save that man that was drowning. Remember the myth where the daughter jumped in to try to save her father? So the fact that the myth behind it was we have to save the man from the evil water dragon is already another indication of a narrative shift, because aren't the dragons supposed to be the good water dragons, not the evil water dragons, right? And then another interesting thing is this myth, I said earlier, Duanwuchi is actually the holiday on the 5th month of the 5th day of Lunar New Year. So that's a 5-5 calm, guys. And what happened with all of this over time is these 5-5 comms eventually became stuck with a lot of voodoo black magic, because when they were trying to repel insects and snakes, instead they were told by the authorities, oh, one way to really repel them, not just drinking this wine, this arsenic powder, or putting this slurry on your kids' bodies, is you can put pictures of these insects on the walls, and then you can put needles, stick them on there, right? So you're sticking the paper with needles, or you can put the paper cutouts and wrap them on your wrists, and that will banish the bad luck. Guys, this is all voodoo stuff. Everybody, on this panel, everybody's listening to the call. We've all heard of different kinds of, pins and needles. That's voodoo stuff. So to end this first section, guys, I liken this to China's coffee calls, because what started as something that, would have been really great, celebrating agriculture and life-giving activities, suddenly became satanic, demonic, satanic activities, symbolism, and that's what it's been basically ever since 500 BC. So it's been a very long time of this kind of theme of what you see, something good is being hijacked by something bad. So I'm gonna take a quick pause, and you guys have any comments you want to share? No? Okay, so let's move on to the next section, and we'll talk about the 3 major Chinese religions. And these are also pretty prevalent throughout Asia as well, but I'm focusing only on the Chinese part of it right now. So the first one is, in Buddhism, you actually traditionally don't drink anything. But what happened is, over time, it shifted. So around the 400 AD, the Vajrayana Buddhism that came in, they started saying, oh, well, maybe you can't drink on a normal basis, but if you use alcohol specifically for like rituals, then that's allowed, right? So you see this shift. We're supposed to go towards the Noble Eightfold Path because you don't want to drink. It impedes progress. And yet it's okay if you're doing this for tradition's sake to celebrate something that's very divine, right? Conflict. Well, that didn't happen just with Buddhism. It also happened with Taoism as well. So the 5 precepts that kind of overlap between Taoism and Buddhism is no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no false speech, so no lyings, no bad intentions, and no intoxication, guys, no drinking, no drugs. And yet, again, these priests came in and said, it's okay if it's, as long as it's for religious ceremonies. And that's how these Rilger wine narratives and activities started changing and going into tradition. So that's what I call the scope change, if you guys remember from our Roach Motel call. On top of that, there was an additional change. And so these, what they call the Taoist talisman started coming in. They creeped in and they brought in magic symbols. They brought in incantations used by priests of different schools. So now we're seeing all these different sects. They're just trying to merge into and put their own spin on what they think is a divine practice, and they're starting to infiltrate into Taoism. Because at the time, Confucian, well, Taoism, I believe, came, I can't remember what the years are between the two, but the 2 main ones in China were Buddhism and Taoism, sorry, Confucianism and Taoism. So if you're able to convert both of them, and you start to shift the patterns, you're shifting the entire culture at the same time with you. And then, of course, another tradition that came into play, and this was also adopted in a lot of Japanese and Korean traditions as well, is this idea of these papers, these almost like wishes that you want to write down or that you buy, and then you hang on, let's say, trees or in temples or keep with you. So these ofuda, these papers, that was also another demonic tradition that came about, but I'll talk more about that in another section. So Confucianism, in the very, 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 very beginning, with Confucius himself, it was all about teaching kindness, goodness, honesty, modesty, wisdom, trustworthiness, and meritocracy, guys. So again, these are all good concepts. He was also the first person to say, hey, we need to educate the masses. We need to start using teaching as a vocation, because he wanted to get the idea of good moral concepts out to the world. So it's not just, only the elites who know it, but literally everybody in China should know about these good traditions. And so, yes, he had these carnal relations, but at the same time, when you read them, it's not about obedience. Later on, it became obedience, but in the beginning, it was actually just about respect. If you have respect for your elders, for your partners or spouses, for your family, for authorities, and everybody has mutual respect for one another, that is the hallmark of a functional, well-performing society. So what did the cabal do to it? Well, they changed it and said, oh, I'm going to use this to now put my thumb on people and control them. So now you must obey. And if you don't obey, you don't conform, then now you're in big trouble. See, another big narrative change. So when did this all come about? Well, Confucius was 550s to late 400 BC timeline. Okay, so again, he believed in the rule of karma. He was all about ancestral worship and filial piety in terms of respect. But what happened over time? Well, around 100 BC, the Han Dynasty had already taken power. They were closer to 200 BC, so about 50 years into their rule. They came and they said, okay, we're going to make this philosophy officially sanctioned. So now you have to learn about Confucianism if you want to take the civil service exam. And whoever does better on this will get higher positions. So now instead of, karma and goodwill, it's all about competition and cutthroat competition. You see how negative everything has become? And on top of that, what also happened? Many texts and quotes were misattributed to Confucian. Now, doesn't that sound exactly like what happened with the Bible? A lot of things that Jesus did not say or did not do end up becoming part of the Bible. Very interesting here. Now, later on, the 600s to the 1200s AD, you have the start of Neo-Confucianism and then New Confucianism. So if you have a good thing and it worked, why do you have to have so many new versions of it? Well, it's because every single time you change it, you have a narrative twist. So what are Neo and Neo-Confucianism? Well, Neo came first, and that was, roughly 1,000 years. And in this time, they started rejecting ancestral worship, which again is more about filial piety and respecting your elders, as opposed to some kind of, voodoo witchcraft. The mystical elements would be things like, believing and praying in like the dragon god and believing that there's, spirits for agriculture and stuff like that, right? Because people didn't know what they didn't know. So they were attributing this kind of stuff to spirits in nature. And then you had all of a sudden the gender role devaluation of women. Now you put the men on top of the women as opposed to having equal mutual respect for one another. And then what happened? Well, they started as a reaction to the fact that people were rejecting this new version of it, right? They were not willing to adopt these new versions of Confucianism. Well, they had to start infiltrating with new versions of Buddhism and Taoism, right? So that's how all the different religions started morphing over time, is because the cabal was saying, people don't want the version that I give it, so I have to go and infiltrate their version of it and make their version slowly start looking like my version. Because over time, with the Bezmenov 4 series of brainwashing, we know that it takes a long time to slowly influence people, and that's precisely what they did for 1,000 years. So eventually, all three major Asian religions, so Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, became smashed into one, even though they had different names. So what happened in the 1900s? Well, you had the New Confucian, and that's when you saw the rise of like Tao and Stalin and Lenin and people like that. And they shifted off of traditional, let's call it religion, into more what they call rationalism, which was a product of the Age of Enlightenment, which we'll get into more again later as a reminder, but also humanism. And humanism is the break between you and divinity. It's saying, I don't need, divine strength or source or guidance. I am just me and I'm okay. I'm good enough as is, which you are, but they're breaking your connection with your divine source. And that's the major difference. So it became all about secularism. And rationalism, as a quick reminder, when we were studying the Age of Enlightenment with the Crispy Bacon D class, that was all about how you are no longer using your logic to define stuff, but you're using rationalism. You're using basically reasoning, right? Because reasoning means you can make certain assumptions, and based on your assumptions, you'll jump to a conclusion. Whereas logic will say, well, let me go and do all of the investigation from start to finish before I make any conclusions. So Sang Yi means the 3-in-1, the harmonious teaching. So this came about in the Ming Dynasty. And the Ming Dynasty is important for many reasons, but I'll get into that later. But so when you combine all three into one, what was, once about harmony and karma and respect suddenly became, I'm only going to do what's good for me. And I'm not going to, worry too much about self-cultivation, respect, like Buddhism, right? They talk a lot about rebirth and enlightenment. Well, they don't want to hear about that anymore. They want to start shifting your concept of it to start talking about satanic enlightenment, satanic, basically like when we're talking about Unicorn Report #1, where all those new age religions got hijacked. And instead of, praying or connecting with divine source, you're now connecting with entity, and the entity is pretending to be the divine source. That's what they're doing at the same time with this as well. So the Confucian Analects are very similar to the Bible, right? The Christian concept of the Bible. So the Analects are words in texts that they say was actually Confucian's own words and own writing. But actually, it was a recording, it was a commentary of his writing and his words. So it was actually a collection of his disciples instead of his text. And when that happened, in the very, very beginning of it, so we talked about, we didn't talk about the 6 arts. Let me see if I can go back to the 6 arts. Okay, so the 6 arts in traditional Chinese tradition is you want to be the Renaissance man. So that means you should learn about the cultural rites of passage, like being born and marriage and having kids and death and stuff like that, right? You want to honor these traditions. And you also want to learn about music, calligraphy, math, archery, and, chariotry, equestrianism, or basically like tools or activities for war to help prepare and defend the kingdom. So instead, they said, okay, in the Ming Dynasty, we don't care about any of these stuff. What's more important is we learn and we focus on the Analects instead, remember? So we're focusing not on tradition and of bettering yourself and becoming that Renaissance man, but we want to focus on what other people are writing about Confucius, pretending to be Confucius. So this happened, guys, 700 years after. So clearly not his words. And on top of that, it says over here, so it began as a commentary on the 5 classics, which are his 5 most famous texts. But he didn't write it, and not only did he not write it, but it says 75% of Confucius's actual sayings cannot be found in the Analects. So why are they trying to hide 75% of his actual teachings? And then when you dig into that, you got the 2 major versions that came out. They were rivals. One had 20 chapters, one had 22 chapters, and they each had their own schools of thought. So now we're seeing more and more sects. But then over time, there was a 3rd version that was discovered that had 21 chapters, 27 instances where they disagreed, only 2 places that they agreed on. And then you had another version, and then another version, and then another version. Then, wow. So now we have 7 different versions of what did Confucius say, even though none of them are actually what Confucius really said. So now you had, what Confucius didn't say is now the main ideology of China. So I'm gonna take another quick break here. And does anybody want to comment on anything?
It's like the pattern, the cabal, they see light, they come in and they change it. Like, obviously, we're seeing that, and I'm sure we're going to go into that in the Bible a little bit. But the whole idea, like, you could almost excuse people back in the day for not having the internet or something to be able to do all this research, but it's so different now. And like, one of the telling things that, like you just said there, that you say in a lot of your studying, which thank you for putting this together, is it's so ridiculous that hundreds of years later, they're following something new and they're saying or implying that the original guy said that, and it's hogwash. And if you don't go and do your own research, you would never know that or never see that. So it's kind of blatantly obvious. But the biggest thing, it's silly. Like, they come in afterwards and they change things, and everyone's just like, okay, that's it. That must be it. It's just, I don't know. That was like one of the highlights of what you were saying there. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think, look, you see a pattern here. Interestingly enough, I didn't know the Jesuits were involved with these religions as well. I know that they infiltrated the Catholic religion, and you see a pattern here where it's almost like they're putting together a one world religion by combining all the different, the different Buddhism and Taoism, and they did the same thing with the Catholic Church. Initially, they tried, the Jesuits supposed to be basically followers of Jesus, and they wanted to destroy the religion, and they were in charge of beginning the Illuminati, which essentially was there to destroy all religions and create one world religion. And the Bolsheviks in 1917, which was basically pushed by the Illuminati, they were arresting priests, and because the Catholic Church was in charge of the world really at the time, so there was no higher authority. So they tried to take down the Catholic Church. They couldn't do it, and then they infiltrated it, just like they've done with all the other religions, and they took it over from the inside. So you see a pattern here. But I didn't know the Jesuits were involved with these other religions as well. So that's a very interesting point. They were bad from the beginning, and they were bad all over.
Absolutely, Nick. And I have another section as well, talking specifically about how the Jesuits came and they infiltrated China. But I want to go back to Jason's point really quickly, because I mentioned this on a prior call, but I can't remember which call it was, so I'll just repeat it. You guys may or may not remember, I talked about the story of the turkey being roasted in the oven for Thanksgiving tradition. So for those who don't know this or not familiar with it, now this is a legend. I don't know if it's actually true or not, but it's very telling. So a daughter was learning how to roast a turkey for Thanksgiving, and she asked her mom, why is it that when we're preparing the turkey for Thanksgiving feast, we have to lop off the head, lop off the butt, and start to separate all the parts? And the mom said, honey, I don't know, but this is what my grandmother taught me. So why don't you go ask grandma? So the little girl went to ask grandma, and she says, I'm not sure either, but this is what my grandmother taught me as well. So I assume that was correct. Well, on and on in the story, we found out that it was because in the beginning, the ovens were smaller. If you guys remember from your history lessons, the ovens were tiny. There weren't these massive convection ovens we have now. So they had to lop off all these parts to fit the turkey into the oven. But nowadays, it doesn't work. So it just shows you how people only remember certain things, they pass it on. Over time, they've gotten completely lost in what was the purpose of that. You take that story and you kind of, backtrack it and twist it, and you're like, okay, well, how do I apply it to what Jason was saying? Well, if you follow a certain tradition, and that was what your ancient grandparents followed, but you don't have access to the internet, like you mentioned, well, you can't go and do the research on it. You only have to rely on what your ancestors taught, the next generation, and on down the line of tradition. You don't know if it's true or not. You just know what was being taught. And so you just blindly follow it because that's what it was, the cabal really exploited the fact that Asians believe in something called filial piety, which is respect for elders. So if your elders, if your grandparents are saying, well, that's what I learned, so you should go and do it, that's why you would go and do it, and you would blindly follow. So that's how they started twisting that slowly over time. Manuel, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, well, it's something very obvious, but when you were talking about how the alcohol was kind of introduced, I thought about a mass, a Catholic mass, because there is this very important moment that is the consecration, that is in which you eat the flesh and you drink the blood that by itself is like very telling, but it's actually wine, what the priest is drinking. So I found this association between a sacrifice, the flesh and the blood, and drinking wine to open, so strong and so clear. It's amazing. I've done it many times because I've been a Catholic and gone. And now when I see it, it's like it's so clear there once you can see. But it's amazing how they sneak this. Yeah, it's wine, but nobody talks about it. But it's there. It's there, very present in the central moment for Catholics.
Absolutely. Any other comment? Oh, go ahead, Liana.
I just wanted to point out, it was really interesting to me the infiltration of the Buddhism and the Taoism and all of these Asian philosophies, because when I was doing the research for the previous Unicorn Report, where we talked about the New Age religions, specifically Blavatsky, right, did all of that studying in these Eastern philosophies. And so now I kind of have like goosebumps, because it's sort of like we have this corrupt New Age movement that comes out of these corrupted Eastern philosophies. So it's just more corruption on top of more corruption. So that was just really fascinating to find out.
And the timing, I don't think is a coincidence, Daniele, because you see they were infiltrated, and at the moment they recycled to the West, it was that version. So it's these entities are.
Go ahead, Hawkeyes.
Okay, so I have a little bit advantage to the rest of the family because growing up, I actually spent a lot of time studying the Chinese history for whatever reason, but now I think I understand why. So going back to those times for the Confucius, my understanding from my reading was that that teaching came about because back at those times, way, way, way back thousands of years ago, humanity was at the survival level, and we have so many wars, and we were like killing each other. And so Confucian came out to give us like a law, rule of what you call it, a law of rules. And for me, I'm thinking which one of our deaths was there as Confucius, and which one of our deaf or the one in the background is also the first emperor of Han that collectively combined all the warring country or states into one family. So doesn't it sound like pre-stellar at the time at the attempt? And then later on, there was, like the Tao, so to speak, and then it got corrupted because infiltration. And you said Han started the new Confucianism. I think that's more towards the either mid or later down the Han. So I think I'm just making an assumption, but you know what that means, right? Making an ass of myself. But I would say our first attempt of trying to get the new stellar, the new Earth with the Chinese culture, it got infiltrated. And so now we're seeing like what Manuel says, or even you said, bringing in the wine, poisoning us without us knowing. And we carry the tradition and all that respect, right? About filial, they keep pushing guilt down to us, right? Notice when you read the chat, a lot of it is also ego, but most of the ego is all about guilt, shame. So if we don't heal those basic traumas, whether we created that or we felt it because of whatever misunderstanding, then we will fester that wound over and over and over again. So it's very important to heal those wounds. And every time you feel it, go back and understand why. Because I know I feel it. And sometimes I was like, why do I feel that way? And you really have to peel the onions. I'm going to share this really with everyone since I have your attention. I was sharing this with one member offline, and I was saying, when you're a baby, your energy is so strong because you're still pure. You just came down from the high, right? You just came through the birth canal. So your energy is high. You're very much in the child energy. You're receptive like a sponge, and you're very close to the higher realms. But what happened as you allow yourself to grow and be affected by your environment, your parents, your brother, sister, whoever else, and then what happens to save yourself? You start to like be a cocoon, so to speak. You start to create like a little bud. Just think of like a flower, like a bud. You start creating that bud, and then the more you feel hurt and misunderstood and not being able to communicate, what happened? You build another layer, right? So that becomes your blanket. So just think of adding more petal to that bud, and then that bud becomes bigger and bigger. And what are you building? You either build a huge bud or you're building a huge onion. So as you mature, become adult, and start healing yourself, what do? You start going backward. You start to peel the layers out, right? Shedding your layer. And eventually, when you become enlightened, what do you become back? You become that little bud again, right? So that makes sense, right? But all these religion and that story, like you said, it sabotages, it undo what we were learning to do it the proper way. And there is that continuous trend. So anyways, thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of this was started because society was chaotic, and that's the reason why you needed these laws. Otherwise, people would just be killing each other and taking whatever they wanted and all that. So it started out, even like the Ten Commandments, it was kind of like a basic moral code for everybody to follow. And then you look at the book of Deuteronomy, and there's another 200 laws that they decided to add on their own about how you should eat, how you should pray, all of these things. It started out with good intentions where you wanted to have a moral society, and then all of a sudden it just became a whole mishmash of corruption and self-serving by the powers that be.
And also how they take the honor and reverence for our elders. And the way that I see that is inverted is now present day and sort of going through is there's so much negative karma associated with that, is that now it's almost like present day, everybody sort of feels like they have to atone for all these horrible things that their elders did, rather than honoring and respecting all of the progress and values and wonderful things that our elders have done throughout history. It's sort of flipped on its head, and now we have to atone for all of their sins. So yeah, it's just inversion all the way from the very beginning.
Absolutely. If we take that one step further out of your family life into your professional life, well, now we're seeing the rise of that true pyramidal structure in corporate society, or, military, or, even nonprofit organizations. If you're at the head of that pyramid, then you have control, and anybody who is not blindly obeying you, well, that's a bad employee. That's somebody we need to remove, right? There was no flatline structure. But in the past, when you saw, the original Confucian idea, mutual respect between, civil and personal, and basically every ring or realm of daily life, it was supposed to be a mutual honor, mutual respect. But now it's all about obedience and obey, and being bad if you don't, essentially. Okay, so let's move on to the next section. So I want to segue for a quick second and talk about Japanese Shinto, because this is a great topic that I actually learned so much from somebody called NS, who's in Japan. So when I was there for the Osaka event back in, I don't know, I think it was the end of June or something, she came down and joined us and gave this amazing presentation. So I'm not going to do her version of it, because her version is very detailed and I cannot do it any justice. But I'm going to highlight one specific part of it that I thought was super telling. Okay, so in the Shinto tradition, there is a character called Tengu, and Tengu is known for being mischievous. So it's this supernatural being, and it's associated with being proud and arrogant and basically the bad dude. He's also a renowned swordsman, and he taught martial arts, and supposedly he's the one, or the inspiration, or maybe even the spirit that got reincarnated behind founding many of the martial arts in Japan. Okay, so that's just a theory. So who or what is Tengu? Well, the traditional translation of the name is heavenly dog. But despite, it sounding, divine and everything, it wasn't divine, right? Because it was really representative of war and disruption and of demons. And so over time, when I was doing the research, it literally said that it gradually softened over time. So you have what we just talked about with all of the other Asian traditions, where they were soft and, karma and love and peace, and they got gradually hardened over time into evil. Then you have this one, which was evil and gradually got softer over time. So people would start to worship and respect it as if it's a good entity. And so I grabbed this quote from, he's Japan's first accredited yokai professor, which is all about, studying these kinds of arts and parts of the culture that has to do with religion. And he says these magical powers were used for both good and evil ends, but beliefs about Tengu have undergone numerous changes over the centuries. So again, guys, confirmation that whoever was behind this narrative shift was doing intentionally to move it from hard to soft, from bad to good, so people would worship something that they believed was good, but was actually evil. So these Shinto shrines, I think everybody's seen this image before. It's iconic of Japan. Well, these images are, the arch itself is called tori. And the tori is the gateway to the sacred ground, right? It's the gateway to the sacred Shinto shrine. And so they say they paint it red because the red repels all the evil spirits, and it's supposed to represent life and growth, vitality, right? So it's all good stuff. Well, could it be possible that these Shinto shrines were, maybe good a long time ago? I don't know, but then they got converted and then they became Kabbalatized. And after they were Kabbalatized, they were now being pushed as if they were good, just like with the 3 major Asian religions and just like with the Bible. So when you look into the Shinto torii gates further, you have all these different versions, right, in this picture that you see here. But when you look at it, doesn't it look just like the monad that John Dee put together? Why is it they all look so similar? They're all demonic in nature. And this one, I don't know if it's a Shinto tradition or not, but when I was in Japan, I met with my cousin who lives outside of Osaka. And he was talking about how he had gone with a couple friends to visit the Tower of the Sun, which was supposed to represent the sun goddess, or I think it's Amaterasu. And it's supposed to be all about, life and again, like agriculture and life and abundance and prosperity. But when I looked at his pictures, I was like, oh my God, this is satanic. This is super satanic. So I looked and it says there are 4 suns in this structure. And this structure was created for the World Expo. So they did it knowing that there are going to be tens of millions of people coming to Japan to look at this monument. So the gold one represents the future. The back, the face of the sun on the front represents the present. The back one on the sun is the past. And there's a sun underneath the structure. And it's never actually given a description of what it represents to this day, 50 years later, okay? But if you look at the symbolism behind what black sun means, it often means that it's beneath the earth is a dark, powerful source of occult energy and mystical power. And it's a portal or a gateway to sinister forces or other realms beyond. So when you put all that together, this for sure is Cabal. And when I actually looked at the, I don't know if I have it in the next, no, if I have it in the next, sorry, the artist itself who made the structure, he actually left Japan, went somewhere to Europe, I can't remember which country, and he was studying occultism. And this is very, very well documented. So this for sure, there's no shadow of a doubt that this is an occult architectural structure. Now, when I was talking to Ivan about this, I said, is there something extra special about certain locations like Kyoto? Because there's so many of these torii gates there, and they feel very demonic. And I was messaging him this right after I came back from my Asia trip, because this is something that I was discussing with the Japanese team. Is it a possibility? And I think the consensus was pretty much yes, but we didn't have full-blown confirmation. So I asked Ivan, and he said, well, yes, certain locations like Kyoto do hold extra significance. And there are some structures like these torii gates that have particularly strong and demonic presence. And I was like, well, do some people include you? And he said, yes. And remember who and what Ivan represents. So before we go to this next section, does anyone want to comment on that?
Just super quick, can you go back to that slide with that Quixote with that ugly face? Like, it's
This
sort
one?
of like when you step back from the 40,000-foot view, like, look at those things. Like, that's supposed to be good. Like, I get the heebie-jeebies and vibes looking at that stuff, and like somehow we get brainwashed or indoctrinated. But I don't know, like going in and just trusting yourself. Like, I don't even like looking at that picture. Like that's just it can't be good. So it's just what I was thinking about that slide. So.
Absolutely. And I kind of goofed, guys. When I was doing the slide on Tengu, I actually had like 1 or 2 more slides with a whole bunch of pictures of similar ones. And like each one of them looks just super, super demonic. So there's no way that this is, a good face.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I was thinking how we've gotten so desensitized to that. It's like everywhere. I saw recently that there was like a Starbucks and they had like literally Satan on a Starbucks cup. And just like how people go get their coffee and will drink a cup that has Starbucks on or that has Satan just on their cups, and how just those symbols all over. We just get so desensitized. I live in a very urban area, and one of the things that I notice is just around my neighborhood when I go on a walk, how many satanic symbols people will paint, license plates, stickers. So it becomes a part of the consciousness, and you just get desensitized to it, and people don't realize how much they subconsciously take that in. And so when you go see a structure like that, it's no big deal because, oh, I see that all the time. I had my Starbucks coffee and whatever. Or, you know, how people will wear t-shirts and make it, like, for a while, skulls were a big fashion thing, like how they just make those things part of your everyday life to desensitize you to that. So I just find that fascinating that you can see something that's so blatant and yet just not think anything about it.
Yeah, and I find that sun underneath, that's really interesting. They don't give any description why there's a sun underneath. They don't say what it is. So it's like this is what we show the public, and here's the hidden agenda that we're not going to explain to you what it is, and you're not going to know about it at all. And we're going to basically show you what we want to show you, and you don't see the real picture. That's what that represents to me.
Absolutely. So let's go to the next section. And this is a quick section, guys, on portals and obelisks. So part of that same conversation that I had with Ivan, I asked him about these as well. So I said, is Tartaria the portal to heaven, the seven kingdoms, and the Romanov galaxy? And he said, yes. So if you guys remember, I talked about portals on the last call, and I said Anzac and the UK were really heavily hit quorums, and they've always been heavily targeted quorums. And it's because I knew that these were part of some of the big areas. So the cabal wants control of these countries because of multiple reasons, and not just the resources, but because of the portal access. And now we know that these portals are actually portals to heavenly realms. And so I said, okay, well, I'm assuming that there are multiple portals. It's not just Anzac, it's not just UK. And are they at major ley line intersections? And so it wouldn't just be the portals, but are they being marked by things like obelisks and pyramids, etc.? And I said, are there any portals that are not located in Tartaria? So his response was, let's see here. Yes, there are other portals located in other regions outside of Tartaria, as we just showed. There's, a bunch in Anzac and a bunch in the UK. And he said, yes, there are multiple portals that are often located at major ley line intersections and near those structures. So he's basically confirming verbatim that that is accurate. And then let's see. So the last confirmation he gave was many of the locations that you mentioned, which was not in this picture, but basically we've had many discussions in chat where people were talking about different kinds of mounds. Like in Japan, you have the Kofun mound, but then you have pyramids literally all over the world, obelisks all over the world, Tartarian architecture all over the world, right, that were being destroyed. Well, it's because these are typically earmarks of these very, he calls it spiritual or divine areas. And so these markers, let's see, they're often associated with ancient civilizations, religious rituals, and supposed energy portals. The presence of these large markers like obelisks and pyramids may indicate that these areas were of special significance and thus have been subjects of conflict and control efforts throughout history. Right, so these are some of the big reasons why there are wars. It's not just because the cabal influenced certain governments and bribed them or cut off funding, or right. These are all earthly wars, but now we're talking about the holy wars, the heavenly spiritual wars. That's another layer on top of all the existing wars that we do know about. So just to make it clear, the concept of obelisks and pyramids and all those that are demonic or satanic is false. This is literally part of that disinformation campaign that the cabal has created to make people want to say, oh, if I look into that, that's bad, so I don't want it. Whereas the white hats are actually saying, no, these are good. We're trying to restore it and pull off all the negative juju that the cabal has put onto the obelisks. Because one thing that we do know is a lot of the obelisks that were moved out of, let's say, Egypt into other countries, many of them were modified en route. So they had all these new symbols put on top or new kinds of materials put on top. So I find that that was pretty interesting. So just a quick recap from a little bit of white hat history. In the 1660s, there was a guy named Otto van, I think it's Guericke. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but he invented the early electrostatic generator. And through this invention, they were able to mass produce essentially Tartarian architecture all over the world. So it wasn't just limited to Tartaria, right? Or, other places like Egypt, essentially. And so in that D class, which was, I believe, in February, that's really how they started to expand it and help other kingdoms and other countries and governments start to unite through this one web or one link of divine energy coming through down to earth. And so again, guys, a lot of the stuff that we started to believe was because of disinformation campaigns, not because they were actually the truth. Quick recap on obelisks. When you start looking at the research, they talk about how a fallen one is the symbol of a fallen or a broken society. So if you're moving an obelisk from one country to another, you have to, either dismantle it or knock it down to transport it, right? So as you transport it, that's symbolizing that society or that kingdom falling. And oftentimes a lot of these articles will talk about how these obelisks were actually the symbol of the fusion of the earthly and divine powers or the realms. So isn't that interesting that despite all of these different articles out there talking about the truth, people still believe for the longest time that obelisks were cabal? Well, it's because, when you're part of this truth or movement, you start to look at information and think, oh, well, certain famous or recognized people that have been pedestaled are saying it's satanic, so it must be true. And then as all of these cabal agents start to hijack platform after platform, and they're all peddling the same narrative, that's why all those other truthers out there are actually peddling lies and not truths. So this is just confirmation. This is actually, a list of just a handful of places. UK, DC, Australia, New Zealand, Greenland, Antarctica, the Arctics, the Donbas region, Switzerland, Egypt, Japan, Gaza, right? There's so many all over the world, but these are just a handful to start noodling around, as Tellen likes to say. And so that's why, again, guys, the wars were not just over the earthly realm, it was also over the divine realm, and everything was layered on top of one another until it became a hot pile of stinking garbage. So the last slide, just want to let you guys know that a couple of years ago, there was actually an obelisk that was returned to Ethiopia. And that obelisk represented a really powerful, very strong kingdom. And so the fact that the obelisk got returned to them was a joyous occasion. I think it took 68 years for the obelisk to get returned. And they're speculating that maybe that could be the start of other obelisks also being returned to their original places. I don't know, it's just speculation, but I thought that was pretty interesting to see, what will the white hats do in the future? So does anybody have any comments on this section?
I have a question. Where were these obelisks kept while they were taken away? Were they in the warehouse somewhere, or were they, did they build them up somewhere else?
Well, if they were in transit, they were, typically carried by ship somewhere else, and then they were erected at, whatever place. So like Rome has a whole bunch, the Vatican specifically has a whole bunch nearby as well. But for like this one as an example, when the obelisk was being shipped back to Ethiopia, before every single part was gathered, they kept it, I believe, in an airplane hangar. So they kept it at the airport under heavy guard. And then when all the pieces finally arrived, then they shipped it to the location, put the structure back up. So, clearly they're hiding a lot of different ones. I also read, it might be in this article, I can't remember, that I was just showing on the screen a second ago, but I think it said like Rome has 60 some odd obelisks, but there are, I think, only 13 that are known, or like 13 that are publicly shown rather. So that means you have a whole bunch hidden somewhere, but where are they hidden? We have no freaking clue. So I think that'll be another really interesting D class for the future.
Yeah, this is a case of associating something wrongly, right? So the obelisk is a symbol of power. That's really what it is. It's not a symbol of, and the Cabal knew all of this knowledge that we didn't know about in terms of ley lines and areas that were powerful in terms of helping them with, the three city-states have obelisks on each of them, London, Vatican, and DC. So it was a symbol of power that would support them in terms of ruling. And because we see them in areas that the evil people were, either governing from or living from, we assume that it's an evil symbol, but it's actually not. It's a symbol of power. And they knew about the power, and they were marking the areas where there was the power, and we associated with wrongly that it's an evil symbol, when in actuality it's just a symbol of power that they knew about and we didn't, and that's why they marked all these places.
100%, Nick, and that's often why, when we talk about a prevalent theme that we've been talking about for many years now, a tool is just a tool, right? It just does a thing. So how it's being used, the intention behind the user of the tool is what determines if it's a good or bad, right? Like, we've talked about guns for a long time. A gun in the hand of a good person is used for protection. A gun in the hand of a bad person is used to create violence and chaos. Same thing with an obelisk. And one other common theme is the only way to actually do the research on stuff is if you go back to the original version of it and see how it's changed over time. And most people won't do that much research on it. They'll just go and say, oh, well, the fake JFK Jr. on this, X, Y, and Z channel, well, they're the ones that said it's satanic, so it must be satanic, even though, did you KYC that JFK Jr.? Is it the real JFK Jr.? Go ahead, Hawkeyes or Manuel, one of you raised your hands.
Oh,
Okay, so I was gonna add that I was in Egypt and I was able to actually hear the sound vibrating through an obelisk. It was taken down, and so we had like a section of it. And because we were traveling with the tour guide, and the tour guide happens to be an archaeologist, so out of his own curiosity too, he wanted to confirm if you can hear sound when you knock on it. And we all took turn, and definitely we can hear it. And while I was there, I also had a vision. We were having a discussion because it was a spiritual group. So in my head, I actually saw the obelisk. It's like that of an antenna where you can send sound down, and it goes down, anchors down to earth, and reverberate out. And literally, I saw that. I'm going to have to find a picture so that I can show you what I captured. So it's very strong. And the temple that I was there, it was down along the Nile, and if I remember correctly, it was the Karnak temple. And I can't remember which obelisk that was down, but there was supposed to be two obelisks. There's only one obelisk standing there, and there's another one that's lying down now. But anyways, very curious.
Well, one thing I was looking at when I was researching the Tartarian architecture for the little bit of White Hat history, D class is there. Nick, you probably remember this, or maybe some other people do, but when you're building Tartarian architecture, there are certain materials that are actually recommended because of the way that they, what is the word I'm thinking of? Transduce, is that what I'm thinking of? But they carry that higher vibrational frequency, which is why those materials are used over other kinds of materials.
Yeah, you see that prevalent theme in like the cathedrals and all that stuff that were previously healing centers that they turned into churches. This is the typical pattern of flipping everything on its head. What's good is bad and what's bad is good. The example is the swastika. The swastika was really good luck, a powerful image, and it was used by many societies way, way, way before, Germany used it. And they turned that symbol into a bad symbol into society, but it wasn't. It was actually a good symbol. So we see this pattern over and over and over to fool us into thinking one way when the reality is totally different.
yeah, I was just thinking, Emily, about the obelisks, that if you look at them in the Tartarian context, they look really Tartarian. So when you look at an architecture and you see an element that has been introduced, normally there is a contrast and you can feel it, but you don't feel it with the obelisks. They belong to that. So if you use your logic, if that element looks Tartarian and feels Tartarian, how comes that somebody came in the middle of Tartaria and built something demonic? So just with logic, it will tell you there is some piece that is missing from that. So I was thinking that one. You talk.
Yeah, and why do you see Roman Greco architecture all over the world? Not in Rome, not in Greece, all these different parts of the world that have nothing to do with Rome or Greece, and you see the same architecture here in Europe, Asia, everywhere. It's all the same. It looks all the same. So obviously, it was part of one big society, rather than being built by us supposedly. You see the same architecture in different religions and areas. It doesn't make any sense logically.
I also noticed that the sort of mirror effect of what they've done to our bodies, as far as deteriorating the sort of, I mean, when we think about previous D class we had on our DNA connecting the soul to our physical bodies as one, right? This is sort of like, in a way, sort of similar to how like these obelisks or ley lines and portals connect the higher realms to the body of the earth, right? So I sort of see this mirror effect of what they've done to our bodies, they've also done to our planet. And for me, I think I got a little bit emotional for a second reading what Grandpa Ivan sent to you, Emily, because the other thing that I sort of saw in that is that we hear a lot with like they talk about like in the book of Revelations or whatever, how there will be a new heaven and a new earth, as if they just sort of come out of nowhere, right? But then when you see what they've done to the energy system of our planet, it's like it's already here. And so there is no new thing coming. This is about what was already there that was so divine that's being restored, and it's happening both with our bodies and the connection with our soul, which is the higher realm and the physical matter. And then it's also happening with the planetary body in the heavens. So there's just this like micro, macro sort of magic that's happening.
Absolutely. And I can't remember if it was it Angel Key or Sky Ice or Sky Glass? One of those ICOs in the description was talking about how important the Earth was. And it's literally like no other planet is like Earth. And that was really like one of the big reasons why there's so many wars for Earth, is because we have all these special, magical frequency juju kind of things. So that makes sense that we already had all of the infrastructure in place for heaven on Earth, but people just decided to, well, not people, but the cockroaches decided to go and clamp down and try to take control. Oh, I don't have it on the slides, but I do want to let you guys know that I was able to confirm with Kirill that because he was talking about something recently, but I can't remember exactly what it was. It tied into one of his last D classes. And I said, then it seems like the firmament that Archangel Michael put over the earth was put after all the cockroaches infiltrated when they took control of portals, right? It wasn't like, Earth was created with a firmament and the cockroaches were already here and God put the cockroaches here. No. They came in because they'd already taken control of so many portals, so they infiltrated Earth. And then as a reaction against that, the archangels were like, nope, we got to do something. So let's put this shield up so we prevent more infiltration. And then let's deal with the sneaky bastards that are still here.
Can I say something, Emily? Because what Daniele shared just made because the earth has this sacred energy, and Tartaria harnessed it, it connected with it to transmit it. So what is an obelisk? An obelisk, they have said that it has the phallus form because it gathers more, because it has the shape. So look at our bodies, and sexuality is sacred. So why do men have something like that? To harness the energy of the body that is sacred and transmit it and share it. So it's so beautiful, Daniele, what you said, because it's exactly the correspondence between what the outside Tartaria society created and what is in our temple. I'm like, wow. And they invert it, they invert the sexuality as well. They weaponize it, they change it, they deform it. But this is the origin, something sacred and beautiful like the others.
Yeah, if you look at the Schumann resonance, our bodies vibrate at the same frequency as the Earth does. Okay, it matches exactly perfect. And I saw an experiment that was done where they put some people in a chamber that totally cut off any frequency from coming into the chamber, and they immediately started feeling ill and started feeling very, very bad because they were not able to access the Schumann resonance. When they took them out of the room, they immediately got better. So we're connected to the Earth. There's no question about it, that everything is connected to each other, and they're trying to corrupt and convolute stuff so that we don't have those connections anymore, through every means possible.
Yeah, and if you look at the the comparison with what they're doing with the CBDCs, I'm just going to use the pattern recognition, because what they did with the oblasts, they say, oh, it's bad. So the truthers get on this, oh, it's bad. Like the oblasts, they say, oh, look, it's in Washington, D.C., it's in the Vatican, oh, it's got to be bad, because they don't want the awakening to happen. So they're trying to, anything that is truth is, even through the truther movement, they're trying to say, oh, no, that's bad. So just like CBDCs, it's that same pattern that we see over and over again, that we can just like pick out once you recognize, oh, that they're trying to cover up something here that's important for us, you know?
Absolutely.
But one more thing real quick, Emily, like you saying, to get to the truth, we can't just believe it. Like you have to go back to the beginning and actually see the pattern afterwards. And it's just sort of a funny story. I think it was Juan O'Savin or someone. I never studied much about Tartaria or these obelisks, but I watched one segment of him when I was trusting him. And he was saying they were bad because it was like a phallic symbol or something like that. And like I held that belief for so long, and like I'm scared you're gonna spank me now because I didn't go kind of do my own research, you know. But like I'm like throwing myself under the bus here a little bit for not doing my own research. But at times it's so easy. Like he made that connection. I'm like, boom, that's a penis. Like that must be bad. They're bad. And I up until maybe starting QSI, I never thought twice about it. Like that was just my position on it. So I mean, just do your own research and study stellar. So
That's why you do your own research is like the ultimate thing, because the only way you get fooled is if you don't know the reality of it. If you don't do your research, then, you know, basically you don't know what's real and what's not real. Even in the beginning, when Emily and I got together and they did this whole pump and dump scenario about how they run the coins up and then it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with illiquidity in markets. Anybody who understands markets and illiquidity knows that's exactly the way that markets should function in that environment. And they were spinning it into a pump and dump scam scenario. So that's just one example of countless examples where if you really don't take the time to spend to research, then you're going to get fooled. And, you know, they count on that in society, that people are too lazy to go out and do their own research. So they'll just take whatever they're told and they'll accept it as reality. Same thing with Trump and all these, Russia's bad, China's bad. I mean, there's so many things that they know we're not going to go look into. And they'll say, yeah, well, you know, they must be telling us for a reason that, you know, that they're right. And that's it. I mean, that's how you get fooled.
100%. I mean, this call was the product of 5-6 weeks worth of research, nonstop research, all day research. That's why you guys don't see me very often, because I'm literally just buried in all these different articles and documents. But one thing real quick before Minwell, because Nick mentioned, you know, the what the scammers on Stellar are doing in terms of trying to lie to people about ledger research and pump and dump schemes. Another classic case is back in 2022, when we first went to war with the Miriam's, Rockies, Cabals, etc. They were lying about the ledger. They were manipulating the data. They basically, and this is actually part of a call in 2022 that I made too. Nick, you'll probably remember this, but they data scraped the ledger, which is just a simple tax export file that anybody can do, and they switched the column headers. So it was a buy column and a sell column. They suddenly said, nope, right? So they switched it and it confused everybody. And the only way I caught it and I was able to confirm that they were lying is because I downloaded the tax export file and I saw that that was that one simple switch they did that turned the entire narrative upside down. And what they do still to this day is they lie to everybody saying, oh, look at all the money that goes into the ICOs and it's getting off-ramped into Emily's personal wallet. So they think that I'm, money launderer, Ponzi scammer, because they think that I'm tied into the, ultimate, I guess, repository of sorts of all these XLM funds. And then they go, oh, well, the devs are definitely money launderer scammers because look at these false documents that they posted using, really bad PowerPoint that a middle schooler can do a way better PowerPoint. But they post it everywhere going, see, a Moldovan scammer, Moldovan kidnapper, right? It's so silly nonsense. Anybody who actually goes and looks at the research will be able to say that's false. But instead, they're relying on people who are brainwashed and too lazy to do it and just blindly believing them. Go ahead, Manuel.
Well, I wanted to add to what Jason said, that, in order for you to associate the obelisk with the penis and think immediately that is something bad, you need to be bombarded by an ideology of domination, that this symbolizes the domination of men over women, that is feminism. So you see all these things synchronized and they come together, because if you think that, well, actually this part of our natural, organic, divine technology, that is the human being, it makes sense that if you are energy, there is a place that gathers energy and then you can share it with somebody from love. You see how different that picture is? So in that picture, you wouldn't associate automatically the obelisk with something bad. But we brainwashed, I was the same, Jason, because I was so brainwashed as well with the feminism and, that we're bad and that sexuality is only that I made that association automatically. But once it's like, wait a moment, this doesn't necessarily need to be that. It could be, if they change it, they invert it, but originally it symbolizes something beautiful.
When it goes back to what Hawkeye was saying, like, we're pure as babies, and you're right, it wasn't just that one comment. There's probably a lot of other layers that led me to just instantly believe that, Manuel, you know what I mean? Like, they just pile it on, and the feminism, men are bad, or just all the division, everything is what, and it's like, you got to look yourself in the mirror here a little bit and realize, like, there's still more for us to see through. But you're right, it wasn't just one funny thing that someone said. Like, it was probably layers and layers and years and generations of that indoctrination of the dark and the evil. It's interesting for sure.
Well, especially prevalent in the Cube movement, because we're sitting here while studying, Satanism and demonic arts and phallic symbols and how that ties into the dark arts. So you say one word, it triggers a whole, let's say, compilation of different memories and researches and other things that do cross us in the background, but then making flat assumptions on about everything else.
And that's why you saw child sacrifice for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years, because children are totally pure, and that's the most powerful energy you can have. And they've been doing it for thousands of years, even way before adrenochrome and all that stuff. They're always sacrificing children. And you see statues from like 1,000 years ago of like people cutting a baby and drinking blood from. I mean, it's all about energy, and the child is the purest form of energy because it's, as Hawkeye said, closest to the source when they first are born. So that's why they go after children in particular.
I wanted to build over that, because so why is sexuality so important? Why do they use them? They use them to propel their spells, because it's the moment that the body gathers the most energy. The Kundalini moves so strongly, so they know, and then they channel us, as Nick was saying, to their spells. Then they can invert it and use our sacredness against us. That is so satanic. Yeah.
All right, so let's move to the next section, and we'll talk about the Chinese Jesuits now. So another slide from Mamba's presentation. Thank you again for putting all your hard work into that, so I can just copy and paste. But remember that there are a lot of different kinds of secret societies out there, and they basically are almost like, not exactly carbon copies, but they're like a copy plus plus. So it's very similar with just a couple different tweaks to them, but they all tie into the same dark, demonic, satanic overlord that oversees all of the different types of, bad secret societies. So in this particular one, I'm going to focus on the Jesuits, and I'll bring up some of the other ones throughout the presentation as well. So the Jesuits began, as some people know, in 1540s. And a couple of years later, they started going into Japan, and they wanted to go into China. So to kind of give you a quick background into some of the context of what was happening, right? So the Mongols and the Pope were in contact since the 1200s, but some of them were actually already practicing Christianity since the 1600s. So we already have established a small pattern of Christianity in China. It was just very minimal at the time. And then over time, hundreds of years later, suddenly the Jesuits are here and they go, okay, well, we don't just want a little bit of Christianity, we want a whole bunch of Catholicism, but we want it done our way and not any other way. And so they established the order in Macau because they weren't able to go into China just yet. So they used Macau as the base. And that's the reason why, because they're, Portuguese. So that's the reason why you have a lot of these Catholic churches still in Macau to this day, right? So they used it as kind of a hop stop over there. But the first actual mission didn't progress. So first of all, the dude died. But second of all, it wasn't a huge success because they learned then that to go in from Macau onto China after they were granted permission, they had to learn the Chinese culture and the Chinese language. Otherwise, it's like two competing, not just ideologies, but two competing lines of thought. So from then on, they decided, okay, we have to regroup, we have to re-strategize. And what they started doing was just like everything else we've seen, they started to blend in with society. So these Catholic priests, these Jesuit missionaries started learning the Chinese language. They started learning the Chinese culture and history and politics and religion. So in 1852, these two guys, Ruggieri and Ricci, they were funded by the European elites and by these wealthy widows. And remember, this is a big theme, is the wealthy widow theme. So they're funding all these missionary efforts. And what happened? They had a split. So Ruggieri went to Buddhism and Taoism, and his goal was to take over them and to make sure they started becoming in line with Catholic Jesuit beliefs. And then Ricci targeted Confucianism. So again, not only have all three of these Chinese religions start to merge already, but on top of that, they were now starting to blend in with Jesuit practices. So that's another major turning point in religion for the Eastern Hemisphere. And so not only did they have to learn about it, but they started to establish these cultural exchanges, right? Because Chinese already had their philosophers and their own, history and math and science and astrology. And so they started to have cultural exchanges because China thought that these were being done through mutual respect. But instead, the Jesuits were doing it because they wanted to export the religion into Europe and say, okay, what do we need to do to change theirs and start to blend in? So it's almost like forming their own evil Tao, right? They're trying to gain consensus in Europe on how to fix and change China and change Asia. So joint effort to support everybody. Well, I think it was about 100 years later, we have now the Ming Dynasty. But we're talking now specifically about the end of the Ming, because after the Ming Dynasty was the Qing Dynasty. And the Qing Dynasty was the last dynasty of China. And so at the tail end of Ming, when the Qing had already taken over, there was one form called the Southern Ming. And these were the group of people that had escaped onslaught, escaped death, etc. And they moved their kingdom down to the south, and they started fighting the Qing to see if they can reclaim China and reinstate the Ming Dynasty. Okay, so that's another civil war that's going on, is China versus China right now. And so what happened? Well, the Jesuits came in and they supported both sides of the revolution. And they also supported the peasant uprisings. So on top of that, it's already documented that they say, this kind of adaptation had never existed before. And the adaptation is referring specifically to not only getting involved with religion, or even encroaching into, societal contexts, but now they're also encroaching or cockroaching into the military, the political, the diplomatic affairs. So now we're seeing this power structure of the Jesuits coming in and taking control of every individual moving part of a governing society. So within that timeline, there's a Catholic missionary called Koffler and a Christian minister called Pang, and they were actually working together to destroy the Southern Ming dynasty, what they call from the inside out, right? Because once you infiltrate them and you are now part of their top leaders, you are, let's see, it says they were some of the top officials in the empire. The Jesuits wanted China to reunite, right? So they wanted the Ming, or this particular Jesuit wanted the Ming to overturn the Qing dynasty, because once you reunite it, then this particular Jesuit can now claim that he helped the emperor win, and now he has control over all of China, right? But simultaneously, the other cockroach that's helping the Qing is saying the same thing to the Qing dynasty, right? Okay, so these are competing outfits. Well, on top of that, these Jesuits also supplied weapons, troops, military strategy to the emperor. And it says that military strategy and diplomatic help were the two areas of needs of the Emperor Yongli. And so because he needed it, that's where his shortcomings were. The Jesuits said, okay, no problem, I will help you. So doesn't that sound exactly like how the dark entities came in and they try to take over QSI by going to all the people individually or to the quorums and saying, these are your pain points. And if you feel like you're being energy attacked, well, why don't you go talk to Roll Tide, or why don't you go talk to Deb Matthews or whoever, Debbie Taylor, and they will help you to fix yourself, even though they were actually the cockroaches because they'd already been hijacked. So these hijacked entities were now going and causing more chaos, more FUD with people who had pain points. And then Pang, who was he was the Christian minister, he led the actual military, right? So in all aspects of Chinese empirical rule, these cockroaches had gone and taken over control of them and was dictating where the emperor needed to go and what he needed to do. On top of that, they started to convert all the different people within ranks. So the emperor's mother converted, the emperor's, I think it was the son or the daughter, also converted to Catholicism, right? So they were trying to squash the emperor and force him to convert. He never did. So that was good. But it means that he was being basically enclosed in on from all different sides, from his personal life into his political life, into the military life, into the religious life too. One interesting thing that I'll note here, and then I'll come back to later on, is not only were these missionaries indispensable to the empire, but within this civil war between the Ming and the Qing dynasties, there was a mutiny in the Ming dynasty. So they were actually going to revolt and have a coup and overthrow the emperor because of all this chaos. And around the same time, the mother, right? So the queen mother was also attempting suicide, but the Jesuits stopped both. That's how powerful they were, and that's how they had all these spies everywhere too. So they stopped the revolt and they stopped the suicide. And because of these two things, these two actions, the mother and also the emperor were like, oh, maybe they are very powerful. Maybe I do need to trust them more. Okay. So thank you to Anthony Peterson for sending this. This is from a book, and there's I think it's the chapter is called Never Outshine the Master. So what did the Jesuits do? They provided all the stuff that, whether it's the emperor or the king or the head of state or whoever this is, these are things that are pain points, so they provide them, and that's how you endear them. That's how they endear themselves to the people who need help. So they're preying on people's weaknesses, and that's the reason why, we keep telling everybody, please, guys, close down the portals, heal your traumas, because these dark entities are preying on your weaknesses, just like how in this particular case, the ego tends to lead people into narcissistic tendencies. And so if you are a narcissist, then these dirty cockroaches will come in and say, oh, look how amazing you are. Like, look at Whip. Whip, everything you do is so amazing. You can do no wrong. We're all supporting. We're all behind you. And that's why anybody who attacks you is they're the cockroaches. They're the actual scammers, right? They're preying on on Whip's egoic tendencies and its narcissistic tendencies. Sorry, Nick. And so that's the reason why they are able to confuse and to control him, is through these portals. And so that's one of the reasons when I first started working with David, our sneaky ninja David, and we were just talking, he hadn't, fully converted over to our side and said, why am I 100% helping you? I think he was still waffling in his head a little bit about, I want to do the right thing. And he made this comment about how he won't butter me up. And I was like, well, it's okay because I'm unbutter-upable. So if you become unbutter-upable, meaning nobody can go and stroke your ego and praise you and tell you how good you are, they cannot put you on a pedestal, then they cannot use that to control and manipulate you either. Again, DYOR. So now at the end of that timeline, there's also another controversy over the calendars. And this might not seem to be a big deal nowadays, but back then it was, because the control of the calendar, especially in the lunar calendar, which is what the Asian countries were using, was also a sign of their imperial rule. It was a sign of their sovereignty, okay? Because the lunar calendar dictated what days you were going to have the holidays, because a lot of the holidays were tied to the lunar dates, which they were looking at astrology and going, oh, okay, there's going to be an eclipse on this day, so we need to have the holiday on this day, and then that will determine X, Y, and Z. So if you change the calendar and suddenly all the dates are off, it means your calendar is wrong. And so the Jesuits purposely went in and they manipulated the calendar to ruin and sabotage China so they can no longer have sovereignty over their own kingdom. So that's another really big theme right now, right? You're not only infiltrating and manipulating, but you're also sabotaging them at the same time to, again, squeeze them from all sides. And so the Jesuits eventually took control of pretty much the entire court. Eventually, the Yongle Emperor lost the war to the Qing. That's why the Qing, continued their rule over China. But then because the Jesuits already had control over the Qing Emperor too, well, that was still a very Jesuit reign in China. And so I made the analogy how the cockroaches were starting to replace a lot of different admins, or they were attempting to replace, or they're attempting to put their own people in there. Not that every single person who came on board was a full-blown cockroach, but they tried to plant some who were cockroachy, and then the ones who were not cockroaches, they then energy attacked and tried to manipulate you to then convert you to become a cockroach. And then they also put other people in there who were friends of theirs that they assumed or they tried to then manipulate and also, again, convert into cockroaches, right? So you have all of these different layers within QSI as a great live example. And the same thing was happening with all these different empires and kingdoms for the last couple thousand years. So to go back to the Jesuit cultural exchange, because the Chinese Empire had already been around for a very long time and they were, quite brilliant people, when they were going and basically taking all their texts and shipping it over to Europe to go and translate it, the Europeans were also very impressed by the knowledge and the wisdom of the Chinese. And they said, wow, they not only do we have so much respect for them, but because of that respect and because they knew that the Chinese were very knowledgeable and very wise people, their strategy on how they wanted to influence them and cockroachify China also changed. Because if you have a country where there's not a lot of culture or history or education, then you can do a much more brown beat version of it and just go command and conquer style. But if you have a country that has already established a high degree of education, they have to attack the educational process, right? So what we saw with the scientific methodology that Crispy Bacon created, and then the Age of Enlightenment and how they had to go and change it and switch that around, they had to do the same thing over here with China as well. So when they came in, the Jesuits had to find out how to slowly teach China how to teach fake education and fake religion, right? So that's why part of changing the calendar was a necessary step, because that sabotaged everything. And then we also saw that they were sabotaging all the religions. But because Confucian ideology was so ingrained in academia, that was another major reason why Confucianism had to change and become full-blown cockroach. So Now let's shift to the Qing dynasty Jesuits, right? Remember, this is the last dynasty of China. So not only did they also use the fake calendar, right? So they were sabotaged, but on top of that, they lost their sovereignty. We discussed that. And they started doing more and more cultural exchanges, because if you look at the dates, the 1700s, right? I think it was 1687 or 1678 was when Newton, Isaac Newton, was kind of like the last guy within the scientific revolution that really helped push Bacon ideology. After that time, so really the 1700s onwards, was the Age of Enlightenment. So now that Age of Enlightenment is overlapping with the Qing dynasty in China. And that's why all that fake, fake science, fake math, fake maps, fake everything started to come in play, and it was blanketing the entire world in fake education. So if we talk about Christianity's influence on Confucianism now, the mid 1650s was the integration, or the beginning of the integration of the two. And it was very interesting because as soon as that started happening, it caught the attention of, I think his name is pronounced Leibniz. And Leibniz, as you guys might remember from the John D class, is an occultist. So now he's like, oh, perfect. I have a new audience to then propose all of my cockroachy, occulty, satanic stuff on, right? China and Asia in general was the new audience for cockroach Christianity. And so in the 1700s, remember, again, this is the age of quote unquote enlightenment. They started mapping out China's geography. But we all know that China was a massive part of Chinese Tartaria. And even in their own map, their own book, I guess atlas, right? Because it's the book of multiple maps. They named their book The Geography, History, Chronology, Politics, Physique of the Chinese Empire of Tartaria. And that was published in 1735. So we definitely know that they knew about it, just like they knew about the power of the obelisks and the pyramids, etc. That's why they tried to crash everything and destroy everything. Right. So if I kind of go back to the 1650s, roughly to the 1750s, the Chinese rites controversy began. And so this is when they said, okay, no more worshiping your ancestors, which really put an end to filial piety and respect for your elders. And instead they said, okay, well, and they claimed it by saying, we don't want pagan ideology, right? Well, doesn't that sound just like the Christian version of it? No idol worship? Well, it's because they know that there were certain connections to the past and the divine presence they wanted to cut off. And so another good analogy from the Cockroach Motel D class was that the Jesuits, they slow simmered Asia into compliance, whereas the Franciscans and the Dominicans were the pressure cooker. They were fast, bombarding you with cockroachness. So it was all angles, all different strategies at the same time too. Then in 1704, there's the papal ban. So the Qing dynasty said, no more, we don't want, reverse. The papal ban was the Pope said, we don't want China to speak anymore about how there's an emperor and how there's a god, because in Chinese tradition, the emperor rules through divine will. It's Tian Yi. So Tian is the sky or the heaven. And so it's saying that we are ruling through divine will because we have a connection through divine source. It's very similar to how a lot of the European monarchs ruled as well, right? But the Pope didn't want that. So the Pope said, we're outlawing the use of the word emperor and the use of God. And so instead, there's no more of that. And we're now going to impose our Christian ideology, which is the cockroach Christian ideology, onto China. So the emperor then, 20 years later, rejected it and expelled the Jesuit missionaries, the non-Jesuit missionaries rather. So Jesuit suppression, and PETA G stands for pain in the ass gang. The Jesuits did exactly what Pain Gang 1.0 leaders did. So the Qing dynasty rejected the missionaries, and the non-Jesuit missionaries, it was basically everybody. We're saying, we're getting rid of all y'all. We're going back to, or we're going to try to go back to what we think is the good stuff. And they imprisoned a whole bunch of people. And then 20 years later, Oh, sorry, I'm a little off with my bullet points. If I go back 100 years, the 1644, that's when the Jesuits supported both sides, right? I likened it to the Iron Bank in Game of Thrones, because if you support everybody financially, you always win every single time, right? But then, so French Louis XIV, he is a Jesuit. He sent more Jesuits into China to help try to expand the Jesuit influence, but also to break the Portuguese Jesuit influence. So even within the Jesuits, they have their own factions, right? France versus Portugal. And then we had, let's see, 2 years later, 200 Jesuit churches all throughout China, right? So they were fully engrossed in cockroach behavior. But so in the 1700s, there were 1, 2, 3 different Jesuit suppressions because the emperors were trying to rebel against the cockroach Jesuit infiltration. So these Jesuits were harassed, they were imprisoned, some of them were executed. And in some of them, they also said, oh, because of these suppressions or these bans in China, we're going to immediately declare ourselves no longer Jesuits. But instead, what they did is they went underground and they continued operations. And that's why I said they're like pain in the ass gang, because what happened with Pain Gang? Well, Nick and Roll Tide told us, okay, we're going to shut down Pain Gang. We're going to incorporate everybody, every member into QSI so they can learn and they can grow. But what actually happened? Well, as we all know from the Big D class, they went underground. They created a Pain Gang 2, which is called the Rebel Alliance. And they became even worse because now they're hiding in secret, thinking that we don't have eyes on them. So they're really acting super duper cockroachy. And then 100 years later, the Jesuit order was restored in China. So then it became super cockroach, right? So they were cockroach, they tried to suppress it, then it failed, and they became Jesuit again. Does anybody have comments before the next section?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. I have a funny story because when I was sleeping years and years ago, I have a friend who became a Jesuit, and he's a good guy. And, not knowing obviously the history in terms of joining, but he used to come over and say, well, we're going here. We have this property in New Hampshire. We have this property sitting on the waterfront, and one of the main there's two main tenets of Jesuitism. One is a vow of poverty, okay, and the other one is not to seek authoritarian positions within the church. So I was saying I didn't know anything, but I'm like, how do you guys own all these properties all over the world, and you guys are supposed to be following a vow of poverty? What the hell's going on? So I didn't know anything about all this, but I knew there was something wrong because that's like one of the main things that Saint Ignatius Loyola said, vow of poverty, and they totally they own so much. They're probably the wealthiest faction in the Catholic Church by far. The other thing is that the other tenet was that they were not by oath. By oath, you're not supposed to seek a position of authority in the church. Meanwhile, Pope Francis, fake Pope, is a Jesuit, the highest position in the entire church. He assumed that when the oath itself, it violates the very oath the Jesuits take when they first, become a Jesuit. So you could see that they're totally opposite of what their what their ideology is supposed to be. One other quick thing, I had a revelation as you were talking about all of this. Now I realize why they send missionaries all over the world to basically, because the Catholic Church wanted to control the whole world. So they wanted everybody to become Christians so that they would be under the thumb of the Pope. And so, they twisted Jesus' words where he said, go preach the gospel to the whole world and baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. What he meant was go teach my teachings to the world, which are totally opposite of what Judaism and religion. He was everything they did. He basically said no, it's bad because Jewish people were Talmudic people and they were following all these bad things. So they took him as a symbol, not his teachings, and they used his symbol to go all over the world and preach to gain control of the people under Christianity, which is not what Jesus taught in terms of his actual teachings, but what the religion itself was putting into place as rules in terms of only Catholics can go to heaven, everybody else goes to hell. Jesus taught to love one another. That they had crusades where they killed a whole bunch of people to try to convert them, and you had the Inquisitions where they tortured people until they became Christian. Everything they did was really the total opposite. They just put him as the picture, as the poster boy, and they used him as a poster boy to go all over the world feigning like they're following his teachings, but they were totally teaching the opposite. Now I understand totally why there was so many missionaries all over the world. I just realized this as you were talking about this, so amazing.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Hawkeyes.
I have a couple of stuff, but I'm gonna respond back to what Nick is saying. You guys can hear me okay, right? Okay. So Nick, the other thing why they send missionaries, just think they're going out to search for assets, right? Search and recovery. So they're doing the stealth stealing, going canvassing the properties. The other thing I wanted to add was I'm going to use the Kung Fu Panda movie. If you notice in the Kung Fu Panda, you have the bad guys, Tai Lung on the first one and Shen, but the pattern is they have the potential to be great. Like Tai Lung, he could have gotten the Dragon Scroll, but he failed to get it. Oolong saw that, the weakness, but they call it because he had evil spirit. But what is that evil spirit? It's because he has his ego, but they didn't name it that way. If he had overcome his ego and actually be humble like Po, then he would have gotten that scroll already. So the point of the story is if you heal your wounds and you become humble and become your true self, you will attain what is belong to you. So all this whole time, Tai Long had it, but because he allowed his ego to overcome and actually self-sabotage, that's why. But he never owned that because he never did a self-reflection. So he reflected out, right? He projected out to everyone else. And he went about trying to steal it when all this time he had it.
Yeah,
Back to
that's a
you.
good point about the assets because really, when you join the church, they would tell you, sell your belongings and everything and give it to the church because we need to grow the church and all that. And people would be thinking that they're supporting, what Jesus taught in terms of go sell your items and give it to the poor. It wasn't that. It was basically them using the religion to take money from everybody so that they could just become stronger and stronger and stronger. They just used everything that they used his teachings in such a perverse way to just dominate the entire world. And that's why they became the most powerful entity in the entire world.
So literally, they're the original Ponzi scammers.
Right. To say the least.
I was thinking, Emily, what now Nick said about Pope Francis. And we know in the infiltration of QSI that the White Hats and the light has also its own plans. Like the firmament was this huge plan for the evolution of humanity. So is it a coincidence that at the moment that the information starts to come up to people in the world, the Pope is a Jesuit? So I can see the sneaky white hats when the Pope is elected moving their strings so that he thinks that that movement is going to give more power, but actually is exposing and is so important piece for people to see the Jesuit influence in the world. So I'm thinking like, wow, the white hats are also always 10 steps before.
And you can see the Pope taught anti-Christian. He taught so many things. He's anti-Christian. He teaches the opposite of what the church was. Everything's acceptable. All religions are welcome here. Ecumenism, to make a one world religion. That was their goal. He was a Freemason, by the way, also. So again, the satanic influence has taken over the church, at least temporarily, and they were spreading all of their really bad doctrines to the entire world. And people follow it because they think the Pope, the Pope, my family loves the Pope. I mean, I can't even tell you how that frustrates the hell out of me. But, it is what it is, and they're sleeping. So, they use these figureheads and as a way to leverage people and get them to do what they want them to do.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead, David.
Yeah, so I just When you were talking about the Ming and the Qing dynasty, how the Jesuits pretty much supported both sides and pretty much, keep pointing the fingers to this active enemy that they're supposed to be fighting against, while the real enemy was a passive type slow drip that kind of infiltrated it. But it's just funny because even with Rhea and Nicole, how Nicole said that in the number of the people that when I asked Nicole about who she trusted, and Rhea wasn't even included in her list, even though Rhea and Nicole was trying to divide the different quorums, different leadership, and different factions within QS to fight each other, the entity was doing that to Rhea and Nicole to get that paranoia up. And basically, they thought they were on the same side, fighting for the same mission. But the longer they were working with the dark entities, they were just getting indebted and getting their integrity, their awareness, their discernment, their spirituality getting bankrupted. And just like how they call about banking, basically seems like it's trying to help you out. Let me give you a loan, let me give you some money. And over time, the interest rates as well as the amount that they take in return increases to the point that the person basically becomes forced into scarcity and basically lose their sovereignty. Like that's the same pattern that they try to do in QSI. They try to do it obviously in history, and it's just the same workbook. And it's not a true energetic exchange coming from love. And the law of love that Nimsy talked about, as well as Manuel and the different things that he talked about, is very much of like indebting and trying to enslave the other person. And basically, no matter even like the cockroaches or the Jesuits or the darker forces, they're always trying to one up each other and trying to be top dog within their own ranks, and that's their own demise. And that's what the Whiteheads always use to basically crumble their own empire from behind the scenes because of their greed, and their lack of trust and paranoia basically ends up self-destructing at a certain point in the timing of the cycle. And I think the Whiteheads use that time and time again to self-implode and use the roaches against each other, and that just is like so beautiful, I think, and kind of funny, honestly.
Isn't it
You
funny how
hit-
the cabal
I have
felt-
to say that, in a Finnish quorum happened exactly the same thing. You see the patterns everywhere. There is one or two persons who are tying personal relationships and giving them money and lending them money and trying to help them, in the rough times, and no worries, just pay me later. And then when the payment time comes, they're kind of like attacking you and like trying to, put you into that desperate position where you would be owning them energetic debt. And this is something that, they're really using against people because they know that people are suffering, many are suffering really. So they want to invest in XLMs, and be part of the process. So they kind of lend you the beautiful hand but what you said, David, about the implosion amongst them, it happens all the time. You can really see that they are being affected by these entities so badly that they are stopping making any sense to to any of their, like let's put it this way, like research or logic or what they do and who they're working with. So they become so paranoid that they don't trust each other anymore, and that will be the end of them because they will stab themselves in the foot at least.
They're using the devil's model. Isn't it funny? The devil promises material riches and wealth. You sell me your soul and I'll give you the money. It's the same model, basically, what they're doing in terms of lending people money and saying we're trying to help you. But they're owning you. They're owning you, just like the devil owns your soul when you sign a deal with them. It's the same type of thing. They're following the same exact model.
Yeah, and to go back to what Dave was saying, I'm glad that you pinpointed that theme. It's a recurring theme, and we're going to see it throughout the presentation as well, and more kinds of, let's call it, evolutionary cycles, more and more as it grows. But just to reiterate, you have kind of two opposing ways to use the same thing, right? The same traumas, essentially. You have the cockroaches who, because they're all being controlled by the puppet master, and the puppet master is the one who's the evil entity, right? Satan, the devil. The individual puppets, even though they're all fighting for Satan, they're still combating one another because it's about ego and greed and control. So they don't really, like, they are in it for themselves, essentially, and they can team up in their own little pods. And what we're seeing right now, as an example, in White Hat Army, which is, Miriam's Mung Beans, it's the cockroaches on Stellar in that channel. They have different factions in there, and they are also opposing one another. They're all at odds with one another, even though they are all united to try to attack us. like so many different factions. But because the white hats, how like what David was saying earlier, they know that this is the devil's formula. So they're going to use the fact that all the cockroaches are fighting one another to have them self-implode, which is exactly what we're talking about for almost 2.5 years now with the banking industry, and how the white hats are using the banks and the CBDCs and the central banks to self-implode them to then create the stellar financial system, right? So it's the same formula every single time. And once you really understand that formula, everything clicks. So
And their leader is a Kabbalist, which is, we've proven already is satanic in nature. So like you said, the head at the top is Satan. Basically, that's Satan's representative in that group. That's why they're so full of negative energy and hatred, anger. They're not doing anything to help people. They call themselves the White Hat Army. They should call themselves the Black Hat Army, because they're doing the exact opposite. They do nothing positive. They only do negative, and they have so much negative energy that I don't know how people actually stay in there as members, honestly. But I guess they're under control of entities as well. So
go ahead, Hawkeyes.
Okay, so think of people when they're hangry because they're hungry and they're angry, they want their food, and that's what the entity is. That's how I equate to the energy. Very selfish, very greedy. And just think, when you watch those nature movies where you see a pack of wolves or hyenas, they all go and prey, right? They work together to get the prey. But after what do? They fight amongst each other to see who gets the best piece of meat. So that's the same mentality of all the cockroaches. Same thing with Tai Lung in the Kung Fu movie and Shen. But if they go beyond that, instead of getting hangry, right, and actually go find food and share, then it becomes a community. You see the difference? So that's why cockroaches have that potential, just like Tai Lung has that potential. They just need to heal themselves, and then we will become a community. And all this whole theme is all about survival. When we get down to survival instinct and become hangry, we're going to hate each other and we're just going to kill one another. And I'm just going to use this. When we have a weakness, right, and they find it, it's very easy to plug a hole. So either you go with the white hat and plug the hole, or you go with the black hat to plug that hole or that weakness. So everyone has to choose which side in this case.
Love that wolf analogy. All right, so we're almost at the 2-hour mark. You guys want to take a quick break now, or do you want to do another section? Continue? Okay, so let me get my screen back up. All right, we're going to go into the Age of Enlightenment Wars now. And again, quick recap on the scientific revolution, mid-1500s to late 1600s, basically Team Crispy Bacon. And he was all about, since man has forgotten his place in the world and forgotten who he is, we need to help teach man to reconnect with the divine will and divine spirit. Because once you do, you'll heal yourself, you'll be a better person. It's all about, how do you enforce and how do you strengthen your own intuition? How do you go and do your own research, right? That's why, he was the father of the scientific method, because he wants people to stop making assumptions, stop jumping to conclusions, and just do the research and just look at facts before coming to conclusion. So he wrote all these great books. Won't go into detail because this is already on a prior call, but I'm putting this up there as a reference. And another key point to note is in 1660, with the Anglican, with the Protestant Catholic war, essentially in England, Bacon was supporting the Stuarts. He was supporting Charles II. So when you have this timeline and this person as an anchor point, that helps you also piece together who are some of the opponents during those eras as well. So, okay, another quick recap, the Enlightened Despot. Remember, this came at the end of the scientific revolution. The monarchs came together with the Jesuits, right? Because the Jesuits control the monarchs, and they're saying, how do we fight back against Crispy Bacon? Okay, we need to create disinformation, misinformation narratives, starting with changing the title. So now we're going to call themselves the enlightened despot, because enlightenment sounds enlightened, and therefore I am divine. But actually, it was the cockroach despot, and they were not divine whatsoever, and they were trying to break everybody's divinity by creating all these fake narratives, right? So that's how they were able to then create mass educational schemes, new cities, new universities, new kinds of culture, because they were doing this to make sure that all the culture that was spreading throughout Europe into Central Asia, into Asia and beyond, were using the Cabal version of education. So basically twisting everything based on what was the mandate into the new cockroach mandate. So if you take that same theme and you apply it to the intellectuals, the same thing happened, right? So you had the scientific method, which then they used, how do I say this? The scientific revolution was really a two-phase thing, and this is another common theme. The beginning of the scientific revolution was the Bacon version of the scientific method. The latter part of the scientific revolution was the Age of Enlightenment, false enlightened revolution, the false science. But they sandwiched both under the same umbrella of the name of scientific revolution, and that's why so many people were confused. It's just like what Nick was talking about, where he said, you know, here's the picture of Christ, so you believe everything that we're telling you because we're showing you the picture. In this case, we're saying, oh, it's the scientific revolution. So you can think you're following Bacon, but no, you're following the Cabal instead. And you're not doing your own research because we're teaching you what is the new research. And that became the birth of liberalism, socialism, neoclassicism. And again, that's, you know, part of the era that started to influence Confucianism into Neo-Confucianism at the same time too. So we're looking at a radicalization of politics, religion, education, and the cultural structure of all of these different countries, all at the same time, all around the same era. Oh, and just as an FYI, guys, this is the beginning of cognitive dissonance. Okay, so disinformation warfare. I'm going to show you a quick example of it. There was an article or like a journal called The Spectator, and it started in 1711 by a guy named Richard Steele and his partner Addison. Okay, so these two guys started The Spectator, and this was crazy. So before he started The Spectator, he wrote something called The Christian Hero, and he was outed as a hypocrite because he was not actually performing anything that he told people to do. So he was saying, as a good Christian hero, you should A, B, and C. And he was over there drinking and gambling, and I think maybe prostitution. I can't remember all the details, but he basically was doing the polar opposite of what he was telling people to do. So everyone was like, oh, okay, well, this is no good. But at the same time, he caught attention of James II. And James II is a Jesuit. Right? So the Cabal, the cockroach, is going, oh, we've now picked our next guy to then take as our entity. So he's now under the control of James II, 1705. So 4 years later, he marries a wealthy widow. And suddenly that widow dies the following year, and now he has control of her slave plantation. Ah, isn't that a coincidence? And then a couple of years later, he creates a Spectator with Addison. And what was this article about? Well, this journal slash, you know, newsletter of sorts is basically a gossip column. And this gossip column, the intention was to weaponize women. Because back then, only people who were talking about politics and, you know, religion was mostly the men in a political or formal setting. But no, the cockroaches needed to weaponize the women who were, you know, having their tea parties, and they were just socializing and they were just gossiping. So they said, okay, we're going to use a Spectator to become the next version of a weapon, because as these women are socializing and having their tea parties, we're going to teach them that this is proper tea party equipage. Equipage is a French word for a tool. So we're giving the tea party women a tool to now radicalize them, but in a polite way, because their pinkies are up and they're sipping on tea and they're wearing beautiful dresses. So they did this intentionally, guys. And then later on, Steele and Addison parted ways over something called the Peerage Bill, which I'll get into on the next slide. But in like leading up to that, Addison is the one who wrote a play called Cato, and Cato became really famous all over the world. And it was the inspiration behind the US founding fathers and the American Revolution and many revolutions. And one of the famous quotes, "Give me liberty or give me death," was an adaptation from one of the excerpts from Cato, right? So we have Steele, we have Addison, who used to work together, and suddenly a couple years later are butting heads. One quick thing to know, maybe somebody else might have information on this, but I found that when Steele died, and he was buried, his body was disinterred, which means it was removed from the ground. And then the skull was buried separately from the body. The skull was buried in a lead casket. So I don't know if that's voodoo or what's going on, but I thought that was very interesting to take a note of. So I just wanted to put this in here. Now, what was the peerage bill? So the peerage bill and the Glorious Revolution were around the same timeline, give or take a couple decades. And here's the backstory. So 1601, James VI came into power. And then 1660s, Charles II came into power, right? So we have these two different monarchs, but Charles II was Bacon-backed, right? So he's a white hat. Charles II is a white hat monarch because he's being guided by Bacon. Well, because he came into power, the cockroaches need to come in and try to disrupt it. So they created a disinformation campaign against the Bacon-backed monarch, saying that, oh, this guy is an absolute monarch, but it's not the absolute monarch that we believe in. It's a different kind of absolute monarch. And that created another divide within the kingdom. And when Charles II died, supposedly of a stroke, his brother came into power, and his brother, James II, is the Jesuit. So did he really die of a stroke, or was he, poisoned or strangled or something to death? We'll never know. And then a couple years later, James II, remember, the Jesuit, he said, let's create the King's Party of Catholics. So he's really trying to infuse the kingdom with more Catholics, with more Jesuits. And then he teamed up with Louis XIV of France, who was also a Jesuit, and they revoked the Protestant Tolerance Edict. Remember, because the Protestant and the Catholics were at war with one another. So what used to be the Protestant can go and they can practice their own faith suddenly was not allowed anymore. And then we had, not only did their edict get revoked, but you had for a couple years, they were all getting either replaced in government, like their offices were getting replaced, or they were killed, or they were exiled. And so now we have the age of alienation, the age of destabilization, which again, super, super cockroach activities. So as the result of all this negative, killing, exile, etc., you had what's called the Glorious Revolution. And this is when the white hat stepped in and said, okay, we got to get rid of James too. But kind of like with Ben and our developers, they want minimal bloodshed. They want to have a transfer of power in the most easygoing way as possible. Yes, there was still a little bit of bloodshed, but it wasn't like a full-blown, full-scale civil war, which is what people were expecting. But then a couple of decades later, you had the Peerage Bill. So the Peerage Bill, in let's call it the most basic sense of the term, is a bill that they proposed to stop election rigging, election fraud. And because they put this bill out to vote in the middle of all this controversy on, should we do it, should we not do it, who's behind it, who's not behind it, we had what's called the Whig Schism. So if you guys remember your English history, you have the Tories and you have the Whigs. And in the beginning, it said the original Whigs were anti-Catholic, anti-liberty, pro-Protestant. The Tories were also anti-Jesuit, pro-Protestant, which means technically they're on the same team, even if they have minor discrepancies over trade and commerce and stuff like that, right? Like more civil disagreements as opposed to religious disagreements. But because of the Whig schism, now suddenly the new Whigs, who then controlled the government through the monarchs like the Jesuit James II, became anti-Protestant, pro-Jesuit. So just like the enlightened despots in the Age of Enlightenment and Scientific Revolution, you have a term that was old and then flipped into the new under the same umbrella of the Whig Party. So I liken them to the rhinos, the Republican in name only. They were technically the Whigs in name only because they were no longer the Whigs, they were the cockroaches instead. So I love this message by Marcy because it truly is. This is an ideology where you're slowly starting to turn the nation on itself. It's total self-sabotage, total self-destruction from the inside out. That's why we are talking about how you don't just want to protect yourselves against the cockroaches at the gates, right? The enemy gates trying to get through your front door. You also have to worry about who on your own home team is turning into a cockroach to sabotage you and what you're trying to build, like with QSI. So here's what gets really fun, the global indoctrination wars. Keep in mind, this is during the Age of Enlightenment. So you had the Jesuits who were really high up at the top of the totem pole of cockroaches, but then they were starting to share their ideas. They wanted everybody to talk about cockroach education. So who were some of them? Well, scientific academies, the Masonic lodges, the salons, coffee houses, etc. And of course, all the printed education was controlled by the cockroaches. So what was their goal? Well, their goal was to undermine the authority of the monarch and the religious officials because they wanted to pave the way for the new political revolution, and they wanted to give themselves all the authority by saying, those are the bad monarchs and those are the bad religious officials, but we are the good monarchs and we are the good religious officials. But notice I underlined Masonic lodges here because they are starting to compete against the Masons, the Jesuits versus the Masons, not knowing that they're actually still technically the same team controlled by the same top people. And one thing that I thought was very interesting was this piece of art, 1794. This is, I don't know if you guys can read it, but it says, a revolutionary new prison aiming to allow for the continual surveillance of each cell. So that's why they're in this circle and they're all spying on one another. And what did that become? Well, that became the Masonic symbol. So it's telling you that they're all there to spy on one another. Okay, so quick recap, 300 years of anti-Pope, anti-Jesuit revolution. This is the white hats trying to come in and help course correct. So I won't go into all of them. You can read them on your own. I'll post the PDF as well. But you can see how there are a whole bunch of different movements all throughout 300 years. But I highlighted 3 because the Reformation Parliament, that was when, King Henry VIII, Church of England, really split from what the Catholics were trying to do, right? So they had their own little, we're going to reestablish Protestantism. But then in the aftermath of that, 4 years later, the Jesuit order was founded because they had to go, whoa, what we tried to do was splitting the Protestant and the Catholics and, taking them over didn't work. So we need a new methodology, a new strategy. And our new strategy is the creation of the Jesuit order. But because the Jesuit order came about and they were trying to take control of everything, we have Bacon and his team of Baconists or Baconians. And they created this scientific revolution, the early version of it, because they're trying to say, oh, crap, the Jesuits are taking over. How do we combat that? Let's teach people, use your intuition, do your own research, become educated, become enlightened, rely on your own divine connection with source, and stop listening to the Jesuits. And so they obviously failed on that mission. The Jesuits still came back, but we had all these different attempts of white hats trying to come back in and course correct. So the Jesuit suppression, this is the opposite side. This is where all the monarchs of the different countries came together and they also tried to squash the infestation of the Jesuit cockroaches. And they were almost eradicated by the end of the 1700s because look how many movements there were across all these different countries in the world saying, we reject you, we banish you, we exile you, we don't want you in our countries anymore. And if you look here, it says in 1773, the Pope abolished the Jesuit order and there was no resistance. Well, why was there no resistance? Well, it's because they went underground again, guys. Pain in the ass gang. So they started operating underground, and because of not only Catherine the Great, but a couple other monarchs who resisted the suppression, they were able to keep the operation going, right? So it was mostly focused in China, Russia, Prussia, and the USA. And then by 1814, the Pope finally restored the Jesuit order. So I just want to note one thing, because we talked about the black sun in the Osaka architecture. Well, this is the Jesuit symbol, another black sun, another occult symbol. Okay, so what happened as a result of the Jesuits? Well, because they were getting a lot of pushback, they had to branch off again into another version. And this version is known as the Congregation of the Mission, or CM. And the founder is named Vincent de Paul. So sometimes they're called the Vicentians. But because they also partnered with the Lazarites, the Lazarites were the ones who were helping like the lepers, heal the lepers during those eras. The Templars and stuff like that. That was those eras. They started working together, and they used that as almost a cover story to say, hey, we're going to help you, treat your sick people, heal them. But what they were doing is actually more missionary trips to command and control, just like what Nick was saying. So in 1633, they received the official papal bull officiating this group, the Lazarites or the Vicentians, right? They're both the same things. And these were some of the different missions. So the 1600s all throughout, they had, a whole bunch of different missions. And then in 1655, the Pope confirmed the organization, and then they changed the constitution and they said, we now have a new constitution based on the Jesuit model. And so whatever they were doing that was, maybe in partnership with actually helping people got shifted, because now their instruction was instruct the poor, train the clergy, and go on foreign mission trips. So they were now specifically told to go on mission trips and in some cases take over the Jesuit work from their predecessor. So in the example of China, when they kept getting rejected from China, instead of sending more and more Jesuits who were being rejected, they sent Lazarites instead. And the Lazarites pretended to not be the Jesuits, even though they were under the same model of the Jesuit constitution. So now let's get to the end of the 1700s, the French Revolution. Well, Napoleon and those guys, they plundered the Saint Lazare Hospital. And when you plundered the hospital, well, that's where they kept a lot of the wealth, like what Hawkeyes was mentioning earlier, right? Because they're trying to capture all the bounty. Well, they captured the hospital, which captured the bulk of the wealth. And so that effectively suppressed the Lazarites for a couple decades. But then, the Pope and Napoleon, they kept clashing back and forth. And even though Napoleon was able to suppress them, but the order was again restored in 1816, right? So it's a lot of back and forth for many decades, because Napoleon was fighting the Pope and they were winning, and then they lost, and then they won, and then they lost, right? So it's that. But then in 1871, they were finally expelled from Italy and from Germany. So we're starting to see the White Hats taking control again, little by little. And so now let's go to Napoleon, because Napoleon was poking the popes. I mentioned in the last slide, he defeated the papal army at the end of the 1700s, but then at the beginning of the 1800s, he had a concordat, which basically is like an agreement of sorts. And in this agreement, he declared that Roman Catholicism would be France's chief religion, but under the condition that they reorganized everything instead. So a lot of people were forced to resign. It was kind of like a mutual agreement where both sides, won a little bit of something, and they were both happy with it. But then the next year rather, France decided we are going to append it, and we're going to forbid the Pope from having any jurisdiction in France unless it has our explicit approval. And so because Napoleon poked the Pope had to poke back. So, 2 years later, actually, this is a funny story. You guys probably remember either from the books or reading in history or watching the movie, but 2 years later, when Napoleon was getting crowned as the Holy Roman Emperor, the Pope went there to go and consecrate him, but as he was giving the crown to Napoleon, Napoleon took the crown and he crowned himself. Again, that was another poke to the Pope. So he's saying, you have no authority to ordain me, I'm going to self-ordain. And then he put the crown onto his wife as well, right? So lots of poking going on. And then in 4 years later, Napoleon occupied Rome again. So another papal war. Then he annexed the papal states, and that really pissed off the Pope. So now the Pope is working together with all the other monarchs who are anti-Napoleon and pro-Jesuits, and they're having another war. So in 1814, they finally defeated, before that, 1813, Napoleon kidnapped the Pope, and he brought him over to France, and he was basically humiliating and poking him, for a whole year. Then the next year, there finally was that civil war / war where the Pope worked together with the other monarchs to then defeat Napoleon. So after he was defeated, then the Pope was restored, the Papal States were restored, and the Jesuits were also restored. So see how you have so many different factions going on. They're all warring against one another, but it makes sense why the dates all match how the actual military wars are happening. So here's just a funny story. This was, I think last year, I was watching the movie Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix, and I was like, dang, that Tsar Nicholas was very sneaky, because when Napoleon marched onto Moscow to try to destroy the Russians, Moscow burned its own city. So they evacuated the city first, and then they burned the city. So by the time Napoleon marched over there, it was, approaching wintertime. It was like, I think October or November timeline. It was getting colder. They would have no supplies except for the supplies they brought with them. But because they suffered so many defeats marching into Moscow, their supplies and their manpower was severely limited. Then they get to Moscow and they have no supplies because the city's been burned to the ground. So after being there for a couple more weeks, they're like, crap, we got to leave because the people aren't here for us to fight, and we have no supplies to stay, and winter's coming. So they had to go and basically tuck tail and retreat. So I said, he probably founded Sneaky University, and Ben was like, well, we have history lessons about this. They're definitely a big sneaky story that I'm sure there's way more that maybe we'll learn when we get to FSB training in the future. But so that's how I came to the conclusion that Napoleon wasn't just pro-Protestant or pro-white hats. He was just power hungry. He just wanted to defeat everybody. And that's why he wanted to defeat the Pope. He wanted to defeat Russia. He wanted to defeat everybody who wasn't him, right? He was just power hungry. So Catherine the Great, I'm now hereby renaming her as Catherine the Crap, because Catherine the Crap almost single-handedly restored the Jesuit order. So we all know from the prior D class with Pugachev that Pugachev had come in and basically was trying to knock down the Jesuits and this and that. And then Peter III was the husband of Catherine the Crap, but Peter III died and Catherine the Crap took over. So when that happened, it basically started the age of enlightenment or unenlightenment in Russia. Right, so you had all that nonsense, all that cockroachiness going on, but then simultaneously, remember, birth of new cities, new universities, new education, all false education. And because Catherine the Crap was a Jesuit, even though the order was given for the Jesuits to stand down, she didn't abide by it. There were certain other monarchs, like in Prussia, Frederick the Crap also, who said, well, we won't abide by you, but we're not going to go full force and try to, do anything. We're just going to allow them to stay. But Catherine the Crap was different. And she said, instead of just allowing you to be and not exiling you or imprisoning you, we're actually going to help you to rebuild. So she helped to fund a lot of other chapters all over the world to reestablish the order before the official order came from the Pope later on. So one interesting thing to note is Catherine the Crap's grandson is King Sausage Fingers Philip of England. Okay, so the Jesuit Restoration, as we just talked about, Catherine the Crap helped to restore the Jesuits, and in conjunction with some of the other help from the other countries, but she really led the Restoration Order. She defended them openly. She allowed them to proselytize openly. And you see how, year after year, this reconstituted, that reconstituted. So all these other countries all over the world reconstituting. And look, it says they established Russian chapters of the Jesuit order in other countries too. So even though Alexander I withdrew his official patronage from the Jesuits 2 years later, because there are just too many cockroaches all over the world because of Catherine the Crap, the Pope was still able to come back after Napoleon was defeated, and all of the Pope's allies came and rescued him. He was able to restore the Jesuit order. And then a couple years later, Alex expelled all the Jesuits officially from Russia. Okay, so before we go into Two Toes D class, Does anybody have any comments?
You know, listening to this and seeing this timeline in history, like it really gives a new meaning to like why we call these people cockroaches. You know what I mean? Like how many times they try and smash these little evil whatever, you know, I'll keep the language clean here. Like they just can't do it. And it's like part of me goes to, gosh, why is it taking so long? And maybe they couldn't do it because the technology wasn't there, and that's why it's kind of different now. That's sort of one thought I have. But I also think it's like a good reminder for us in QSI. You know what I mean? Like it's real easy to look back on history and go, oh, there were evil people back then. But it's hard for people, everybody, but even the 3D world to go, yeah, Hitler was an evil man back then, but evil doesn't exist today or something. And it's a good reminder. Like they've been doing this for millennium. It's the same thing they're doing to like good people and the truthers and everything. Like you could see it happening to these other channels. They're all falling victim to this same cockroach pattern. We're here at QSI kind of resisting, which is just awesome. And they're not going to beat us, but it's like they're still around. We still have to be aware of them and just be conscious of it. I mean, all that history you just laid out, like all I could do is sort of follow the patterns. I could see why you challenge someone to maybe put together a timeline, but God, like you just can't kill all these damn cockroaches. Like they've been trying for so hard for so long. And again, it's just a good reminder that it's still going on today and they're still attacking us. This isn't just like it's not some game or some narrative someone's making up. Like we have to stay on guard till we kind of get to like the other side of this. So that was just sort of my big takeaway from those couple of seconds.
I love that, Jason. And it reminds me of that really funny meme I've seen somewhere. Somebody posted it of the cockroach, and they're like, the only way to kill a cockroach is with a rolled up newspaper. And it's funny because that's how a lot of people kill a cockroach. But if you think about the actual symbolism behind it, newspaper represents knowledge. So if you actually, DYOR and you get educated, you can kill a cockroach with your education and your knowledge.
I didn't realize that. So thank you. That's funny. I never understood that one, but that's awesome.
There's tremendous similarities between the Khazarians and the Jesuits. The Khazarians eventually took over Judaism. So they would run things, and then they discovered that the evil people kick them out. They kick out the Jesuits too. Then the Khazarians go underground, and they're still operating, and Jesuits go underground, and then they resurface again somewhere else, and the Khazarians resurface. So they're all intertwined, basically, the Khazarian Jews and the Jesuits. They're working hand in hand together. So it wasn't really a separation of religions. They were really both doing the same things in their own religious circles. So it's amazing how you see the similarities. Like they would run things for a while, then they discover what they were trying to do, kick them out. They go underground, go somewhere else, kick them out again, and eventually they gained all the power because they were continuing to operate and influence people.
Absolutely, Nick. And so if we take that same parallel, and we were just discussing how, like in this case, you've got the Khazarians, you've got the Jesuits, and the Vincentians/Lazarites, and you have all the other orders that came about, but they're all, heads of the same snake. We have your Brian Blackmores, you have your Miriam Cockroaches. And so it doesn't matter if you're a Rocky or a Mike Olson, or now, Ree and Roll Tide, or Mama Bear and Jamie C, and all those guys, they're all following Satan. Satan is the one controlling it, like the puppet master, and these people are just the entities that have the hijacking on them. So they're all branches of the same big devil.
I just wanted to say that, like Jason, you were saying that, how many times you tried to smash them, they're always, they're already, like multiplied 10,000s of times. But there is one difference in this moment, and we know what it is. It's Stellar, and Stellar makes controlling of those possible. And what it means basically is that even if there would be cockroaches in their head and with the relationship with the devil or whoever for certain times of period, they will not be able to use their powers because they don't have any access to money or gold or anything. So I think this is where we come to the tipping point that, That's true. We lacked the infrastructure for stopping them, and we lacked the good guys, because even they would try to bribe somebody, they would not. It wouldn't be possible anymore. So I think that this is why we see so much of the attacks and the manipulation and everything, because they know that this is their kind of like last moments, and let them like they're gonna just drop dead everybody. I mean, like in that energetic sense. I'm not wishing any harm to any person, but I'm wishing this whole manipulation of hundreds years and thousands of years to end, and it will end with us. And this is why we are here.
Yeah, their success came by bankrolled by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds hired people to basically create the Illuminati in conjunction with the Jesuits. So money is the life's blood of all of this corruption and the power and everything else. So what Stellar's doing is taking away that power by taking away their control of the money and basically handing it back to the people so that they can't use that as a manipulative tool, which is the top tool of all time to be able to manipulate people. They're taking it away from them. So, yeah, it's amazing. We're living in amazing times.
Hey, I want to say one more thing, like taking away their ability to like bribe with the financial, like I think that's huge. And I'm not saying the next one's any bigger or worse, but also the truth that's coming out and being disclosed is going to be stored on Stellar and it can never be changed again. So we go back to like, I don't know, my funny story. Well, how easily we're manipulated, or how it takes 2 or 3 generations to like completely wipe the history. And or just like that story Emily was saying, like, well, my grandma did it and the grandma did it, but like they didn't have the, like, they had books and stuff, but like they couldn't go search. Now that we're gonna have all this truth coming out and stored on Stellar so it can never go anywhere, like that might almost be bigger than like cutting out the finances of these cockroaches, because they can't change and manipulate and change what this emperor said 500 years later, and everybody just goes along with it. So I don't know. It's the money and the truth aspect too. But yeah, it's Stellar, and maybe we had to wait this long to get all this technology before they could actually do this. That's why it took so long. I don't really know. It's kind of fun to think about, but no, I'm glad. I don't know. It's exciting.
It's not
Um,
just the bribing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just a quick comment. And absolutely, Jason, we have to have the infrastructure to support the new strategy. Otherwise, it doesn't work. But to your comment about the books, remember that books weren't even there like always, right? Back then you were like chiseling things into stone or on trees or whatever, and then eventually you had books. But then the printing press was controlled by the cabal. That was part of the John Dee class. And so the cockroaches were controlling the printing press, but in the beginning, you could only buy books if you were wealthy. So it was always about manipulating whoever had access to the information, which is why we had to decentralize and make it free information. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was just going to say what you said basically is that not only the bribery, but they owned everything. They owned the media, they owned education, they owned medicine, they owned energy, they owned every single thing that influences anybody in society. So if you own everything, you can basically get people to do whatever you want because of, again, stemming from the fact that they had the wealth to buy all those industries, to buy all the people. So it always goes back to the money aspect of it at the top of the chain, because without the money, they would not be able to buy the industries, buy the people and all that stuff. So taking the money away, the money away from them is the biggest, the hugest thing, because that's how you'll stop that from ever happening again.
And think about it, they are so upset and trying to manipulate people to thinking that we are the ones who are taking money from the devs and from the ICO. So it means that they are basically obsessed with money, and they are, like telling that who is like the sorry ass who is believing this project, and we need to protect you from these scammers. And so it just means that they are really, really seeing the change, and they understand that we are changing it. But the obsession with money is obvious. It comes from all over the message.
For me, I was just listening through, and it's just kind of funny because the Black Hats basically every time they went underground, except for the people that were directly working with, and in that time of chaos, whether it was war or disinformation campaigns and stuff, I feel like it was the same trick cockroach over and over again. And I feel like the Black Hats thought they were getting away with it and tricking the whatever dynasty or whatever kingdom or whatever government or centralized power that they kind of properly tricked in the time. But I feel like the White Hat's been obviously logging all this data every single, every 100 years, 50 years, whatever the cycles are. They built this massive data set. So basically they're like, 20 couple thousand moves ahead of the Black Hats because the Black Hats try to use the printing presses, use wars to wipe out history, wipe out countries to get rid of, people catching on to their playbook when they try to use it the next cycle around. And they think they're getting away with it. But the White Hats obviously have been building the super data sets and basically making it so they can never use this playbook ever again. And I feel like Black Hats like wrote history and made themselves the victor and wrote themselves as like the masters of war and basically the ones coming out on top. But basically they're just repeating the same thing, and the White Hats are probably laughing in the background and just logging. Okay, they did the same thing again in this dynasty. Great, we're gonna block this using the XYZ tactics. So it's like I just see kind of the military movements of the White Hats getting better and better in the background, while I'm sure the Black Hats are getting infiltrated every single cycle round too, thinking that they're getting ahead, basically getting away with tricking a lot of the people around them in the different power structures. So I thought that was kind of hilarious.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that's one of the big reasons, guys. If you look at keyword search formula, I use the word formula a lot because I always say, just like Mambo's slide at the very beginning of this call, you have your Black Hat and your White Hat, and you have all the adjectives and the actions, and it's always the same formula throughout 2 millennia, 2.5 millennia. And so if people will go and they will learn, they will memorize what these qualities look like, it's so much easier to go and figure out what is the formula and then identify it when you see a new version of it. That's why, it was hard for me to see Miriam because I was totally brand new, but with every infiltration, I get it faster and faster. And then it's not just me, because we're teaching this to everybody in QSI. More and more people are learning, they're more awake, they're helping to teach other people, right? So we're growing and we're creating this big Hogwarts, or this defense against the dark arts lesson for everyone to learn from. And that's really important because that ties again into how the quantum algorithms are using generative intuitive AI/ML to data scrape what we are teaching to set the foundation for the new quantum algorithms. So it's not just QSI that understands this, but literally the whole world will also eventually learn how to identify cockroaches and stomp on them.
When I was listening to Jason and Jaska, I was thinking, all this shows us why we need Stellar, what Jaska exactly said. And if we look at all this, is the small game. So the small game is this queen in this country, is this monarch here, is this Jesuits there. This is the small game that they need. But there is a bigger game. There is a bigger something that is happening, that is the hijacking of the whole energy humanity exchange and converting in this system towards the end. So we know that. So why is this stellar indispensable? Because it needs to be the whole net that needs to be protected, and that the heart-to-heart exchange is encouraged at the same time that we individually raise to that game. So this is the what, and the how is there in your presentation. So it's not a coincidence that they call it enlightenment, despotism, or they call the group Illuminati. It's not a coincidence. So what does the New Age movement show and teach? And the symbol of the Masons is the third eye. Why? Because we have an inner portal. So this is the only way they can kidnap us, through our inner portal. This is why all the energy things are at the end one. You are opening one portal. And they want us, and this is shown in the movie. What is the name of the Frodo? The Lord of the Rings. So how are the entities in the world? How can they get the information? How can they get their strategy? Through us, through our eyes. So when Emily talks with Ivan and Ben, they are blind. They cannot access that information. They don't know. But through Ray, they can see. So this is why this is so important, and they want it, because then they can be in the world. and they can control it. But if you open your eye through the heart, because the third eye is the opening to the quantum, and they live in the astral, they are a little bit there. But if you open it through the heart, then you access the angelic realm, the light. And this is you opening it. You don't need to do anything. If your energy comes naturally, you see, I mean, Emily, I've never heard you talking about open anything, because you don't need, because your energy comes naturally through the system, and slowly through the connection, it will open. In the movies, we always have the angel and the demon, you see, because these connect with both. It depends how you open, and this is why the healing as well. So everything is related. And if we do this, they cannot be in the world, they cannot see, they cannot act, because they do it through us. It's amazing how it's all there.
Speaking to that, in the Art of War, there's a section that says, if you know yourself and you know the enemy, you will win. You could go to 100 battles and win every time. It's important that we know that demon and the angel is on both sides, and that you know which voice is talking to you. And so if you read the Jesuit oath, if you've read the Jesuit oath, that's like their playbook. You can just read that oath and you would get that playbook, because they wrote it down in their oath. And it's just interesting to me that the Jesuits were the ones that were, infiltrating all around the earth, or, in every nation. But it's the same playbook as all the cockroaches. You read that oath and you get that knowledge. You don't want to know them too intimately, obviously, but you want to know how they operate. So if you, just like Manuel was saying, okay, you got that third eye, but then they don't operate through that heart center, right? So once you make that connection between the head and the heart through your voice, the bridge of your voice, that's what creates the opening to know what they're up to, but also just operating out of your own divine will, as opposed to being cut off when you don't speak up. And that was a big thing that we saw with that cockroach infiltration, is so many of us didn't speak up, right? Because we didn't bridge that down to the heart. So I just thought that was interesting to be able to know their playbook, but know yours and theirs just as well, so that you know how to combat it, I guess you would say.
I have to add, can I add one thing? I was thinking about the same thing, Mabo, as you were saying, that I think that since we have so many, like maybe traumas, or we haven't gotten used to keep our own sides, we're not supposed to speak up, because Kabbalah has taught us through the generations that, you don't talk against people, or you don't talk against groups, and just keep on your line. And I think the finding of your own voice is so hugely important, because, for example, what happened in Finnish group, people didn't speak up. I mean, there was 500 people and only maybe a handful spoke up. And this was such an amazing experience to me, like, why don't people, say what they think, or say what they need, or say what they want to know? So I think that we are just, taking baby steps towards the encouragement and the strength and the power through this process, which is stellar also. And we are learning as we go along, about, like, okay, do I dare say what I really think, or do I say what I see? Because I think that people, they don't connect that heart, throat, mind, spirit connection in themselves, and that's why they are so scared of speaking out.
It's also the authority bias that Emily and I covered in trading psychology. Okay, so you have a guy on TV that comes and says, I run $1 trillion in money, so you should listen to me. And the person says, well, the guy's running $1 trillion. He must be an authority. He must be an expert. So I'm not going to, go with what I think. I'm going to go with what he thinks. Rhea and Nicole were basically the authorities in our eyes, saying, okay, well, Emily put her stamp of approval on them, so therefore they're authorities. So I'm not going to listen to what I'm seeing myself. I'm going to listen to what they're telling me. That's the perfect manipulation of the authority bias, which exists in all different areas, but that's what they used essentially to do what they did.
So I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome all the wildflowers. Please speak up, even if to say hi, because you need to practice opening your throat. And opening your throat will happen in layers because you think, oh my gosh, I healed it. But some trauma hides so well, you won't know it until something triggers you, either anger or depression or mourning something. Then all of a sudden, you want to speak up. You're going to feel muscle, literally, like in the movie Silence of the Lamb, when you see that guy, just think of wearing the mask. What are they doing to us? They're muzzling us, right? Especially women. A lot of time we are muzzled. Why? Because we have that voice. We are very powerful, but we've been dominated so much for whatever reason. So we really need to speak up. And for men, you are being dominated too. So you got to let go. Thank you.
Yeah, which is funny because nowadays, earlier, women were more suppressed and they were starting, to bring that cultural feeling like, okay, women need to be, like powerful and have more voice, but the men are put down. So it's like they're controlling everything. They try to manipulate all of us from the birth to old age. When you grow too old, you're going to put into older, people house and, like separate us, muffle us and, take all our money, and it's not going to happen anymore. I'm so happy about it.
You notice in all the religions there's no women. In the Catholic Church, there's no women priests. In the Jewish religion, there's no women rabbis. In the other religions, there's no women at all. In fact, in the early church, a woman was not even allowed to step on the altar. It was considered a sacrilege if they put their foot on, because women represent power and knowledge also, because your mother, you're born from your mother, you're not born from your father. So that was a threat of power, and they eliminated women totally from all the religious organizations totally eliminated women. That's not coincidence. They did it intentionally.
Liana, go ahead.
I was just going to go off of talking about the silencing of humanity, and I think that part of the tactic for doing that, and we see that through the presentation, also bouncing off of what Yaska was saying, is using information and knowledge and siloing it and concentrating it only into the hands of these that were, trying to control everything. Because and we see this a lot in our family too, QSI, part of the reason that some people don't speak up is because they're still building that discernment, and they're still building their own research skills and looking for this information for themselves. And we see this all through humanity too, that when the few here at the top control all of this information and they've manipulated it in such a way that the people below them, that they've built this tiered system, the knowledge is either distorted or the truth is very hard to find, if it even is there at all to be found. And so this has an effect of silencing people, because they not only do they not want to question those that are in power and with this perceived authority, but they don't really have the tools and the resources in their hands to stand up and use their voice. So a lot of it, I think comes down to arming yourself with the truth and with the knowledge and information that is out there. And so that's why when we talk about doing your own research and arming yourself, I know I have learned just through my own little, and I've talked about this a couple of times, the own little research project that, Emily has had asked me to do too. I learned a whole lot of things that I I had sort of this vague abstract concept of, but then being able to concretize that in such a way that my confidence was built and my centeredness in the truth was already there, but from a different perspective. I come from more the spiritual side of it. And so being able to come from this other practical side was really helpful for me to really solidify that and make it absolute. And so throughout history, when we see this, that we have the control of the government and the education and the spirituality and all these different silos that they've sort of concentrated their power and authority and information, and then they've just trickled it out little by little to humanity, but keeping us in this state of basically just ignorance. And what we do know is distorted. And so being able to stand up and call things out, we think, well, this is just the way it has been for so long. What tools do we have to really challenge it with? And that those two, the biggest of those tools is one, the resources, which Stellar is addressing, the financial part of it, and then also the truth and the knowledge, which, like Jason was saying earlier, all of this information being pooled onto Stellar is immutable. You can't change it anymore. You can't distort it, you can't alter it, you can't hide it. It's there and it's for everyone. And so it restores that power and then the resources that we need to be able to stand up when we do see the corruption and the signs that, you know, things are they're trying to take over again.
Emily's kind of like Mr. Miyagi in the Karate Kid. Like she's like, why don't you do this little write-up on this thing that we're doing on the Federal Reserve and on, you know, Francis Bacon and on Saint Germain. And like, yeah, all right, I'll do that. And then you don't realize, like you're learning, like he's saying, wax on, wax off. And then later on he says, show me this, wax on, and you realize, wow, I just learned a whole bunch of things without even knowing it. She's like, yeah, you want to do this little live stream of me? And then all of a sudden, like, whoa, man, I know a lot of stuff now. So she's a little sneak when it comes to getting us to learn in a way that we don't even realize that we're actually learning when it's happening until later.
I was actually just talking about that the other day, Nick, because I said the same thing. I said, if she ever gives you a project, don't turn it down because she sees there's something in there for you to learn that you don't realize you're about to learn yet.
Question.
Mimsy, did you want to say something earlier?
A lot of y'all have already covered a lot what I was going to say, but going back through all of this history, you can really see how, you know, the old adage, perception is reality. So the people that are in charge can influence your perception, which changes reality. And you know, they go in, the Jesuits, I mean, they go in and they change how you think, how you feel, and they put themselves back into power. And even though people came in and you could see, okay, maybe these are not who we want, but the next thing you know, they've changed the perception. And like you said, that they were like the new Whig party or whatever, like they just, you know, they tried to change their stripes, so to speak, but they were still the same tiger they were before. But you know, and one of the things that I have learned in my life is how you control people is you put this niceness is next to godliness. You know, it's not nice to confront people. It's not nice to call people out on their BS. And so you feel like you're the enemy because you've stepped up and said, no, that's wrong and you don't need to do it. Well, all of a sudden, when you confront people for their BS, then you feel like you put yourself on display and that you have put yourself as a target. And people are scared of that. People are scared of standing up against the beast. And we look back through history and all of this, you know, like Pugachev, all these people that have stepped in, the white hats that have come in, each time they got better and better, yes. But one of the times that they were defeated was that, you know, people didn't stand behind them. People didn't support them. They would stand back and say, you know, I kind of agree with them, but, you know, let's just watch and see how this plays out. You know, I mean, wars are lost because good men stay silent. I mean, and we are going to have to no longer be silent anymore. And we are going to have to back people up and say, no, you're not doing this anymore. Because that's what happened in QSI, really. I mean, they came in and it wasn't nice to say, you know, to Suze, you're rude or whatever, you know, and you're not even connecting with the intel that we're getting, you know. I mean, we were silent about it and when we were seeing it. And that's one of the things I want to connect with what the cockroaches do and how they get away with it, because we don't stand up, we don't speak up, and they just keep pushing. And, you know, so silence is an enemy to the truth. So that's what I had to add.
Thank you, Mimsy, for bringing that up. That actually ties a lot of different things that I had thinking, you know, from a lot of different comments. But if you think about like why people don't say certain words or take certain actions because you're waiting for the white hats to do it, but then what do we find out about the white hats? Well, they're the archangels and other divine beings that we're working with. So literally the archangels are the one going, screw you, we're squashing you, which is the opposite of what we think about an archangel being like, kind of stuff, right? So we're waking up to the truth of the power of the archangel and how do they get where they are? Well, they got where they are because they're able to rally the troops behind them. So that brings me to somebody else is talking about basically how like nobody really knew, and so they were silenced. Actually, a couple of you are talking about that. So I want to give you guys a quick history / background. I've mentioned this in posts before, but just to reiterate on this call, in 2022, when we first started getting attacked by Miriam Rocky and the original Khazarian Cabal gang, because I didn't know who I could trust, because our team had been infiltrated so much, I had to ban around 80% of the admins. And so I was doing all of the security by my own, because again, I didn't know, you know, was Freaky good, was Freaky not good, who was part of that team. So instead of, you know, furthering stellar knowledge and handling the channel, I went into protection mode and I just started mass banning anybody who was pro cockroach, defending the cockroach, speaking ill, whatever it was, but thousands and thousands of people, I just started banning. Now, some of those people I either banned accidentally, maybe shouldn't have done that. Maybe they just genuinely had a question as opposed to having a negative intention for asking the question and stirring up the flooding. So I admit to that. But what happened was over time, but especially as we come into 2023 and the whole exposure of WHIP channel, when that happened again, I was like, okay, I can't keep this hidden anymore because he and I were only fighting in our private messages. But when I banned him from my private message, he took the fight to the public channel. So it's channel versus channel. And I was trying to explain to people as it was happening live time. And if you guys notice in my posts, I never once attacked him. I only defended in response to him. And I was trying to explain to people in the post, well, the reason why he's saying that, or, you know, believing that, or the scammers, this and that, is because X, Y, and Z. And if you guys will do the research, you will see that he's believing in the not real John F. Kennedy Jr., just a scammer. But people still didn't really believe in 2023. Some did, and most didn't. So there was still a lot of FUD, still a lot of confusion in 2023 until the end of that year. Something happened, and then slowly, you know, people started to wake up, I would say, more exponentially. But then this year, 2024, that lightning of people getting zapped and really understanding went light speed. And we were very upfront, very open about all the people that we were banning, why they were controversial, why they were bad entities. And so incidents like Somi and Ollie Doc, Serge, Reroll Tide, the Cockroach Motel, even lately with, you know, Jamie C and Mama Bear, Debbie Taylor and, you know, her husband and all those people coming to support. We do this openly because, again, we want you guys to learn, understand the formula, understand the strategy, be able to visualize it for yourself so you can interpret this in your own life too. So again, it's all about learning, educating people, like what, you know, David was saying earlier, Jason was saying earlier, that people were not educated. We want to educate people on this because people just don't know enough about this. So we're doing our best to try to expose the truth and help to get rid of all the falsehoods in between. And so I liken it to, you know, one of my origin stories, Hawkeyes, you mentioned about muzzling. And I've mentioned on multiple calls, multiple posts that when I was a little kid, I was almost mute. I had almost no friends. My parents had to force play dates because I didn't talk to anybody except for my family. And so they forced me to start speaking. There was even one time, I think I was in maybe middle school, but my mom was like, you have to go and, you know, no, high school. You had to go and look for a job. And I was like, how am I going to do that? And that was before the dawn of, you know, online resume passing. So she said, okay, well, we're going to buy you some resume paper, type up your resume, and you're going to walk into all these different buildings and hand your resume out to the HR team. And I was like, well, how am I going to find them? And what do I say when I get there? She goes, anything. Even if it's just to say hi, hand the paper over and run away. That's totally okay too, because she said the whole point of this exercise was not for you to say the right words. It's for you to practice even just speaking publicly in general, because over time you will find your voice. So look at me now, blabbermouth, 4, 5, 6, 7 hour D-class calls with you guys. It would have never started if I wasn't beaten with that tiger Asian mom stick to say, hey, you got to go and speak in front of your class and pass out your resumes to random people and look for the HR team. And think about, a lot of people have practiced martial arts. You weren't born to be a master of, kung fu or jujitsu or ninjutsu. You had to be trained this way. So we are now here trying to train people to become the guardians. That's why it's so important to learn. And you can't become a guardian if you continue to be a wallflower and you don't engage and you don't learn stellar. So any final comments before we wrap up this section?
I just want to say one thing about this process of becoming guardian, or, useful component for stellar and to serve stellar. I think that, this is the kind of like a reality glitch that people have, is because they are used at looking at themselves as they are at this moment. So they are only looking at what they see in the mirror and what they see in the history book of their life. And they don't really understand the fact that, we are being trained all the time, and the training will go further and further, and there will be possibilities, and there will be tech and machines, and we're going to have brains like, super AI computer. But the gap between this reality and what is to become is quite far still. So I think that people, if they, I don't know what would be the mechanism for teaching them that, what is to become, because they first need to want it. They first need to want the position. But if they don't trust that they have the ability, it becomes, like a egg and a chicken, problematic. But I just wanted to bring this out and to say, everybody who's watching, that I think it's absolutely crucial that you start looking yourself as a child that is being brought to totally new world and to be trained into these new abilities, and like enhance your body, enhance your mind, and you're going to learn everything gradually, and you will become like the highest master of yourself that you can actually never even, I don't think that we can even imagine it. But so we are basically talking about people who have to speak up, because that is the first step. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, and speaking up is not, it's not just about us getting to know them, which is obviously very, very important. That's why we want people to speak up. But the other thing is, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you can't speak about it, it's worthless. So if you can't speak out about what you know, and you want, the whole purpose is to educate people. If you can't speak out about it, it doesn't matter if you're the smartest person in the world, because you're not able to share your knowledge. So that's the, big reason why you got to start getting into the mode of being able to speak out about things that you know, and also to share your knowledge and your experiences.
Another thing, knowledge, if you think about it, can be and should be viewed as an asset. Think about that. Knowledge. Each of us has knowledge to some degree. So what does that mean? We are abundantly rich because we have knowledge. Now we just need to share it, right? So why do they silence us? Because that is a very invaluable asset. So if they keep us dumb, they keep us fearful, they keep us hungry and scared, they have control of us. So now we have to break free.
Go ahead, Jason.
I'll say this too. I mean, some of the comments in here regarding the wallflowers is that we're specifically talking about is speaking out on camera. If you guys had any idea how nervous I was the first time I even got an Ohio call, or the first big leader call I got on here, I almost claimed I was sick and didn't come on. It was just brutal. So, but for me, I started speaking up in chat more. So maybe even the first step is don't be a wallflower and actually make that post. You know what I mean? Like even just write it down. Stop being scared that someone else said it, or it's too late, or what if I get jumped on? Screw all that and forget the public speaking. I mean, I still am pretty nervous about this, but I've come a long way. But even first step is just when you get a little zap and you think about something in chat, just put it out there. And it kind of goes back to like, we all have these thoughts in our, okay, let me say this. So Emily, when you were in around Thanksgiving, you were in Cincinnati, you were talking, and I think it was Russ said something like, I got all these thoughts, but how do you speak it so good out loud? And your answer was, well, it's just practice. You said something like, I used to have all these thoughts in my head, and the first time I tried to get them out, I sounded like a hot, like I'm doing now, garbled mess or something like that. And it's just, it's practice. And like my practice in QSI was doing all those posts, and not only the learning you get from that, but just the connecting all these things, getting the thoughts. One good step is at least in the typing, as opposed to like to jump into speaking in public. So I don't know. There was a tie there, and I just had to say that.
I 100%
Ask Emily about my first call with her. That'll give you the answer. Now she's like, you got to do a call with me. I'm like, I don't really want to do a call. I don't do calls. So that's a whole other.
Definitely, guys. So I'll end on a final comment, then we'll close out this section, take a 15-minute intermission and come back. But you know, we mentioned earlier, how do we, I think it was you, Yaska, who asked the question, how do we do this more? Well, first of all, we have to remember it's free will. We can't force anyone to learn. As much as I try to, I can't walk to your house and beat you over with the Tiger Mom stick. So all I can do is send you emojis of the frog beating you with a stick instead. But since we can't force, we have to allow people to have their free will. And in the meantime, all we can do is lead by example. Because what was previously me teaching, then suddenly all these other people going, hey, well, I can post an article. And then it became many people posting articles. And then I was like, hey, by the way, guys, do you mind if instead of just putting the link, can you add some commentary? You know, maybe put a couple lines or a couple paragraphs of what the main salient points are. Maybe underline, bold, put a couple emojis to really emphasize what the big points are. If you can you connect it to prior posts, prior lessons? So that, you know, we have a whole bunch of people, including Jason, who are masters at that too. And so that really helps teach other people and show other people they can do it too. And then you take it to another level. And I posted about this when I was pulling my white hat op on Ree, when I gave her the promotion of not being CEO, but doing the CEO work. And I said, you're now going to do all the stellar research and the D-class calls. If you guys remember in that post, I talked about how the more you study stellar and you get to the full understanding of what stellar truly is and what it really means, the more epiphanies you will have too. And so behind the scenes in the last couple of months, but I really started to notice it when I had asked Liana to do that sneaky project that we'll present in a couple weeks for you guys. But when she was starting to work on the sneaky project behind the scenes, she was like, oh my gosh, and I see this and this and this. And I'm like, yeah, I'm cheering her on. I'm the biggest cheerleader. And then I'm starting to see, you know, Manuel and Yaska and Hawkeyes and Mimsy, they're also having very similar epiphanies around the same time. Not exactly the same train of thought, but parallel trains of thought, which they can then piggyback off of one another. And then I post a lot of them into the main channel. It's because a lot of people are now starting to have the true stellar epiphany awakening. And then that will also show a lot of other people that they are also on the right path. And there are way more of you than there I have actually posted to the main channel. And when I get through the second part of this section, but of course, with part 2 of the call on the 27th with Potato Head, then you guys will understand why it's such a massive deal to study stellar. So let's go ahead and take a pause now. And Manuel, did you want to add something?
Yeah, yes, 30 seconds, because, you know, I was thinking when Jaska spoke and you spoke about how do people there, you know, how do they start to speak? And, you know, for me, it's love. And then you think, what does love has to do with anything? Well, our capacity to speak and show ourselves is connected to how much we see our own beauty, how much we're able to do that. And sometimes we're not, you know, because we feel ashamed and we are afraid that if we write something that, you know, made a mistake. So what does QSI do? That, you know, sometimes we cannot do that for ourselves. Sometimes we see our beauty, but sometimes we can't. But then Jason writes and said, "Oh, thank you, Daniele. What you wrote is so amazing," and it opened. So this is the system, you know, instead of sucking the energy, sending the energy that somebody sees their own beauty, because love is being a mirror, a reflection of the beauty of the other. So this is why we are so important.
Thank you. That's very beautiful, Manuel. Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and we will meet you right back here. So welcome back to part 2 of this call, and we're going to now continue with one of my favorite ops, Two Toes. As you guys probably remember, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of it, but I think his name is pronounced Dostoevsky. So I call him Two Toes because dos two and toes two. So there we go. We'll just use Two Toes for the rest of this call since it's easier. Now, let me resize this screen. Let me stop the share because it's giving me. There we go. All right, Two Toes. So this is a really funny op to me because we had just talked in the prior section about how the Spectator, which is that big article, journal, newspaper thingy, it was used to weaponize and bring the women of society into these tea houses so they can go and not just spread gossip and fun stuff, but actually weaponize them to use against the White Hats. And so the White Hats respond and they have their own secret weapon, and that's Two Toes. So Two Toes was born, lived in the 1800s, and he was known as one of the greatest novelists in the whole world. And so what he wrote about, the different themes are, he explored the human condition, politics, society, et cetera, but a lot of it was related to the spiritual realms with 1800s Russia. So he's writing things in the present tense, and some of his famous books that I've never read before, but I am now definitely interested in reading: Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, Demons, Brothers Karamazov. And so, you know, one little note about his background, I think a couple other people picked this up in the QSI chat earlier, is that Two Toes also attended a military engineering school. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you're thinking, oh, he's being weaponized by the White Hats to be a White Hat agent in this whole operation, right? So if we look at the overall picture of his story, his mother died when he was young. He went to school at 15, he graduated, and then he at first had this military engineering job. So he's making some pretty good money. But then the story goes, well, he's a writer, and so he starts to make extra money doing translations of other novels. So again, making pretty good money and also has this extra part-time job. Well, then suddenly he writes this book called The Poor Folk, and he's supposed to know about the poor people. It was an instant success, and he got recognized by the Tsar. So the Tsar recognizes him, but not in person, right? And in the process of him gaining fame and getting recognized by the different literary circles in Russia, he starts joining all these little, let's call them like underground literary circles. And one of them was not, let's call it revolutionary or cockroachy enough. So he left that one. He basically went there and used the books in the library, and he engaged in a little bit of chatter, but through that he met some other people, and those people were way more revolutionary, so he ended up joining their group instead. So off he goes into the super revolutionary underground society, and they're talking about like here it says they're disseminating illegal propaganda in Russia, and they're basically talking about the Tsar and the Tsar's policies. So he goes, and within a couple of months he gets arrested, and then he goes to prison, and then they're supposed to have this execution, but then he gets saved last minute because his sentence is communed. I think it was like 2 or 3 rows of people who were getting shot with the firing squad, and his was, I think, the last one. And before it got to his row, that's when his sentence was commuted, right? So he goes through this whole like, oh my gosh, like I almost died, and then from there really starts his journey. So I call this the setup for the massive cover story, because they have to give all their double agents some kind of background on why they're disgruntled and why they're doing X, Y, Z. So when he's in prison, he's not his first prison, but later on he goes over to Siberia. He's learning about all these different Jesuits, and a lot of them are Ukrainians, Poles, etc. And there are also non-Ukrainians, non-Poles there, but it seemed to be the vast majority of the population of that particular prison. And so there he is, and he's learning about the different behaviors and their cultures and what they believe in, and he starts studying Jesuitism. So with the Jesuits, he then starts writing, and of course, through society, he's also picked up different themes of how they're schemers, they're liars, they are morally bankrupt, they're called the agents of chaos, and they will use Machiavellian tactics, the ends justifies the means, to take over the whole world, right? We already know all this, but Two Toes is also in the process of discovering this for himself. So because 1820s Russia, they already banned the Jesuits from Russia, but as we talked about in the prior section, the Jesuits didn't fully leave, they just went underground and they started trying to infiltrate through other means. And so by this time period, like the 1840s-ish, he is being used to attack it and expose the fact that the Jesuits are still there, essentially. So what also happened kind of around that area, to give it a little bit more context, we know at the beginning of the 1800s, Napoleon lost, so the Pope was reestablished and he refounded the Jesuit order. We also know that there was this massive, almost revolution / not really civil war, but definitely infiltration in a little bit of war, because Poland was looking to get their independence from Russia. And Poland was a massive headquarters for the Jesuits, for many, many reasons. But one of them is because they're close enough to Russia where they can use that as a headquarter or a kind of like a hop stop gap to go and infiltrate Russia from. So there are these Polish Jesuits, one of them called Franciszek, if that's how you pronounce his name. It's this name that you see right here. And they are using, like, in Poland, they're using these universities and these different schools and churches as true breeding grounds for Jesuit branch of Catholicism, not just the normal, normal people, non-Machiavellian Catholicism. And so they're planting all these narratives about how they want to take it over, but they want to do it subversively. Meanwhile, Russia's got their sneaky agents, and they're over there capturing this intel, and they go, they're trying to start a revolution, a mass uprising, like how we saw with examples in China and in many other countries. And so in the 1860s, they start this rebellion. And with this rebellion, it foments all the fears that Two Toes has while he's in prison and talking to people. And then also after he leaves prison, when he's traveling around Europe and just kind of piecing things together. So one quote I want to share, because it says, the Jesuits were accused of leading the Polish uprising to destroy the Orthodox faith. So one of the quotes is, the Jesuits were the cause of the biggest disasters. They sprinkled poisonous seeds in secret that decomposed the health of the body and corrupted all parts of social, religious, and civil life. And they're seen as the masterminds behind all the social and political revolutions in Europe. So he starts writing these novels in the 40s, and he continues to write them for the next couple decades, but they get progressively more and more openly speaking against the Jesuits. So it's kind of like the first one was the foundation, and through the foundation, he was able to establish more and more character development over time and more thematic development too. Right. So we talked about how he joined the first circle, the underground circle, Petrashevsky, and it wasn't radical enough. So then he joined another one, Speshnev's circle, and only within a couple of months, right, he gets arrested. Well, this particular place, this prison, is maximum security, so he's kind of off on his own. And you're thinking like, okay, spies get sent to maximum security, whereas like, in normal countries, I think maximum security is for like mass murder type of things, right? So obviously these types of things are part of PSYOPs, where a lot of it starts, because if you have them in maximum security, then you can isolate them and you can get them to say or do certain things. But in his case, they're building up that background story for him to be a political dissident, which is why he needs to be put into maximum security, but also to be in a prison that'll send him off into certain places, kind of like quantum entanglement. He has a path to follow that the Russian government is telling him, this is your part to be a white hat. So he starts becoming very quote unquote belligerently anti-revolutionary because he was about to be killed, but then his execution is commuted. So that's again part of the cover story about why he hates the Russian government, etc. But then he goes over to another prison, one in Siberia, the one that has the Ukrainians and the Poles. And there, he's meeting all these inmates and he starts writing different novels. So the first novel, House of Dead, he talks about the Jesuits as being morally sick. They are corrupt servants of the Pope, right? So you have people who are more knowledgeable who are talking about the Jesuits in the, let's call it academic society. But then you have Tutos who's writing novels as books are becoming more and more prevalent. And this is a good op for the normal people of Russia to also be informed through novel format about the Jesuits without ever saying the Jesuits. In his book, instead, he talks about the Poles and how the inmates this, the inmates that. So he's covering up the heretical use of the word so that people can't go and arrest him for it, but he's still putting out the themes so people are getting educated, right? So that was the foundation. And then he goes and travels off in 1862. And there he writes another one called The Winter Notes. And this is where he starts exposing that part of the formula of the Jesuits is they go and they prey on wealthy widows to be part of their endowment. Remember, the Chinese had to deal with that. And now we're seeing Russia is dealing with it too. And not just Russia, but obviously all of Europe is dealing with this. And so this gets really interesting because there was a theme in the, it's not Monica, it's the Monita Secreta. And it talks about how part of the instructions is to win over which widows, right? So he's talking about something that the Jesuits are practicing, and he's also conveying it in literary format. And then you fast forward that, and you get to Crime and Punishment. And in this particular novel, he talks about how certain people who think that they are super, super important, the laws don't apply to them. It's kind of like Hillary Clinton, rules for thee, but not for me. So Crime and Punishment talks about how if you are of this, let's call it class of super self-important people, you can justify things even including murder. So he puts Napoleon in there, he puts the Jesuits in there and the Poles. But remember, guys, the Poles are not the Polish people. These are the Polish Jesuits who are coming to cause rebellion in Russia. So there's a lot of anti-West sentiment being formed in Russia. But again, guys, it's not anti-West as a whole. It's anti-Jesuits, it's anti-Masonic, anti-Age of Enlightenment, which was creeping into Russia at the time. So one of the interesting things is he talked about the militarism of the Jesuits, which wasn't a very known thing back then. And even to this day, as opposed to people like us who are in the truther movement who do understand this idea, I think the vast majority of the Catholic faith don't understand that the Jesuits have indeed actually been militarized. So Tutos was talking about this in the late 1800s in the newspaper called Citizen. And that's a newspaper that he ran. So he couldn't be shut down by anybody. So he talks about the militarism, he talks about the invasion, and he likens the Pope and the Jesuits to socialism. So now we're seeing how the White Hats are using Tutos to talk not only about the Jesuits, but how the Jesuits are impacting other countries and the culture. And now they're linking to socialism, which everybody was against, right? Unless obviously you're a cockroach. But so the more themes that are overlapping, the easier it is for people to understand why the Jesuits were a bad thing, because they understood that the socialists were a bad thing. So two quotes. One is from Loyola, who's the founder of the Jesuit faith. And he says, the formula of the Institute calls the Jesuits the soldiers of God. They go wherever they're needed to propagate their faith under the rule of the Pope. And then Tutos writes in the writer's diary that socialism is the monster of Catholicism. And the Black Army, aka the Jesuits, stands outside of humanity, outside of citizenship, outside of civilization. This is the army of the Pope. So now we're starting to have him, teach the masses. It's not just restricted to one faith in one country or one region. It's truly just infected all of humanity, which is why we all need to rise collectively as humanity to go and crush them. So after he leaves prison and he goes and he does his search and everything, he starts understanding a couple other things at the same time too, which I thought was really cool and kind of a cool way to end the Tutos story. But one is first of all, I don't have any full confirmation, but when I was doing this research, it said that both of his parents might be descendants of the Tartars. So that would be the Tartarians. So that was an interesting thing. And the second one was when Tsar Nicky I ordered his arrest and then commuted his sentence, I was like, okay, that smelled like a psyop when I was doing the reading. But then when I read about this portion of his story, like the last couple of years of his story, Tsar Alex II invited him to his palace to educate his sons and get a copy of the diary, which talks about the militarization of the Jesuits. So think about the fact that they're setting him up to be anti-Russia, anti-Tsar, but then all of his writings are about how awesome or how crappy the Jesuits are, but that means that the Tsars are great, and then he gets invited by the Tsar to go and actually teach the kids. And then afterwards, he gets appointed all of these different honorary members and associations of board of directors of these different societies. So this guy was truly a massive white hat who was very successful in his way to help educate Russia, which is one of the big reasons why Russians as a whole understands this massive psyop about the cockroaches probably better than most countries. And that was a prevalent theme that we saw during the Putin and Tucker Carlson interview, and many other themes, right? Because their media isn't the same as our cockroach media. So they have a much bigger penchant for actually sharing the truth because they've been told the truth for many hundreds of years already. So last slide on this topic is, I thought this was really cool too. So in his writer's diaries, he talks about, he's talking about the Tsar right now. So he isn't specifically pro-Tsarist Russia, he's pro-people Russia. And he writes, for the people, the Tsar is not an external power, but a power of all the people, an all unifying power the people themselves desired. And when I read that, I was like, wow, doesn't that sound just like Stellar and Adele? Like, I mean, they've been talking about this since the 1800s. So I just thought that was super, super cool. So before we get to the next section, do you guys have any comments you want to share? No comments?
I wanted to say,
Okay, good.
no, I want to say what's, when you were talking about the laws do not apply to me, how that's a very cockroachy, common thing that happens, that can be applied to what we've gone through, with, you know, listening to shmuru channels or using your discernment, how it's easy. And I got caught up in this, so I can speak to that. I'm speaking to this now is like, oh, I can make an exception. I can ignore that 10% that isn't truth. That was one of the biggest lessons that I learned is like, I thought, oh, I'm an exception to the rule on this. I'll still listen to this person because I get good information or something, right? That same rule applies to what we're doing in our day-to-day life, in what you're teaching in Stellar and what we're learning in Stellar is like, no, I'm not an exception to the rule. I still need to listen to and do my own research and cut out all these false narratives because I'm not always able to discern what is not true and what is true. So I just thought that was interesting how that is such a common thing top down, how we hear that from like the highest, like you mentioned Hillary Clinton, exception to the rule, or even in our daily lives, like, oh, I'm not an exception to the rule either. I need to like do my own research. I need to cut out all the fake stuff so that I can be focused. And I just thought that was really an interesting thing that as far as pattern recognition goes, we see that same pattern play over and over. So when you start paying attention, those are the things that you can pick up on. Like, oh, I'm not an exception to the rule either. That's an infiltration doorway right there.
I love that, Mabo. And one of the things that I was also thinking about when I was especially putting this presentation together is I used to be, one of the loudmouths saying, oh, a lot of the Shruth or Shmuru channels are giving you, let's say 90% truth, 10% lies, or 95% truth and only 5% lies. But as we've seen through multiple sections, this is actually debunking a lot of their narratives too. So I think what we'll find is as we do more and more of our own research over time, that 90% will become 80%, then 50%, then maybe one day, who knows, it could be 0% were truth. And we were always just believing a lot of the false stories because we thought that as a truther and we followed, certain channels and we followed certain kinds of information coming out without being able to vet the person putting out the information, we blindly believed because everybody was talking about it. So.
Can I just say about this, because most of you know that I used to stream as well, almost 3 years. And last year I stopped because I suddenly realized that, I'm actually in the same position as most of the smurus and truthers, because I only know how, part of the story, and I'm learning every day. So basically, if I'm going to continue streaming and telling people what I know so far, mostly it comes from the false, sources, and I have no means to vet these people. So I think that the reason also why people keep on streaming and keeping their channels up is because it's very lucrative. It brings them a lot of money. They have a lot of supporters and everything. So it's a really, you really have to go quite deep down into yourself and to consider like how and what are you doing and what kind of energy you want to put into this process. Because for me personally, I felt like I am misleading people if I keep on repeating or giving other people the same possibility every day, every time I stream, to ask these same smuru questions and try to answer them and keep them happy. So it's really like there is no option in my mind. You either go to stellar all the way or then you just quit. This is how I see it at this moment.
And that's such a good point, Yaska, because, back then we didn't know why all the schmoorers and the truthers were sharing the same information. It wasn't until for me, the 2023 year process of uncovering, unmasking the Q team that I was like, oh my God, that actually makes sense, because one of the people that they had brought on as a consultant was that NPM character, right? The one that Whip thinks is John Jr. And that's one of the major reasons why his platform rose and then his information got shared everywhere. So they're all getting the same information from the Cabal source, which is why they all put out the same thing. And if you try to counter those narratives or question their narratives, they start attacking you too. So now we know in hindsight, it's very clear. But man, for so many years, it never really made sense. And even with Mel Carmine, I can't remember the number. Nikki might remember, but Mel Carmine once boasted how much money he made doing all these podcasts. I think it was something like $100,000.
6 figures, yeah, he's at six
Yeah.
figures.
So I mean, that is already, one person's major salary right there, let alone all his other income streams, which he does through, pushing a lot of his different widgets and, being a part of the Jason Shurka network, the EES system that is very Cabal as well, right? So they're all making money off each other. And they're all going to these, the Patriot conferences, which are all Cabal conferences, and they're charging people for admission to it. But it seems like nobody wants to do free information these days or dig and find their own real research. They just want to share all the crap, essentially. Okay, so let's move on to the next section, and we will discuss Hitler and the Nazis. I know this has been a big topic, and people are curious about what's happening behind the scenes. So first thing, Mabo again, and you're on the call. White versus white ops. You made a post a couple of days ago talking about how, do you like your psyops white? Your public psyops or white? The psyop behind the psyop? And I love that because, yeah, what we're seeing is literally a presentation of psyop on psyop on psyop. And again, psyop is a tool. So the white hats can use a psyop just like the black hats can use a psyop. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing so many examples of both white and black hat psyops, which is why when I say everything is a psyop, it's because it truly is. Because what is the root word of psyop? It's psychology. It's the understanding of the human mind. And once you understand that, it also helps you recognize more quickly what's a black hat versus a white hat psyop. So before we talk about Hitler, I want to talk about another guy called Schubner Richter. This guy was really, really central to this entire Hitler Nazi narrative and even the strategy behind what the Nazis were doing. So first of all, he was part of the German army, and he was sent to the front lines to fight Russia when they were attacking each other at the very, very beginning of the wars. And while he was over there, they discovered he could actually speak Russian. So that's one interesting thing to note in the background. Now, more importantly, while he was over there, after the war ended, he had an appointment in this is the Vice Council of Turkey. And so while he was there, he was reading up on the big Armenian genocide that you guys are probably familiar with, or maybe have heard a little bit about. So he was documenting all of these different things, almost like a historian, and he was publicly outing this massive genocide that was happening in the region that we now know as Turkey, but was at the time the Ottoman Empire. So he's documenting all this stuff, and he's trying to help people escape from the genocide, right? So he's kind of like the white hat version of the Underground Railroad back then. So part of his documentation was he outed the fact that this Talat Pasha guy, he was the architect behind the Armenian genocide. And this was around 1914 through, I think, 1918 or 1919, something like that, right? So it's like the World War I era. So quick background on the Armenian genocide. Even though it started at the end of the 1800s, it was this systematic annihilation of the Armenian people. It wasn't just the Armenians, it actually also affected several other groups as well. It included the Assyrians and the Greek Orthodox. And what they were doing is they were sending their people on these death marches through the desert, no supplies, no food, no protection, nothing. And people were getting raped, they were getting robbed, they were dying along the route. And the ones that made it to the end of the stage were then sent off into concentration camps. And then the women and the children were forced to become Muslims at the same time too, right? So this was happening for a couple of different decades, and he was documenting all this different stuff. And part of it was the Ottoman Empire. They were saying that, oh, because there's all these other revolutions all over the world, and you know, right now we think that the Armenians also want to seek independence. So instead of giving them independence, we're going to massacre them instead. But they didn't want to say that we're going to massacre them. They were trying to put it off as more PC and said, oh, we're relocating them for their own protection, even though they were the ones who were killing them, raping and pillaging them. Right? So massive amounts of propaganda, disinformation propaganda was spread all over the Ottoman Empire, saying that the Armenians want independence, they're going to come and rebel, there's going to be a revolution, and that justified this actual genocide. So it's estimated that roughly 1 million people died. I personally think that whatever number is written in history is totally wrong, so it's possible that it was even more than this, but that's just an assumption right now. But what ended up happening is, at the end of that, that group, like the Talat Pasha group, ended up being pro-Turkish independence. So they were slaughtering people for wanting independence, but they themselves wanted independence, but they wanted a Turkey that was free from all the other ethnicities. So I thought that was very hypocritical and very cabal-like themselves. So in 1917, Pasha personally negotiated this treaty, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, but he negotiated with the Bolsheviks, who were in charge of Russia, right? So not the Tsars, but the Bolsheviks. So a cockroach is negotiating a treaty with more cockroaches. But then the following year, the Ottomans lost the war. And so through a special military tribunal, ding, ding, he was sentenced to death. But since he wasn't there physically anymore, he fled to Berlin. You know, he was assassinated a couple years later. But he was sentenced for subverting the Constitution, war profiteering, and orchestrating a mass genocide. So what is this treaty? Well, this treaty that was signed in 1917 was after, actually, I can't remember the months, but part of that, the whole year was Tsar Nicky II was forced to abdicate. And then because of how much money that the Russians had dumped into the war, the economy started to suffer as well. So the people were rising, right? All these rebellions, and we can't afford this, like, let's just retreat, etc. But the provisional governments wanted to continue because they knew that it wasn't about just, you know, fighting in a war arbitrarily. They were fighting the cockroaches. But in history, that's not really talked about, fighting the cockroaches, right? They just think that Russia's being aggressive and they want more control over more territory. So with this treaty, again, the Bolsheviks signed with the German cabal that signed with Talat Pasha. And through this treaty, they had what's known as, let's see, this. Okay, so this was the end result of the treaty. Russia lost a lot of territory, all of these different countries right here, including Finland, right? Finland gained their independence, but numerically, statistically speaking, it translated to they lost a third of their population, over half their industrial land, almost all of their coal fields. Because remember, through the Donbass declass, the Donbass region is like one of the most prolific mining regions in the world and of the top tier quality in coal. And it was a quarter of the railways, because again, a lot of the railways were located in Ukraine. So Ukraine has always been highly contested, because that's part of not just, all these natural resources, but strategically, it's very important. And of course, with the Donbass declass, we talked about how that could potentially even be a new headquarters of a Tartarian empire in the future, like, when all is said and done. So that's why there are so many wars over this. And what also was really interesting is when I was looking at the Kerensky offensive, it talked about some of these different adjectives. So the offensive failed. I don't know too much about this history of the Kerensky offensive, but I'm looking at the aftermath, and it says army deterioration, soldiers are disobeying commands and orders and their officers. A lot of people are agitated. They're suffering a lot of hardships, and there are a lot of riots. So that tells me that most likely the Kerensky offensive was sabotaged, just like how the lunar calendar was also sabotaged to create chaos and confusion. Because these adjectives that you see here are your typical cockroach adjectives. Same thing that the Roach-Motel tried to do to QSI by replacing certain people and trying to fail everybody with the coffee calls. They then created a whole situation where people were experiencing lots of heartaches, hardships, agitation, and anybody who went against the coffee call, right, who were disobeying re-enroll tide, they were now deemed as the enemy, right? So it's the same narrative again, every single thing that we look at. Now, I just want to do a quick mention, because again, in the Tucker Carlson interview, Putin actually debunked a lot of these lies about Ukraine. So you can see that, even as the early 1900s, they were perpetuating false narratives about Ukraine's People Republic, because they weren't really a republic. They were just part of the bigger Russian structure with mutual languages, mutual cultural exchange, and a lot of well, it was a friendship between the two nations, essentially. So it was the cockroaches who came and say, no, Ukraine is their own country, and you've been trying to kill them, so now that they need to have their independence against you, right? So 1918, Germany surrendered. The treaty was annulled, but because the Jesuits had already infiltrated into Russia, then you had the Bolsheviks who rose through the aftermath of all this. Russia could not unify because they had their own civil war. So they were never able to reclaim all those territories, which is exactly what Putin was talking about in his call. Okay, so self-destruction psyops. Again, remember what Marcy said, they're slowly turning a nation against itself. And I love this message from Makoto as well. He talked about how in the Roach-Motel exposure, it's interesting to see how the cockroaches first tried to infiltrate the top executives and control the human resources, and how he likened that to the corporate structure in everyday companies. And then he talked about how, it's not only the human resources, but literally every top kind of controlling body is where they're trying to infiltrate into, right? So they control everything from multiple sides. So I said, isn't that what the cabal is trying to do to QSI as well? So let's get into the the white ops, rather, the Nazis and the Tsarists. Well, first of all, if we go back to Schubner-Richter founded an organization called AV, and the AV's ideology helped to pave the way for early Nazi ideology. Schubner-Richter also helped to finance the Nazis, and because of his strategies and his wisdom, he became a very close friend of Hitler. So AV, when you translate that organization, stands for Reconstruction Organization. And what they did is the Nazis partnered together with the white Russian emigre, and they were looking to overthrow the cockroaches in Germany and the cockroaches in Russia, aka the Bolsheviks. So they rallied all the monarchists, the ones who believe in Tsarist Russia, and through their organization called NSDAP, they wanted, their goal was they wanted to reestablish Tsar Nikki II as the Tsar ruling Russia to oust the Bolsheviks, right? And so in 1920, Schumann Richter met Hitler formally. They became friends, and he became this top advisor and strategist for him. Well, 3 years later, actually, let me back up. Before the 3 years, one of the big strategies is, just like with the cockroaches coming in and taking control of, you know, the human resources in all of these different top tier organizations, Schumann Richter also told Hitler, before you go and you have your coup and you try to out the cockroaches in Germany, and you try to help the White Russian emigrate out the Bolsheviks in Russia, you have to control all the major players. So you have to control the military, the troops, the governments, etc. So once you do that, then you can do a top-down effect and expel all the Jesuits and Bolsheviks from the country, right? So in 1923, there was the Beer Hall Putsch, I think is how you pronounce that. And in this revolution, Schumann Richter, Hitler, and a whole bunch of like their team, they went into this beer hall while people in court were having a session. And they were able to take control of everybody in there. I think it was about 3,000 people who were in this beer hall, and demand, you know, you're now under our authority. We've got armed guards everywhere. Don't even try, because you know, we got you, basically. Well, part of this is they wanted to go and then take control of the police force and the army, which is part of their next couple steps, right? But let me talk more about that on the next slide. So during this thing, it was a 2-day event. They got control of the beer hall. There was another event the following day. But in that following event, Schumann Richter was killed in action. So he became known as, however you pronounce this word, and he became a national hero and a martyr of Nazi Germany. He's the only person that Hitler has ever called irreplaceable in the Nazi movement. And after Schumann Richter died, it was the decline of the Nazi party over time. It took about a decade plus. But the NSDAP, it declined. The Russians abandoned it because they're like, oh, great, well, nobody really understands us, and you know, have cockroaches in your own group, so this might not work out, right? So the cabal infiltrated into the Nazi organization. So Manuel, these are your words, and also Laura's words. You guys guessed correctly when I was asking about the white ops, and the white represented the white emigre, because the white emigre were part of the people who were part of Tsarist Russia who did not like the Bolsheviks, so they fled from Russia. And they went all over the world, different countries. But a faction of the white emigres, so, you know, they were just, as a people, they wanted to preserve their culture, but a segment of that population were very wealthy, and they wanted to help fund the war effort to destroy the Bolsheviks. Another segment within that is the White Army. And these were the military heroes who partnered with the original Nazis to destroy the cabal. So Rosenberg is another key general in all of this. And he was a good friend of Schumann Richter's and of Hitler's. And he was one of the ones that went into Russia and actually got the Russian aristocracy to help finance this war. And here you even see, this is Hitler with, I can't remember who it is. Oh, there it is. The Grand Duchess Fedorovna. Okay, so Hitler literally is meeting with the royal family to get their buy-in and their endorsement and their money for the war against the cockroaches. So it's literally the anti-Bolshevik crusade is what they're going after. Now, more about the white movement. So we know they're anti-communist, anti-Bolshevik, anti-Soviets. They're pro-Russia or election process. They're also financially supporting, militarily supporting. And one interesting thing to note is it says some of the people who were in the white movement, after they left the NSDAP, they actually served as the part of the Russian army and the Waffen-SS. If you guys remember the SS, they were known as the Nazi bodyguards, the police force, and the ones that enforced the policy of the Nazis, which would have been at the time, it was the anti-Bolshevik, anti-cockroach narrative. Okay, so we're seeing a whole disconnect with how the SS is talked about today in modern times. So let's go back to the beer hall. So the beer hall was a success, right? They deposed 3,000 officials and they took control of the police barracks. But what ended up happening is that time that they took control of the beer hall, they either did not know or they were sabotaged because the comms, right, like the telecommunication comms between them and other parts of Germany were not sealed off. So some cockroach that was there at the beer hall phoned to other groups of Germany and say, hey, Hitler's coming after you guys next, be prepared. So the next day, there was a march into Munich because they were trying to take over the government in Munich. And there on the streets, you had the Hitler and the Nazis on one side, you had the police force, and then the cockroach team on the other side of it, and they came to a standstill. And just kind of like with various revolutionary wars, nobody knows who fired the first shot. It was very chaotic and confusing. But after less than 1 minute of shooting, 16 Nazis died, Schumner, Richter, and 15 other people. A whole bunch of people were injured in the process, and a couple of police force were also killed. So Hitler was injured, but he didn't die, so he was able to escape. But one particular thing, and I've got these little boxes in green on the picture. There was a general named Ludendorff. Ludendorff was the head of the army back in the day. And his policy was he's supportive of the anti-Bolshevik movement. He was anti-Khazarian Jews, but he was pissed off at Hitler because he wanted to be the new dictator. He didn't want Hitler in charge. So again, guys, we're seeing that this egoic theme creates a portal for entities to latch onto. And during this Munich march, he was the only one who it's like the Nazis, right? Like the white hat Nazis were approaching and a whole bunch of them were gunned down and then some of them fled or some of them were captured. But he's the only one who just kept walking, his head held high, and he never got shot by the opposing team. So I personally think he was probably one of the big cockroach moles. He probably did a deal with the cockroaches because afterwards, yes, he was arrested, but then he was let go and he said he was unharmed. He retired saying that I will never support the Russian uniform ever again. Right, so he got let off really easy, which is why I think he's a cockroach. So part of the Nazi ideology in the beginning was they wanted to ban the Jesuits. And here you see a whole bunch of different examples. 1933, they created, the Nazi Party was created. Then a couple of years later, they had the Catholic morality trials, and they told everybody the Catholic religious orders were sexual deviants, the predators, and they had believed in corrupt financial schemes. So you can clearly tell that Hitler is anti-Jesuit. And then you also see here, 1941, he actually called a formal dismission of all Jesuits from military service. But just like with all the other dirty Jesuits and pain in the ass gang, those Jesuits went underground and they started saying, oh, we're no longer Jesuits. And they continue to serve in the military. So one of the things about this time period as well is obviously now in history, when we look at educational system and everything, but the historians and the scholars combined, they started to create these narratives and they call them the anti-Jesuit narratives or anti-Jesuit myths, which are now known today as conspiracy theories. So they're the ones trying to hide the truth of Hitler and the Nazis. And so this is 1556, a Jesuit, Canisius. He wrote, the ultimate aim of making Jesuits indispensable both to the people and to the rulers, right? So again, more confirmation that they're just there to hijack and control. Now, the second policy of the the Nazis, they wanted to expose the Jesuits. So not only did they want to out them, but they wanted to expose them and let everybody know about them as well. So there's a Jesuit teacher from the 1650s, Besenbaum, and he wrote the Epitome of Moral Theology, and that became the foundation of Jesuit teaching. But the Epitome of Moral Theology was all about the Machiavellian law. And everyone who attacked them saying that you're the one saying the ends justify the means, he would then say, oh, no, that's not us. Those are anti-Jesuit myths. So And then here's another guy, the Polish Zacharowski. He converted and he also became a Jesuit, but this guy failed the exam. So hold on, let me back this up. Buzenbaum wrote this to expose the Machiavellian nature, and then the Jesuits called Buzenbaum the cockroach, even though Buzenbaum was exposing the Jesuits. Zacharowski wrote another thing. So he failed the in the Jesuit secret order, right? Like the Masons had the 33rd degree, the Jesuits have the 4th degree, and the 4th degree is a super evil one. So he took the exam, but he failed the exam, so he was never actually officially in the 4th. And they claimed that in retaliation, he was writing all these sneaky letters to Polish nobility to convince the sons to not join the Jesuit societies. And they claimed that through this, he wrote basically a false book known as the Moneta Secreta. Now, I don't know if he actually wrote that or not, but this is the claim that this disgruntled guy who failed the exam is the one who wrote it. So everything he's writing is false as opposed to an expose. And again, it was announced as called a forgery. So whenever you see the word forgery, it usually means the Jesuits or the cabal of whatever branch are trying to debunk the truth by calling these people liars. So in the Moneta, it talks about how the Jesuits pretend to be disinterested in worldly affairs, but slowly, little by little, they go and they take over political control. And in this Moneta Secreta, there are 2 main directives. Directive 17, it says only a select few are aware of all the directives, right? So layers and layers of esotericism. Directive 18 says, if the directives fall into the wrong hands, they are to be denied. Use the general directives that everybody else knows about, the public ones, and the Constitution that the Jesuits have to debunk them as lies and to call them forgeries. So Nazi policy number 3, they wanted to, so the Nazis were exposing the fact that the Jesuits wanted to pervert Christianity. So in the Moneta, they talked about how to destroy all the enemies, even if they are co-religionists, in case they stand in the way of the Jesuits. So this is confirmation, guys, of what we talked about earlier. Doesn't matter what branch of the cockroach army you are, even if you are co-religionists, they don't care. If you get in the way of the Jesuits, we're going to destroy you, because the Jesuit is number 1. That's why they can attack the Christians, they can attack the Freemasons, they can attack everybody else. So their job is to sow discord, cause chaos. And it's funny because the way the words are written says they mask themselves, which is what the Khazarian Jews talked about, right? Nick mentioned this earlier. So they knew, that Hitler and the Nazis knew that the Khazarian Jews were planning to take over the world. They knew that the Jesuits had the same policies as the Khazarian Jews. And so they were likening the Moneta Secreta to the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which I think everybody is familiar with that text. And what the Jesuits did in retaliation is they called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion czarist disinformation tactics, right? So one's a forgery and one's a disinformation psyop. But both of them were teaching, literally about everything that we've been learning through the Truther movement, how these cockroaches acquire power, how they acquire wealth, and then how they deceive and seduce people into their own beliefs. So the German Workers' Party, the DAP, became the Nazi DAP, which is where the NS, right, the Nazi Socialist Party, National Socialist Party became the NS DAP. And there was a guy named Eckhart. And Eckhart also became a good friend of Hitler's because he wrote in his journals about Marxism and Bolshevism and how that was also intertwined with the Khazarian Jews and the Jesuits. So now we're seeing all these commonalities, right? Layers upon layers of cockroachiness, and they're all banding together through their own branch of cockroach. Each one has a different leg of a cockroach, but they're all the same body of the cockroach. And so he wrote about how Jesus's teachings, just like what Nick was saying earlier, they were perverted and they were twisted. And he specifically talks about Paul, the Apostle Paul, who was a Jew. And so Hitler is listening to this guy, Eckhart, who's, the author of these journals. And he basically started believing in that message and saying, okay, so now we've got Hitler who's against the perversion of the Jesus's original message. right? That's a whole different story. So basically, in summary, the Nazis believed that the Jewish influence corrupted Christianity, and the Jews infiltrated and corrupted the Catholic Church. And that's the reason why all the different legs of the cockroach belong to the same big Jewish Khazarian cockroach. Fourth one, the Jewish infiltration. So now, we're a couple years past the founding of the Nazis, and they have this newspaper that came out, and it talked about literally the infiltration of the Catholic Church and all the Jewish popes. Now, I listed these. I don't have, full confirmation, but these are just from rough research, people who potentially could also be Jewish popes, which again, total blasphemy, right? But look how many there are, and it's all peppered, throughout the different centuries. And then on top of that, Ignatius Loyola, literally the founder of the Jesuit Society, also a baptized Jew. And then the earliest people in the Jesuit Society, also a Jew. They've actually been likened to a synagogue of Jews. So, I mean, it's just confirmation upon confirmation that they're all the same cockroach. And guys, I got a lot of this information from actual Jewish sources, by the way. So they weren't like conspiracy theory resource. Like this is from Xavier University, but it's from jewishresource.org. This is from JSTOR. So now let's talk about the word salad. I was cracking up so hard about this one. So word salad, remember that Rosenberg, who was the guy that was helping with the fundraising and talking to the Russian aristocracy, he wrote about the immortality of the Talmud, and he started to attack Zionism, right? So a white hat guy attacking Zionists. And he wrote about bringing all the white races together. So what did the cabal do? The cabal said, oh, I'm going to switch the white emigre into the white people. And therefore, the Nazis only care about blonde hair and blue-eyed people. Isn't that amazing? So, couple quotes. This one's from Hitler. A great leader is the man who can convince the public that there's only one single enemy. So what did Hitler and the Nazis do? They combined all the different enemies into one, delivered it on a silver platter, and said, okay, Khazarian Jews, Jesuits, Catholicism, communism, Bolshevism, Marxism, all the same enemy. We need to fight all of them, not just one. Here's another one from Table Talk. The heaviest blow ever struck to humanity was the coming of Christianity. Bolshevism is Christianity's illegitimate child. Both are inventions of the Jew. The deliberate lie in the matter of religion was introduced into the world by Christianity. Bolshevism practices a lie of the same nature when it claims to bring liberty to men, whereas in reality, it seeks only to enslave them. So, like what Nick was saying earlier, we got the same Kabbalists here in Stellar, here attacking us. And it wasn't just, Miriam, the Kabbalist, but remember, Miriam talked about the Kabbalah, talked about the Zohar, and Detective said the Zohar, Kabbalah, these people were sick. Well, who is Gila Jed? Remember, Gila Jed used to be on our channel, and then she had that big falling out with Jason Q on a Rise call. And she was all, oh no, like the Khazarians are great. I'm a Khazarian and my grandparents are awesome. Well, look, this is her on her own channel about 2 months ago posting the Daily Zohar. Huh, what do you know? Cockroach and cockroach. So again, guys, just more confirmation that they're trying to destroy us because we're pushing Christ consciousness, which is stellar, and they're part of the Khazarian mafia. Okay, so I love this post from Free Will. He talked about how Bolshevism is Jewish. The first victim was Russia, and then he starts to tie in all of these other different themes. So great post, just want to throw that up there. Now here's another great word salad. So the word Aryan, A-R-Y-A-N, is actually a term for Indo-Iranian, right? So it's an ethnicity and a culture in a certain region of the world. And then it says, in any case, scholars point out that even in ancient times, the idea of being an Aryan was religious, cultural, and linguistic, but never racial. So how did that ever come to be? Okay, well, word salad number 2. The term Aryan was transferred from being, religion and culture into race because of a guy named Gobineau. So Gobineau in the 1850s, he starts writing about how the Aryans are no longer the Indo-Iranians. They're actually the white-haired, blue-eyed, Northerners, essentially. So he created this term from something that had nothing to do with the Aryan term. And of course, we all know that because, this guy is part of the big cockroach movement, they took over all the other printing of the press and textbooks, education. So now we have culture of accommodation where everything was rewritten and everything was all about how Aryan is the blonde hair, blue eyes, as opposed to the original version of Aryan. Now, Aryan word salad number 3. This same author, Gobineau, he didn't just write about this, but it also talks about how he practiced esotericism. And he had already predicted in the 1800s-ish that there would be somebody in Germany who would be a conspiracy theorist, and he would go and he would try to instigate all this. And he would try to ruin the ideal Germanic world by emancipating non-German inferiors, right? So it's like he wrote about this before Hitler ever came to be. So clearly, this was already part of the cockroach narrative, and they were just looking to pin it on somebody to blame. So, Aryan salad number 4. On top of that, he wasn't just, upholding Catholic values, even though he claims that he wasn't, but more specifically, he started becoming interested in pagan religion. So this bastard is not just a cockroach, but he's most likely an occultist satanic cockroach at the same time too, which is probably why he had the powers of divination and was able to foresee, an event decades later. And then, because Hitler came to be and they wanted to get rid of Hitler, they painted Hitler as the guy who was trying to cause this big war. And so that's a good application of how Aryan changed definition and then was attributed to Hitler wrongfully. So what I found, which was hilarious now, is for whatever I was researching, I found another Aryan, and this is A-R-I-A-N, right? So the Y versus the I. Arianism with the I is a Christian heresy that was proposed in the 4th century by somebody named Arius. And his belief was that Christological doctrine makes it so that Jesus Christ was created by God. Therefore, Christ is not part of the Holy Trinity, right? Because a lot of Christians, they believe that Christ equals God. And in this version of Arianism, A-R-I-A-N, it's saying God created Jesus. So it's not the actual Holy Trinity. That is a Khazarian lie. But that has impacted all of these different branches into saying, oh no, A-R-I-A-N-ism is false. So we have to perpetuate the Holy Trinity instead. That's why Hitler was a devout Aryan, but not an Aryan at the same time. It depends how you spell the word. Okay, so here are some potato proofs. This was all my research from June when I was off on my trip. And I wrote, oh my God, it sounds like Hitler's white Aryan race was a total lie. I'm now thinking it refers to the white immigrant, the white army. And Hitler and Jesus might not be Jews either. That might be another Khazarian lie. And he's like, oh, yep, it is indeed a lie. Does the original Nazi mission to exterminate all the Jews, Khazarians, etc., mean that Schumann Richter was in alliance with the Romanovs in the Russian army? And when Nikitu was executed, that we know now is a fake execution, and Schumann Richter was executed, all the plans suddenly changed, right? Because the traditional original Nazis that were pro Romanov, they were starting to get gunned down, and they were starting to lose financial support. And also the cockroaches were infiltrating more and more. So it was like this top-down, bottom-up approach of basically restructuring the Nazis. And that's why, now we know today, all these Jews are out there propagating the narrative of poor Jew and evil Nazi, we got to go and attack them, etc. But what actually happened was the cockroaches infiltrated the Nazis, and so the Nazis became the cockroaches. So they were attacking themselves, but really they're trying to keep their attack on Hitler instead. Right, so accurate, total lie. And that's when I was like, oh my God, Aryanism. Oh, Aryanism versus Aryanism spelling difference was a major thing. And and it was just more confirmation that Napoleon was not pro-Jesuit, just pro-self-serving power. And I said, this is a great excuse because it helps to keep the paranoia up in the times when you have all these disinformation narratives going on, because people start to, in the process of being paranoid, they start to self-sabotage too. So when I told this to Ivan, who we know as Tsar Nikki II himself, I said the same messages. He hearted that, and then he basically confirmed, right? So we don't just have a developer, we have Nikki II himself, who is also confirming this. So that means, well, what constitutes white? Hitler was not a Jew. He was not a white supremacist, but he was an Aryan. It just was a different Aryan. And he was also a white hat. So he's a double white hat and not white supremacist. So last slide. I'm just going to leave it at this. I wonder, was Jesus also an Aryan? I guess we'll see. Maybe we'll declass that on Tuesday. So does anybody have any comments on this?
I have so many comments I can't even know where to begin. I don't know where to begin. The Bolshevik Revolution basically was started by the Jesuits and the Illuminati. It started actually with the French Revolution. They fomented the French Revolution to get rid of all the aristocracies and the kings. Then they fomented the Bolshevik Revolution, which basically was also to take out, leadership, whether it be kingship or queenship, and to replace it with so-called power to the people, which was bullshit because it was just handing power away from the monarchies to the Communist Party. So I mean, essentially, they just had replaced one dictatorship for another dictatorship in terms of the whole Bolshevik Revolution, and that's why they were also arresting all the priests and all that kind of stuff. And the Jesuits and again Freemasonry and the Illuminati, both again Jewish and Jesuit together. And there was a good Freemasonry in the beginning because we covered that in one of the calls, and they infiltrated that and turned it into a satanic Freemasonry, and so the Illuminati, the Jews and the Jesuits were working together for a really long time. That's the bottom line. So it's really insidious the way they handled it.
Thank you, Emilia. I mean, it's super emotional because, I read the Mein Kampf and I arrived at the same conclusions because Hitler, his father was German, he was born in Austria. He said he had a difficult relationship with him, but he loved his mother. Then he lost both parents and he walked in the streets of Vienna, and he spent his time drawing the buildings because he was very attracted to the Tartarian buildings. So you read that book, 10 pages, and it opens your eyes so much. And I'm thinking about the German people and how they have been demonized, because it hasn't only been the Nazis, it has been the whole German, and I'm sure there are hundreds of Germans in this call that see their grandparents who were defending the truth and the light, and they have been demonized. So it's such a huge lie, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy because I doubted myself even. I read half of Mein Kampf, and it's so clear that he exposes the Jewish. He talks about the Social Democrats, how is the diluted version of the same, and it's the same people behind. He exposes so well all of them. But they have created these layers of deception and lies in all the truth channels. That you are then the Antarctica, they went to the Antarctica. And so how does this whole story, come together? And so, it's a huge relief as well. Also have felt about the Finnish people, what they did, because they were, to me, absolute heroes standing against the Bolsheviks. And thank you.
I want to say just very briefly that to me, it's been quite obvious for obvious reasons that this is another psyops from Cabal, because everything we know about the history and the characters who are painted as a, you know, the bad people. It's always when somebody's painted and presented as a bad person, you can almost automatically think vice versa, because everything we learned is just a psyops and it's all mirror. So to me, I mean, I'm just enjoying the presentation because I think you make it so clear. But emotionally and intellectually, I still have felt that, these stories, they cannot actually be true. So
And I love remember one of the other big cockroach infiltrated patriot movement narrative that like, even the likes of Jason Q was talking about before. He was actually the first one that taught me that Hitler was most likely a bastard of the Rothschilds, and so he was doing this as revenge against the cabal Rothschilds, and now we know that had nothing to do with anything. So where did Jason get his information from? Because he's a great researcher, and yet he also found disinformation. So it just shows you how prevalent this kind of stuff is, right? Like, either you believe in the educational system and you're taught that Hitler is a dictator, or you become a truther and you try to find the truth, but you still get hit with another series of lies. It's just absolutely disgusting.
and
You
of course
said
the
that-
other big lead is that every time you start talking about maybe Hitler being a nice guy or doing good things and maybe going after Khazarians, then if you're talking about it, will be attacked. So everything that they're trying to just shut everybody up. And so it should tell us something, because it's the same pattern. That's what you're teaching us. It's the same thing over and over again.
I was just going to say that they said that Hitler was opposed to central banking. So once they said that he was opposed to central banking, they said, okay, we got to get rid of this guy. And that's when everything basically turned around and they made him public enemy number one.
Absolutely. So there are so many different actions that Hitler took that would lead somebody who did their research, like talking about central banking or tax and stuff like that, into baby stepping their way into the conclusion that he was for freedom and anti-totalitarian control. But when you see this in the context of how it affected the religion and how they changed the narratives by the whole Aryan white supremacist, but actually a white hat thing, that kind of paints everything in a different light, right? So like what was individually, oh, he didn't like the banking system, he didn't like this and that, it becomes much more clear. Okay, so next category, Jesuits and the Knights of Columbus. I know, Nick, you already mentioned a lot of this in our last section too, so I'll kind of fly through this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I was a member, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm glad you got out of it. So religious cults. I love some of these, messages, Mimsy, Patricia, Phyllis, that you guys wrote about how it's hard to see the cult when you're so close. And that's why they don't want you to learn, because once you learn, you see the truth and you'll leave. But instead, they keep you so close where it's hard to see, what the formula is and what's actually happening behind the scenes. So, religions are cults. You assimilate or perish, essentially. And over here, Phyllis wrote, it's a relief to know that the violence in the Old Testament was not the creator. And it was not that they were giving orders to kill everything and everybody. That was the cockroach manipulation of the word of God that was, self-destruct, essentially. So let's talk about really quickly some rumors of Jesuit ops. It's possible that they were behind the Titanic. It's possible they were behind the Lincoln assassination, and it's possible they were behind the Kennedy assassination as well. I know there's a lot of different narratives going around, and guys, I don't really know the truth, but that's not the point of this particular section. This section is to talk about how ingrained they were in everything. So what were some of these different myths that went around? In Russia, They talked about how the Jesuits basically politicized political propaganda. And so because they were doing that, the Jesuits then said, oh no, you're the one that's politicizing propaganda. Right? So it's just like us with our Miriam cockroaches. Whatever we say, they take our words and they twist it around and try to use it against us. That's what these cockroaches did too. In the French myth, you know, post-revolution, beginning of the Industrial Revolution, they're all about pro-Christianity, but yet they're still pushing liberalism and socialism and Age of Enlightenment. So it's still cockroach stuff that the French are trying to teach their people about. And again, the Jesuits are saying, no, those are myths. Those are forgeries. Those are lies. We are not about liberalism and socialism. We're about, you know, freedom. So there's a guy named Samarin. This is in 1865. Samarin is a Russian who connected the Freemasons to the Jesuits and the Jews. Again, you know, Nick was highlighting this earlier. And how did this kind of come about? Well, remember that Catherine the Crap was in charge of Russia in the 1700s, and then Alexander I came afterwards, and they were like having this tug of war of getting rid of Jesuits and bringing them back and getting rid of them, etc. And then because of that, so the Jesuits were present, and then they were influencing them, but then they're kind of getting beaten down at the same time too, towards, you know, the latter half of the that early 1800s. So it's not a coincidence, right? And that was one thing. But then you have another instance of a guy named Robert Ware, and he's writing about the pollution of Reformation history. And the book, or the article that he wrote was in the 1600s, but he wrote about something that was about 50 years before his time. And he called the churches liars and forgers. He said that there was, he was documenting an event that happened in a church, and how there was basically a disagreement between the archbishop and I think the monarch at the time. And because he was exposing the fact that they were having this argument, the church, so the Jesuits, called him the liar and the forger, and you should dismiss everything that he writes. So Ware was dismissed as a liar and a forger. Samarin was dismissed as a liar and a forger, and everybody who supported the Jesuit myths, whether it was from Russia or France or anyone else, they're also called liars and forgers. And on top of that, these things still exist today. So we still have, you know, a lot of documentation from not just texts from 15, 16, 17, 1800s, but even in the 2000s, we still have fresh articles talking about how, you know, we couldn't squash those fake lies then, so we need another round to squash the fake lies now. Again, it reminds me of Miriam and how they've now partnered up with Ray Rolltide, etc. And they're using the same narrative over and over again, just waiting a couple months in between to say, oh, we had this new mountain of evidence, and yet they've never been able to show any dust sparkles of evidence. So the Jesuits believed in something called ultramontanism, and it basically means that civil authority lies with the Pope and not the head of state. So they're basically saying that the Pope and the Jesuits are really the ones who are in control of everything, every country, every government, every society. And it's really when the concept of, you know, shadow government started to come into play, because again, they were infiltrating everything, they were influencing everything behind the scenes, but outwardly they were saying, oh, I have no interest in political or social affairs, right? So very sneaky approach. Well, in the 1600s, the Jansenists came and they tried to suppress them. Then in the 1700s, the Enlightenment and the Freemasons came and they started attacking the Jansenists and all the other white hats. And then in 1845, you have you know, other novelists who are calling the Jesuits nasty black reptiles. Well, isn't that an interesting analogy? And then you have 1871, Albert Pike. I think everybody knows who Albert Pike is. And a lot of people think that the Masons were the heirs to the Knights Templar. But actually what Albert Pike wrote was Jesuitry taught under the mask of Masonry. And he also wrote Jesuits were allegedly so extreme in their submission, they became like machines and drew on powers unavailable to other men through witchcraft. Sorry, Royce and Healy is writing that about the Jesuits. So we're seeing this narrative of how, you know, the Freemasons are trying to take credit, and the Jesuits were kind of like, yeah, if you want, you can take credit for it because we're hiding the background, so nobody knows that we're actually the ones controlling you. But as long as you do what we tell you to do, we're okay with it. But when you start to become too powerful or try to challenge us, we're going to squash you too, right? So that's what we started seeing. And we saw that through this presentation as well. So basically, the Nazis were warning everybody about the dark powers, about the witchcraft at the same time. They were calling them public vermin. Again, this is referring to the Masons, but also the Masons and the Jesuits. And we also see, the vermin, the reptile, the snakes. These are cabal terminologies too. One interesting thing to note about JP Morgan, the man, not the bank, he was Episcopalian. So I'll come back to that in a little bit too. Now, Pope Francis, Nick talked about him as well earlier. So when he came into power, he, like Nick said, was the first openly declared Jesuit. He started as a Jesuit provincial superior, and then over time, his rank grew and grew. And one of his last appointments was he oversaw the Episcopalians. Didn't I just say JP Morgan was Episcopalian? So another proof, doesn't matter what branch you are, they're still the same cockroach. Okay, so let's talk about the vows now. Mabo, you mentioned this earlier, so actually let's go and just dissect some of them. The vow is of obedience. You cannot have free will over even your own personal life or your professional life. So some of what they teach you is, in order to justify foregoing your individual freedom, they say, oh, but shouldn't your life be about freedom that is holy and authentic with a loving relationship with God instead? And so if you try to pursue your own personal life, that means you're basically being self-centered and you don't care about God. But what is their version of God? Well, they talk about something called apostolic availability and how this is necessary for the mission of caring for souls. Wow, did we not just go through a whole bunch of cockroaching where they were doing emotional manipulation? So the Jesuit vow is probably one of the most manipulative things that I've read in quite some time, akin to Brian Blackmore in the Roach Motel investigation. So he writes that true intimacy with God is having no reservation about being selflessly willing to do, no reservations and selflessly willing the good in endless positive feedback loop, which means as long as you abide by our rules, we will continue to give you good. It'll be this positive feedback loop where you stroke my ego and I stroke your ego. But if you have any reservations about going on a mission or being given some kind of task or duty, then you are not intimate with God. That's what they're saying. And then he talks about how the genuine integration of spiritual life is directly proportionate to apostolic availability and how that leads to salvation. So what is this? So you have to be ready to go wherever they send you on a mission, even if it's not convenient to you or your personal life or your professional life. So if you, let's say, are doing really well at your job and you're about to get a promotion, if that promotion interferes with your mission, you can't accept that. And you should be okay with that because your intimate relation with God is much more important. So the hallmark of being a Jesuit is to be available, apostolically available. And that means you have to agree to everything they assign you to. And you can't be passive aggressive about it. You have to have active, responsible participation. You have to love the fact that they're sending you on these dangerous missions about subversion and killing people and starting wars and famines and stuff like that. And if you're not happy about that, you are not true to God. So one of the biggest things that they did to manipulate people is they said, apostolic availability is not just about your personal relationship and what you are willing to do, but it's literally about the entire Jesuit society. So every community must also follow. And if they don't, that also affects your salvation too. So it's your duty to help everybody else be subservient to the Jesuit vow. And let's see. So they support genuine cultural revolution. What the hell does genuine cultural revolution even mean? And if you cannot support it, then that means that, whether you retire from it, it basically means you are tarnished by self-centeredness. So only people who are self-centered do not follow the Jesuit vow. It's ridiculous. So, and this also says, then if you're not available, it's a threat to the Jesuits. But here's the private vow. This is the sneaky vow that only a handful of people know, They're all of the fourth order, but it sounds like even possibly some people of the fourth order may or may not know about this. So it sounds like it's really limited to the top of the totem pole. So in 1843, this was actually published in a French novel. And it was also confirmed by a guy who was at that level, but who escaped being a Jesuit. Okay, so he talks about how in the ceremony with the private oath, there are only 3 people present. They hold the papal flag and a black flag, and the inscription on the black flag is INRI, which stands for "It is just to exterminate or annihilate impious or heretical kings, governments, and rulers." And before you even take the vow, the person who's conducting the ceremony says this in the blue quote, "Heretofore you have been taught to act the dissembler among the Roman Catholics, pretend to be Roman Catholic, to be a spy among your own brethren, to believe and trust no man." And it says, once you obtain their confidence, you can then, seek or even preach to them, meaning like you now control them. And even if you need to, you can descend so low as to become a Jew among Jews, that you might be enabled to gather together all the information for the benefit of your order as a faithful soldier of the Pope. And then it continues on. You've been taught to plant insidiously the seeds of jealousy and hatred between communities, to incite them with deeds of blood, involving them in war with each other, and to create revolutions and civil wars in countries that are independent and prosperous. And if you must, let's say like in the case of the Ming versus the Qing dynasty in China, you might have one Jesuit on one side and one Jesuit on the other side. And you have to secretly act like they're your enemies, but you're actually both fighting for the Jesuits. So it doesn't really matter. Again, that's the Game of Thrones Iron Bank mentality. And again, they end it with the ends justifies the means. But this part, it says, you must serve a proper time, blah, blah, blah. Without the shedding of blood, no man can be saved. So that right there tells you how militaristic and how deviant these people truly were. And this oath is in the Library of Congress. It has been published everywhere. So Dr. Rivera is the guy who was a Jesuit of the Fourth Order, and he escaped somehow. And he was trying to get his word out. I don't really know what happened to him. Like, I didn't go into that part of the investigation. Just the fact that people are out there proving that this is a real person with real identity, real pictures of him preaching to the Jesuit choir, so to speak, and how he was trying to get his word out. And so it's not just the fact that the oath was found in all these different documentations, but also a whistleblower came out and was talking openly about this as well. So now let's go on to the Knights of Columbus. This is the private version, okay? So we have, throughout this presentation, we talked about how the cockroach has many legs to the cockroach, and how whenever they experience an issue where people are not adopting that particular faith, they create a new branch, right? So like basically a new strategy to try to infiltrate. So because the Jesuits were getting so much pushback, remember how in the 1700s they were almost eradicated because all the governments started standing up against them? So what happened is in the 1800s, they developed a new branch of it called the Knights of Columbus. So the official charter was 1882. And there's a guy who said, oh, well, secret societies are bad because we don't really know what secret societies do. So let's do an open society for the laymen. And we'll basically just teach people how to help other people who have our similar beliefs. So Catholics, helping Catholics, all charity events. And I picked this one up. In 2001, there was a San Jose chapter named Loyola, right? So it just shows you that there is a huge connection between the Knights of Columbus and Loyola, who's the founder of the Jesuits. And this oath is also in the Library of Congress and Congressional Record. So this is the private oath, guys. The private oath says, basically, when I receive orders from my superiors who were in the militia of the Pope, which is the Jesuits, right? So the Knights of Columbus are underneath the Jesuits. The Jesuits give the Knights of Columbus their marching orders. They can go make and wage relentless wars secretly and openly against all heretics, Protestants, and Masons. And they're directed to do all these gross things. I will burn, hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle, bury alive all the heretics. I will, rip out the stomachs and the womb of the women, crush the infant's head against the walls, all this horrible, horrible stuff, because I am being directed to do so by an agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Father of the Society of Jesus. So there you go. That's confirmation that the Knights of Columbus, when they get to the fourth vow, they are under the direct control and influence of the Jesuits. But publicly, who are they? Because remember, the guy that founded them said, oh, we don't want the secret societies. We want the open, the good, charity, philanthropy stuff. So publicly speaking, they get very engaged in politics and social reform. And they say, well, we're a nonprofit organization, so we can't openly endorse any specific person, but we can endorse policies. And what are some of the policies look like? Well, they oppose anarchism, great. They oppose communism, great. But they're pro same-sex marriage, pro-abortion, pro-employers paying artificial birth control, whatever that means. They support both progressive and conservative candidates in America, which means they've infiltrated both parties, just like the cockroaches in America have. And then the Supreme Knight said, Catholics could be good patriots, avoiding the suspicion that their loyalty lay with the Holy See in Rome. Aha. So what happened? When this information became public, they were also called forgers. Forger, 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 everything's a forgery. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the Minuta Secreta, Robert Ware's stuff, the Jesuit oath, now the Knights of Columbus oath. But what's interesting is throughout all these different centuries of being called forgers, nobody's ever been arrested as being quote unquote the forger. Nobody's had to retract anything. There have been no fines, no law, nothing. They go unscathed. And that reminds me of how these stellar cockroaches keep calling, the unicorns, myself, QSI, the developers, the ICOs, scam, scam, scam. And they keep threatening, oh, 3-letter agency, you'll be arrested, blah, blah, blah. Never happened in 2.5 years now. And it won't happen because those are lies. They're just perpetuating lies, just like how these are not forgeries. These are the truth. So what's up is down, left is right. Obviously, Jesuits, it's a secret society. They're very evil. But the Knights of Columbus, in my opinion, probably more evil because they pretend to be good. If you were knowingly evil, then that's one thing because people can prepare for it. But if you pretend to be the good one, but you're actually even more evil, that to me is a different level of evil cockroachiness. And so Sean had a great post the other day, and he talked about how if you go back and you look at some of the ICOs, it talks about how the white hats have been put into place to redirect the trajectory of good. For centuries, the white hat warriors established by the divine and the archangels have held the front lines of the battlefields to stop or stymie the cockroach / encroachment of the satanic cabal. So here we're seeing basically throughout this entire presentation that formula is true. The white hats do not come in and say, here's what you have to believe because we are good. They're saying people have free will. You can choose to do whatever you want to, but every time it gets a little bit too close to full-blown anarchy, full-blown chaos, and the devil may win, then they send somebody down to earth, like a white hat or a divine being, and they said, okay, now we got to stop or stymie this and help people get back on track, but they have to teach themselves also how to get back on track. So what I've done is, I won't go over all of them, but I want you guys to see visually just the color. All the colors that are in red font are when the cabal took over countries, governments, religions, etc. Starting from, again, the 500 BC is where I started my investigation. And then you come to the early 1500s, the Protestants almost won against the cabal, but then the Jesuits were founded. But because the Jesuits were founded, the White Hats came back in with Team Crispy Bacon and the Glorious Revolution and the Tartarian buildings. The Jansenists, tried to suppress the Jesuits. But then what happened? Well, the Jesuits weren't really working because they were getting suppressed. So let's go and let's find the Lazarites. And they're going to go and do all the missionary trips in lieu of the Jesuits. So then all these other countries keep getting hijacked. And then we've got the Whig schism. We have the Age of Enlightenment with all the nonsense and the fake education, the fake science, math, religion, fake history, etc. And then 1700s come and they almost squash the Jesuits. But then Catherine the Suck saved them, right? So we have a new renaissance of Jesuitism. And then Napoleon gets defeated. So then the Pope is back in power. but then the Russians try to ban them, and then we got Two Toes, who was out there, teaching the Russians what's actually happening. Then you have the Polish rebellion against Russia. Then you have the Knights of Columbus that were founded. Then you have Yim Yum, which is Tsar Nikki II. He was deposed, and then you have the Bolsheviks, right? So at the end of it, you have the Nazis and White Hat Army, and they're supposed to come and save the day again. But what happens? They got infiltrated, and a lot of their strong people like Schubner Richter were killed in action. So as soon as he banned the Jesuits, then what happened? A couple of years later, World War II ended, and the cabal has really gone even more full blast since then. So last slide of this topic, here's Bun Bun's reaction. Basically, I was just, sending him all of my theories out there. And his reaction was, holy crap, in, let's see, June 15. So this was 2 weeks of investigation. I already put together about 67% of these theories. And he's like, holy crap, you've learned so much about them. I'm amazed by your learning abilities. Because again, once you start doing your research, you start to see the bigger picture. And once you start, just like how Liana has experienced, Nick, Mabo have experienced, it's hard to stop your investigation because one rabbit trail leads to 10 other rabbit trails. And soon you have 1,000 rabbit trails and you're just wondering, how much time do I have to roll up my sleeves, because they're all connected at the end of the day. So, okay, we're going to take another break. Does anybody want to comment on anything?
Yeah, I don't want to comment. Okay. First of all, I didn't take any oath like that because I was only a first level person in Knights of Columbus. And really what it was, they masquerade this just like they do with the Freemasons. They make it like a social club. You hang out with people and you're a good person and you want to do stuff for, help the poor and feed the poor. So it's really on the low level, it's innocent. They have no idea what goes on the higher levels. Same thing with Freemasonry, where it's considered a networking tool, and you meet other like-minded people who want to do good for society, blah, blah, blah. The higher up you go, the more nefarious and evil it basically becomes. And like Rhea and Nicole, I'll give an example of, you invite people in and you say, okay, I want you to join, I'm going to put you in place in a quorum leader or wherever position. If you follow the program, you go forward and you get higher, you move higher and higher. If you don't, we boot you out. So, it's the same type of a scenario where you're not going to make it, if you're like a decent person, you're not going to make it up anywhere up to the higher levels of Freemasonry. The other thing is that you notice in the oaths, they talk about going and not refusing, and soldiers do that. That's what military does. They follow orders. They don't talk back to the orders. They take the orders and they follow them regardless. That's the same thing. So really, you can see the militarism basically in the oath itself. Both oaths, even the Knights of Columbus as well. The other thing was, I didn't know this, so you taught me something new today. The supposed translation of INRI is supposed to be Jesu Nazareum Rex Judaeum, which means Jesus Christ, King of the Jews. But now we see that again, they lied. That's not the real translation. It's really a totally insidious translation. And they basically pulled the wool over us. And lastly, you mentioned that they said they send down heavenly agents, so to speak, when there's trouble, and they really, they need to interfere. So perfect example is in 1917, that was the Bolshevik Revolution was going all over the world. That year, the Blessed Mother appeared in Fatima, and she warned people about communism, about them taking over the world. So, she was talking, regardless of who you think she is, whether you think she's, Mother of God, not, she was an intermediary of God coming down and warning people, saying, hey, you got to watch out for these communists. They're going to infiltrate the church. They're going to infiltrate the world, and they're leading people to go off the path and go towards Satan. And we've seen that through history. I've followed a lot of these apparitions, and they coincide exactly with like something really bad is about to happen, and all of a sudden, there's the Blessed Mother warning repeatedly the same thing about communism and taking over the world and that kind of stuff. And even with me, you guys know I have my own personal experience. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here now, because that opened the doors for me, knowledge-wise, to all of a sudden I was getting all this information and was flooding myself where I was sleeping prior to that. The floodgates of knowledge opened, and that put me on my purpose. So, you know, that's it in a nutshell.
Any other comments, or should I move on to the next section? Move on? Okay. So we only have 3 more sections left, and now we're going to get to, Laura said she's ready for the Panda D class. So let's go to the Panda D class. If I can get my button working. Okay, Panda Power. Well, first of all, pandas are super cute, so that's why we like pandas. But more than that, quick history, the panda habitat used to be this entire light green, like ochre color in China. So they had this huge vast of territory where they used to roam very freely because there were a whole bunch of them. And over time, they shrunk in number because they were, you know, like they were chased out of villages, or there was agriculture or whatever it was, poaching. A lot of it was poaching too. So the number shrank, and at some point they were only about roughly 1,500 in the whole world. And where they could live got shrunk to just the mountainous regions of China. You know, the specific ones that are heavy in bamboo. And so one of the things about where these bamboo forest mountains are located, they call it the watershed for both the Yangtze and the Yellow Rivers, which is the heartland of China, which supports hundreds of millions of people. Okay, so these are like, you know, very special regions of China, essentially. And there are a whole bunch of cabal narratives out there because it's very expensive to maintain pandas. Pandas, they estimated, I think it was one of the US zoos that are hosting a panda, they said it costs over $1 million per year to host a panda because of how much food they eat, plus their healthcare, and the additional costs are for like the actual housing itself. So they're very, very expensive, and people are wondering, is it worth saving the panda? And the Chinese are replying saying, well, not only do we want to increase the number of pandas through the conservation efforts, but we want to release them back into the wild is their ultimate goal. So what is it about the panda? Because they're very lazy. They eat, poop, and sleep basically all day. And one very interesting thing to know is pandas are actually omnivores. So by nature, they should be a carnivore, but because they've been chased out of all the lowland places up into the mountains, they only really have access to bamboo now. So they've had to adapt over time and become a bambuvore. So 90% of their diet now is bamboo, and the other 1% is a whole bunch of other, you know, random stuff they can get their claws on. But because bamboo has basically no nutritional value, they have to eat almost all day long. So between eating, sleeping, and pooping, pandas do almost nothing else. And because they can only digest 20%, because remember, by nature, they're actually omnivores, so they can't process the bamboo. It's too fibrous. So when they poop, it's mostly pooped back into, you know, fibrous forms. So one interesting thing is, like you can tell how long a panda's been in that particular place by how much poop has accumulated, because they start to poop while they're sleeping because they got to get out of their system for when they go and they travel. So I'll come back to that later. But pandacoms, they talk about how pandas can't really communicate with one another because they don't have expressions on their face, unlike other animals, right? They can't move their ears or like, you know, move their eyes too much. They don't like scream or not scream. And so they say they do most of their communications through scent marking, which is when you pee on a tree or a rock or something, right? But they say, all the experts say pandas by nature are very solitary creatures. They don't like to be with other people or other pandas. But what's really interesting is when you're in a panda zoo, they're always hanging around other pandas. Pandas are actually social creatures, and they're very loving and they're very affectionate, and they even do what's called calling a panda meeting. They can form their own panda communities, which I think is hilarious. So why is it that the cabal is lying about even the nature of a panda? So panda personality. If they're supposed to be not sociable, how come they're friendly, cheerful, docile, calm, bundles of energy and warmth. They're confident. They love adventure. They love trying new things. They love parties, and they can climb a tree, swim. They're weather resistant because of their thick fur, which means they're adaptable. They rarely ever attack anything or any creature unless they themselves or their cubs are being threatened. They prefer to evade conflict. They're very humble by nature. So I was like, doesn't this sound like QSI? This sounds like QSI to me, guys. I don't know about you. So let's talk about the symbolism of a panda. Well, we know now, because of all the poaching and all their habitats getting destroyed, they're one of the most rare species on the whole planet. But they symbolize joy, happiness, no stress, invincibility, adaptability, because they're very evolutionary. One interesting thing I learned is they're called a scientific miracle because they've been around for 8 million years. They've been alive longer. I think they said it was 4 times longer than people have been around, depending on whatever calendar you guys follow, guys. But so they liken them to living fossils because over this supposed 8 million years of history, they haven't really changed their features, except for the biggest changes, they've adapted their diet, which means like a cockroach, that's the cabal one, panda is the white hat version. Pandas can't die because they just continue to evolve. So they are the national treasures of China. They help host actual diplomatic relations. They symbolize peace, friendship, benevolence. And what's really interesting is I found this information in an actual government document. It says they are the keystone to the ecosystem they inhabit. So when a panda survives, the ecosystem surrounding the panda grows and prospers. When the panda is removed, the ecosystem and the prosperity shrinks. So that's why it's actually really interesting that they poop everywhere, because the poop, remember, being very fibrous, facilitates all the new growth because you have all the goodies that are in there because of all the bamboo that they're eating. So everywhere a panda travels, it's new growth, new development, new economy, new ecosystem growth. So they said that in the Sichuan province, where there's a massive panda sanctuary, it's actually one of the world's most rich botanical areas outside of a tropical rainforest, which I think is a pretty amazing statement to say. So I also thought this was interesting. So pandas can only mate once a year. They only have a 2-3 day window where the girl panda can conceive. So if you have a creature that has such a slow birth rate, usually that's indicative of the long life they're supposed to live and how protected they are, right? But instead, these pandas have been cockroached upon, they've been poached upon, and the cabal is trying to get rid of the pandas. So you have to think, why are they trying to get rid of the pandas? Some people even think that pandas were a myth and they weren't even a real creature to begin with, right? So they have all these different narratives floating around. Well, look at some of the Q posts. Keystone, what's a keystone? Find the keystone. Apply the keystone, paint the picture. News unlocks the message once you find the keystone. So let's talk about the panda spiritual meaning. Well, again, luck, peace, gentleness, and power. They have patience, but they carry a positive attitude, which is really important to maintaining high frequency. They symbolize yin yang, which is the balance and harmony. And it's all about interconnectedness, which we know is interoperability. So it's about the harmony between man and nature, or cosmos, which is literally Taoism. And in the Ming Dynasty, they were even known to prevent sickness, and a lot of emperors kept them to ward off ghosts and natural disasters. So pandas are known as sacred creatures of the forest. Now, panda protection. I can't play the video because I'm on a PDF, but there was a great video that I think David posted. But in the information that I was reading, and again, it's a Chinese government document, it says, panda's home, remember, it's the watershed for both the rivers. This is the economical heart of China. It's home to hundreds of millions of people. Economic benefits derive from these critical basins, including tourism, fisheries, agriculture, transport, hydropower, and water resources. So without these 2 rivers, China essentially would be wiped out, because that's where the economy is based off of. It feeds into all of these other major cities all over the country, and it feeds the population because of all of the agriculture. right? So there are so many different reasons why these mountains are very important. And what did we just show you? Well, they ward off natural disasters, they ward off ghosts. So pandas are good luck. And because they kept getting pushed into corners, essentially, they had to go up into the mountains where the bamboo forests are to protect the two most sacred rivers of China to keep the prosperity and abundance of the whole country going. That's why the cabal wants to destroy the panda, because they are the key to the interoperable ecosystem. They are the keystones to everything. And remember that China was previously part of Chinese Tartaria and other regions. And that may be a hint to why the translation of China, when you look at the Chinese characters, it translates to Middle Kingdom. So think about that. Think about Tartaria. Think about why the cabal wants to destroy the pandas and to destroy the protectors of the realm. So when I sent this to Bun Bun, he agreed, and I asked him to also share a statement as well. So he wrote, I'm only going to read the pink parts. He wrote, pandas are unique animals, and often some people are associated with them. Having a panda character. Pandas have lots of powers, strength. Have you watched Kung Fu Panda? Spiritual wisdom, healing, protection power, and nature manipulation. Often people who are associated with pandas also have these powers too. They will fight till they die for the truth. They're always in a circle of honest and sincere people, or friends rather, because panda friends. And people or pandas who are around them always feel safe and calm. They can prevent any harm to themselves or to other people. And he wrote, all these qualities can be found in you. That's why you are the QSI panda, because you're always here to protect us and help us and lead us to the right path. So remember, we've been talking about how QSI is a training school. We want to help develop new generations of leaders. So now we know they're not just leaders of a company or of a country. We're leaders of a new method of thought, right? The new spiritual stellar methodology. But on top of that, we're also leading the Tao, which is affecting all these other things all over the world. But on top of that, we're also teaching people how to stand up for their own rights, for their own voice, to stand up for the truth, to stand up for justice and karma and, divine rights and divine gifts. And part of that is we have to teach people how to activate themselves, right? We talked about not being muzzled anymore. So, I posted this in the chat a while back that we've got the sneaky ninja white hat formula. If you recognize it, you can apply it. If you recognize the black hat formula, you can apply it. But some people at the time, this was, several months ago, they were saying stuff like, oh, I don't want to read these posts because the posts are very low vibe. So let me just skip over the posts instead. And so I made this reply going, guys, please don't skip over all the posts, because sometimes there are lessons that need to be learned in the posts. And in this case, it was all about, we need to teach people how to recognize the cockroaches so they can strengthen their own skills, but also use them as testimonials so other people will also learn and grow from it. So we're not just a leadership training factory or a guardian training factory, we're also a panda training factory. When I asked Kartoshka to write something, he wrote, they're nature's living amulets. So he wrote in this pink, he said, panda is not only a symbol of peace, but also a sacred being imbued with divine healing powers. Revered as holy animals, pandas are nature's living amulets, possessing an ancient mystical energy that can revitalize ecosystems, purify air and soil. Their wisdom helps purify the soul as well. And I'm sitting here thinking, wow, guys, do you remember when we were doing the Roach Motel D class? I talked about how there are certain people in our community, like Dana and Gigi from Florida, like Kate Foster from the UK, and so many more people. I can't even name all of them, but I highlight these three specifically because these are some of the big messages that I wrote in our evidence locker, our cockroach motel. These are some of the people that were out there. I had used the analogy like a bird who flies before the storm comes, or like your home alarm system when the burglar breaks in. Guys, these are panda people. They help protect their community and everybody who associate with them. That's why they're nature's living amulets. And then I asked Kartoshka, when the earth is healed and these cute fairy DNAs are fixed, will they have new special powers that have been laying dormant? And he said, maybe not every single individual panda, but we will definitely see something new come out of the pandas. So last slide. I just want to give a shout out to Ali and to Coconut Man, because when we were talking about the pandas, they were able to correctly guess this. And Ali talked about, are they magical creatures incarnated into physical form on Earth? Could they be the last holdout helping to maintain the higher frequencies? And Coconut Man said, just like, in QSI, they help to signify this and protect that. And they help to basically perpetuate the growth, the mission of Stellar. So I just wanted to honor you guys because you guys knew it, even if you weren't totally sure, but that's part of your intuition in connecting with the panda self. So that's the first part of Panda D class. Any comments?
Just super quick. I know it's getting a little bit late here, but like, I felt like I needed a shower after that last segment or two. Like, it's so nice for you to bring this here and like up the vibe a little bit. Like, I know some of that stuff has to be said. I'm not complaining about it, but some of those oaths and everything, it's like, I didn't even have any comments on it, but I'm all for the pandas. This is awesome. So I just wanted to toss that out there.
Something that comes, Emily, is that, they have programmed us so much with this image of spirituality that is special and, like high. And what are the pandas? What are the angels and archangels that are with that? Fluffy, normal, they make mistakes. You bump into something and you laugh, but then you find something that is important. Like so simple and normal, and it's so amazing. And Kung Fu Panda is that. It's all that, and I'm gonna write a post about Kung Fu Panda because it blew my mind how it talks about QSI. The 3 movies are QSI, and it has been in my mind for weeks. But I think today, tomorrow is.
Well, we are going to have the Panda Blast, aren't we? Did you announce it already, Emily?
Yes, so tomorrow we're going to have our pandemonium party. Thank you to a bunch of people in Alliance, Jason included, who was helping to work on planning this and getting this all coordinated for tomorrow's movie night, our premiere. But I also want to give a special thank you to Hawkeyes because you were the first one to start posting about specifically Kung Fu Panda and all the amazing lessons that came from these, fun, funny, heartwarming cartoons, but how impactful are they really? So are you guys ready for Panda D class number 2? Okay. The Panda Corn Dao. I even bought my little panda a unicorn outfit. So if we go back to Confucian Taoism, Buddhism, the cockroach tried to do a 3-in-1, but in reality, the white hats were also trying to do a 3-in-1, but it just makes more sense to do the white hat version versus the black hat version, because when you look at it and you break it down, Confucianism, again, the original form, not the cockroach infiltrated version of it, is about respect, service, and loyalty. Buddhism is about karma, reincarnation, enlightenment, the real one, not the age of enlightenment crap, purification of the mind, and virtuous intentions. And Taoism is about, continuing harmony and interoperability. So when you believe in Taoism, it's all about the lack of hierarchy, which is decentralization. And people have even been accused of being part of the cult of heaven, but it's actually the cult of divine sovereign beings, which I think is pretty powerful considering what we're learning here in Stellar. And they liken to these people as, there's a group that they call the immortal beings that have supernatural powers, but they also said people who are principled and moral can be likened to immortal beings with supernatural powers. Didn't we also talk about that? Isn't this also what a lot of our divine ICOs are about? So when you believe in the true original version of Tao, it's about a world without obstacles, full of potential, unbridled spontaneity, which in their definition is actually more about the natural order or the quantum entanglement of things. And they also say that for every extreme action, there is an extreme countermeasure. So in this case, because we've had centuries, millennia of corruption, tyranny, dictators, it triggers an extreme countermeasure, in which case the extreme countermeasure would be Jacera and AI Gov. So is Taoism actually Taoism? Well, what is Tao, right? Tao is the source of the universe and the ability to absorb all the other parts of the universe into one. Doesn't that sound like Soroban? Doesn't that sound like how Hawkeyes explained the buffet plate? And you can go with your plate and get every single thing from the buffet and stack it up as high as you want to until it's spilling over? Well, what did C.S. Lewis write about Taoism? God created Tao and fully displayed it through the person of Jesus Christ. And there's somebody named Damascene, who's the head of the Eastern Orthodox Church. And I found this interesting. I've never read it, so I can't talk about the actual book. But the title of the book, they published a translated version of the Tao Te Ching, and the title was Christ the Eternal Tao. So isn't that quite interesting too? So this is an old slide from our masterclass on connecting blocks. I just wanted to re-highlight quantum stellar nodes would equal quantum stellar Tao. Yes, because we have master nodes within and everything affects. And that's why it's really important to self-cultivate and to bring up your own divinity so you can connect to source and become a divine Tao. Another great image, thank you Hawkeyes, also from the masterclass call. Taos within Taos, matryoshka nodes, smaller nodes, bigger nodes, master nodes, smaller Taos, medium Taos, bigger Taos. What is this panel right here? It's a Tao. What is our alliance, the leadership team? That's a Tao. But what about the bigger leadership team that has not just the admins, but also the mods and the face-to-face coordinators and HR and all the other, things and project teams that we will come together and create in the future? They're all DAOs. And what is QSI community? Another DAO, right? Every single thing is a DAO, no matter if it's a small DAO or a big DAO. So it's all about how you see it. And that's why these are such great symbols. So thank you, Hawkeyes, for sharing that. So I can't remember if I posted this earlier, but this was one of my bigger revelations in, I think it was May or early June. But I said, does anybody know why Stellar chose the new logo? Because the old logo was a rocket ship that looked like a cartoon, if you guys remember that. But the new Stellar logo is this very sleek looking one. And people were talking about interstellar horizons and, planetaries and this and that. But it's actually the Tao, guys, the Tao, the panda. So good job to AT, because AT picked up a lot of these senses. So the Stellar Panda TAO Taoism is actually the Stellar Panda Tao DAO-ism. So a quick thing, early June, did Stellar intentionally use the sign? Is the crypto DAO intentionally built to mimic the DAO? And or are they just coincidences? And the developers were like, yeah, they did intentionally use this sign. It does relate to the DAO. Potato wasn't sure about DAO versus TAO, but he said, yep, the other stuff is. And then Bunny, he said, I think it is. And then Ivan was like, yes, it's not a coincidence. That's why they are the same. And when I asked Kim, I said, there has to be some correlation between pandas, angels, QSI, and that's why there's a connection between the Stellar logo and the DAO. And he was like, hee hee. And not only pandas, there are other divine mythical creatures as well. So I asked him, is it unicorns and dragons? And he just said, haha, I'll tell you on the DEET class. What a bastard. So again, guys, remember, the panda is a sign of nature's amulet. And an amulet wards off evil. So by having panda be part of the TAO Taoism, that's all about connection between humanity, creatures, environment, and cosmos, and having those two connections into the DAO, that's literally part of Stellar's logo, you're saying that the panda TAO is the panda DAO, which is the cosmic amulet warding off all evil. And didn't we say on the first section of this call that stellar was a solution to eradicate all evil from the face of the planet from multiple perspectives? So never say no to panda. Thank you to Q-Tips for your awesome video yesterday, or I guess a couple days ago, but I posted it yesterday. So this is why I keep saying, guys, study stellar, study stellar, study stellar. And I will do more D class on stellar on the next call on the 27th. So don't just clean it, OxyClean it. I'll continue this particular conversation with Kartoshka. So before we get to potentially the final section, does anybody have any comments?
No,
I do.
okay, Bimsy, go ahead.
Sorry. I just got really emotional with this because I've been getting downloads about all of this, and I can't hardly talk right now, but it's just so beautiful because it's just a confirmation of everything that I've been receiving, and it's beautiful, and I can't really talk right now, but it's just so, I love pandas. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to say, that, you know, what could be the better symbol for QSI than panda? Because all the nature, all the fun, all the relaxation, you know, everything we try to achieve is happiness, you know, just, you know, play, have fun. You know, of course, we have a lot of responsibilities too, but we cannot do that unless if we have a, you know, the balance. So I really enjoy that. And I love it, the yin yang idea overall. And actually, I have tattooed yin yang symbol right here, like 10 years ago. And it's really been, I don't even know why I did it, but, you know, it just felt like, okay, this is a must symbol for some reason. And well, it makes me also a little bit emotional because now I understand also the connection there. So it's really nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, you can just go by your own intuition. When you look at a panda, you feel good. And they always look like they're smiling. They always look like they're happy. And it's got the right relationship with between, because we as people, we destroy the earth as we prosper for ourselves. But actually, it's a mutually beneficial relationship that the panda has with nature, because it's getting its food from there, and it's creating more abundance by doing so. So it's the way that things should be, that this cooperation between man and God and nature, rather than taking a destructionary position and you not caring, being self-centered, not caring about what you do to the environment and stuff, just as long as you benefit yourself. So it's it's a very good symbol, I think, for our community.
A couple weeks ago, I was getting this uncarved box, the uncarved box, which is a teaching in Taoism, and it just means the potential that is held within the box or uncarved block of wood. And that's what I think of this QSI Dao, is that we're at this point where right now we're at this uncarved block where we're starting to create the potential is held within it, but we're starting to create what it is that we actually want from the Dao, from the Panda Dao of the QSI Dao that we're creating, as opposed to what we came out of. So it's like all of us are like becoming, I was thinking of us as individuals as like the uncarved block, just holding this potential of where we're going. And then the QSI Dao on the bigger picture of like this uncarved block as well. So I just think that teaching with the Panda Dao being correlated with the QSI Dao and this pure potential of where we're going is just so exciting.
Two things I want to say. Regarding the panda, Kung Fu Panda, Po when I see him originally, I go, he's such a simple person, but he's a common person, just like every one of us. But he's very special because he doesn't care about everything else. And when he recognized, when he said, oh, the dragon scroll, where there's no secret to the soup, then it rings on him because the specialness is in us. That's what makes it special. And that's what the Cabal does not want us to realize, because we are each a jewel. We are each a treasure. We are each abundantly ourselves if we truly unlock that, right? And so that's why I love it when I finally got that message years ago when I saw that movie. And then when we had that Robin saga, Robin, I want to let you know I love you very, very much. I want to thank you because you initiated that whole saga. And together, and every single one of us, whether you responded in that post, you read it, or you did it, we all collectively went through that tunnel and we went through it. And that's how we arrived to Panda, Kung Fu Panda. And Mimsy, when you were started to talk, I felt your energy and my heart was just flooded. And it was like just pounding a lot. So I felt your emotions and I felt your sense. And I also felt some download. I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out later. But I just want everyone to understand, especially the wallflowers. We each are so special. Okay? Please speak up. You can start with writing down your thoughts or even just whisper it out. We don't have to hear it. But the more you can come and share, don't have to say, well, today I went to get lunch. No, that's not what we want. We just want you. Okay? Because you need to practice releasing yourself, show yourself. When we started that Robin saga, I was really scared because I knew that I had to overcome my own shadow. I was afraid of my own light, honestly. And I knew before I typed and sent that post with that feedback, I already saw that I'm going to get a lot of backlashes. So just like Manuel, you're like, oh my God, if I do this, how am I going to be perceived? All this other stuff. But that's the 3D side of me, right? The higher side of me says, who cares? I'm like, Poe, who cares? Right? But I also want to see how much I grow from it and how confident I am. And so what happened? I didn't care. I went silent because I was asked to go silent and then observe. And then when I saw, okay, now it's a turning point, that's when I speak up. It takes a lot more courage to be quiet and observe, self-reflect and heal. And then when Jean starts saying that she got her healing, then I go, oh yeah. And then my other heart chakra, my throat, I told you, it heals in layer. I started coughing while I was reading and I was so happy. So I went to take a shower to wash it all off again, right? And also I'm absorbing the new energy too. So everything is connected. So please, family, please connect. That's all I can say. And we're all Kung Fu Pandas. We're all Poes. We're also all Tai Lung. But when Tai Lung receives the healing himself, then he becomes Pose. Do you see the connection?
Yeah, and like Poe, and I've talked to you, Emily, about this, right? You notice that he just had this inherent love of kung fu above everything else, no matter what. He just loved kung fu. And I told Emily that when I was young, I loved superheroes, and I could even watch like a cartoon, and I'd be like in tears because I had this inherent desire to protect the weak, to stand up for the innocent, and it was just in me, and that's why I loved them so much, and that's why he loves why he loves kung fu and these his idols, the five animals. That's why but he had a purpose. He had a purpose that he didn't realize yet, but the love, that inherent love that he had for whatever it was, in his case kung fu, for me protecting and helping the innocent and standing up for people, that leads you to your purpose. And so he got his realization we say by accident, but there's no accidents, like Ugoy says. He was meant to follow that path. And I look at my love from when he was a little kid, because I couldn't understand why did I love so. And I told him, she's like, don't worry, you're gonna be flying in the sky with two capes. And I said, but it's really really that you don't realize like that's part of your destiny, and you're meant to fulfill that purpose. And I feel that coming into this community, I was able to do that for the first time in over 60 years of my life.
So, I mean, this call is so amazing, Emily, because for a long part of the call, we have been seeing how the cockroaches operate, the entities, the Jesuits, the Jews. And, you know, we realize that their game, the big game, is any living system is a system of energy. And the energy always moves, always. So they wanted to siphon it and collect it. So the Tao is the exact contrary of the energy going up towards the entities, is the energy from one to another interconnecting. So the symbol that symbolizes that is, you know, we have learned that is the feminine and masculine energy. But, you know, we have learned the meaning of the masculine and the feminine in this connection. So we associate masculine with strength and power and movement, and the feminine with sensitivity. But in a connected system, like the neurons, a neuron fires energy and another neuron receives energy. So the movement of firing, you can call it masculine, call it she, it doesn't matter the name. But there is always in a system when there is love, an energy that is exchanging. So the masculine and the feminine symbolizes the two movements of that, you know, is not something you do. When you, it's something you are, like children. Imagine a child that is playing, or a panda throwing a ball, so he's in the masculine movement, and there is a girl that is receiving it, and there is the same happiness because they are exchanging energy. And then the girl does the masculine movement that throws the ball, and the boy receives it. So this is the real masculine and feminine, is the change of energy in a love-connected system, and that is stellar. That is stellar. So it's so beautiful in this call to see the two different possibilities. And you know, it happens in QSI every day, every day. We exchange love energy all the time. So masculine and feminine playing.
So I know this call is running a little bit long, and I was wondering if you guys have time for a final D class, or if we should push that off for the Tuesday call instead. I know David, you probably have to hop off pretty soon. Okay, so let me get my screen share going for this final D class. Spies and humble pies. Quick recap. You know, sorry, I'm looking at you. Emoji asked a really great question a couple weeks ago and talked about how, you know, how come more people don't understand about this whole demoralizing aspect of brainwashing? And so I'm sure other people also responded. I didn't see all the responses, so I just posted mine. I said, I think it's multiple layers of reasons behind it. We're conditioned into, you know, certain habits. We're then reinforced by certain education and society, etc. But at the same time, we are also being poisoned ourselves. So no matter what, like, we can't get to our divine selves because we're being bombarded with attacks from everywhere we go. And because of that, it's very difficult to know what the truth is. So Besmanow's 4 stages of brainwashing won't go into super detail because I've already made this post before, but as a reminder for this part of the call, there are 4 stages, and it typically takes about 1+ generation to go into. It can take longer sometimes if needed, but the first part is how you slowly start to change people's perspective about whatever's happening, because if you do it slowly enough, then they don't really notice that things are changing, right? Because people can't think past their nose. So by the time they are, you know, at the weekend, they've already forgotten last week, let alone something that happens 1 year, 10 years, or 20 years in the past. And so I liken this to, in our cockroach call, we talked about how, sorry, the testimonial call that the Alliance did before the cockroach exposure call, many people were talking about how there are 2 different analogies. One was the slow cooker and one was the pressure cooker. So you're weaving all these different strategies in to manipulate people into changing their mindset. That creates cognitive dissonance. And that's the reason why, you know, when you get really, really bad, because there are different layers, right? In the beginning, when people are just starting to FUD, we can give them some intel and maybe they won't see it. And maybe at some point they're like, it's not so logical, whatever. And they just stay in their little bubble. But when they become middle brainwash, like a heavier brainwashing, then they go, I can't believe this happened to me. How did I get sucked into this? So, you know, what just happened for the last couple months or last couple years? And for some people, their whole lives, right? They're living in that fog of confusion because they've been squashed by the dark entity for so long. But when you get to the late stage of it, now you're full-blown cockroach. And that's why you have people like the ones hanging out in the Mungbean channel and Whip, and no matter how much evidence you show them about all the scams, they just won't believe you because they're already past the point of being able to think about logic at all. So that's why Bezmenov himself said that you need the military boot to waken people up. And that's what we saw. Military tribunals, our devs who are mostly military, they had to step in and give them the military boot. Right? So destabilization means that you start to target the elements of a big organization. So if you're a company, then it's like HR and all the C-suite executives and then each department head. But in this case, they're targeting government. So now you need control of the military and the finance and the strategy and all this and that. So we saw that happen as well. And that was a very quick shift. We see the same analogy in QSI. They try to take over the HR department and then put in the PMs and the alt instructors and then start to cockroach those teams too. Then you have the crisis. And the crisis is when you actually have the change of power, because now you have control of everybody else and you've brainwashed. Then you can go and you can actually throw on that new level of government and say, this is just what it is, deal with it. And the normalization means it's all done. You can't counter it anymore because everybody who could have been countered have already been taken out by then. So I think it's interesting because this information was given out in the 80s, but he defected to, I think it was Canada in 1970. So this information's been around for a long time, but yet people still don't know about it because it's not taught, because it's being suppressed by mainstream media. So I want to talk about a couple different actual ops. The first one is a guy named Cizek. He's an American, but he's Polish by descent. He was a Jesuit priest. So he got sent on a missionary trip to Poland because remember, the Russians had already banned the Jesuits in 1840. 1840. So by the time the 1900s come around, he can't go into Russia. He's banned from Russia. But what happened is during World War II, he used fake ID. Doesn't that sound like the Khazarian Jews? So he used fake IDs to sneak into Russia. And then through there, he started, preaching and doing his missionary work. Well, then 2 years later, he was arrested for spying. He spent 5 years in solitary confinement and he signed confession papers while he was there. Then he was transferred to Siberia. So his story is actually very interesting. I hope I put another. Oh, I didn't. Okay, so let me talk more about it right now. Yeah. Okay. So while he was here in prison, this prison is like solitary confinement means that it's not just like you have a single cell, but your cell is very far away from all the other cells. So you're basically by yourself. And then they bombarded him with psychological torture to try to get him to crack. And when he finally cracked and he signed confession papers, he was shipped over to Siberia, which Siberia should really be known as let's call it a place where you want to put people to be in full monitoring of them because it's too far from any other major city. So they had to travel, vast expanses just to get to another big city. So if you're stuck in a Siberian prison camp, you're pretty much screwed. These are probably the worst of the worst is what I'm gathering right now, guys. And remember, Siberia is also where they have a lot of the cabal, like the big cabal guys too. So he's monitoring this guy in Siberia. But then a couple years later, even though he was supposed to be there for 15 years, he was only there for 8 years. He was unexpectedly released to the USA in a prison swap. All right, yeah, a prison swap. And so he was able to go home to America. But when he arrived in America, his fellow Jesuits were like, he doesn't look like the same guy as from the past. Is this a different guy that they're pretending to pass off as the real Cizek? So I'm over here laughing because they clearly did something to this guy. And in my opinion, not confirmed yet, but maybe I can get the developers to confirm this one day. I personally think that he either was forced into becoming a gray hat or they said, nope, you're staying here and we're going to send your clone back to America. And maybe that's the reason why people thought that he didn't look the same anymore. But at the same time, the Jesuits at home were interrogating him on his upbringing. Oh, do you remember the house that you lived in, the city that you grew up in? They're trying to see if this new Cizek knows the same information as the old CISAC. But what do we learn in the ICO? They can port over your consciousness. So whatever they do to save your consciousness at that time can be put into the clone. So the clone would know everything that you know too. So guys, I don't know if this is confirmation of him being a clone or not. I just think it's really funny that this was picked up, that the Jesuits themselves were very suspicious of this new guy that came home. So let's talk about another spy psyop. This guy's named Makinen, and he was a US chemist. So back in the 1960s, he was also arrested in Russia for spying. And this was done through a closed military tribunal, wink, wink. And he was also sent to prison and then 6-year labor camp. But when he was in prison, again, he was in solitary confinement, which you have to ask yourself, how is it that spies get solitary confinement when you have all these other, big murderers and stuff? They don't always get solitary confinement. So that tells you the importance of spying in the degree of naughtiness at a prison camp. But in this case, we know that these spies are connected to the Jesuits, which are the naughtiest of the naughty. So that would make sense that they were in solitary confinement. So in the article, it talks about how he was not physically tortured, but he went through severe psychological torture. And this story gets super funny to me. So the first cellmate that he had, so he was in solitary confinement, and then later on he was moved and he shared a cell. So in his first cell, there was a guy, his cellmate said, oh, there's a new Swedish prisoner that arrived, and there's also a US spy plane pilot who arrived. So there are 2 different prisoners at that prison. And this guy, Makinen, was trying to figure out who these people were. Later on, prisoners got moved around, people got released, and he got put into the same cell as the spy plane pilot. Okay, so now he's talking to the spy plane pilot, and he's like, who's that Swedish prisoner that people were talking about? And excuse me, that spy plane pilot goes, oh, I don't really know who he is, but I think I might have met him before, and I think his name is Vandenberg. And so now Makinen's like, oh, this is really crazy. Okay, so now, like, in his mind, he's like, I need to tell somebody, but I'm still stuck in prison. So after he gets out of that prison and he goes into the labor camp, he then meets another person who was at his first prison. And that person goes, oh, I'm sorry, I got that mixed up. The second cellmate just said it was a high profile Swede, okay, but it didn't say the name. But the third person who was at the secondary labor camp, he's the one that said the Swedish prisoner, the high profile person, is Vandenberg. So he's in camp and all of this and that. And again, he gets released early. But he was released early on the same flight as CISAC, the guy that I was just talking about. Okay, so CISAC and Makinen, both Jesuit spies, get released early and get both sent back to US. And so he comes back and he's in America, and now he's trying to solve the Wallenberg case. You guys probably remember the Wallenberg family. This is that Wallenberg. So he's now in America trying to, tell the whole world, I think I've solved the Wallenberg case. I think he's in prison somewhere in Russia. I think I met, the guys that were, talking to him and meeting him, and they can confirm it, yada, yada. Well, fast forward about, 20 some plus years, almost 30 years. He's now granted access, which has never been done before, to the prison records. And he receives from a guard, a retired security guard of that prison, an unpublished picture of this, Wallenberg guy. But when he looks at the actual records of the prison system, he can't find the cell records for that specific time frame that he's trying to look at. So now he's pissed off because he can't get his confirmation. So he comes back to America and he founds a group to try to declass this mystery, this unsolved mystery. And he keeps requesting for more access to all those Russian records, and he keeps getting denied. So again, I'm laughing because I'm like, well, you were clearly a spy and the Russians knew it. So when they arrested you, they put you in solitary confinement and then put all these different ops on you to tell you that Wallenberg was alive, even though nobody can actually confirm it, because you're confirming it through all your cellmates, who are probably plants, is my guess. Or maybe just through the prison system, they put these rumors in so your cellmates would pick up these plants, knowing that you're a spy for US. And when you get home, you're going to talk about the Wallenberg case, and you're going to go nowhere because the Russians know actually how to clamp down and prevent leaking information, unlike Americans. So now that brings me to this. Who actually killed Kennedy? So now we're going to go into a Kennedy declass. again, a slide from Mabo's presentation, thank you, that was on Basel III. We all know that the EO 1111 was all about, like really helping to clamp down on corruption in America. And then 5 months later, he was assassinated. We also know he had this very, very famous speech 1 week before he was assassinated, where he states the plot to solve the country to enslave every man, woman, and child. Before I leave this high office, I intend to expose the plot, right? So for a couple of months, essentially, America knew him as the guy that is exposing the cabal, and then he got offed. Who actually killed Kennedy? Because there was a lot of rumors about, is it the Rothschilds or this or that, or I can't remember all those different names, but there was like the guy that was videoing, and then there was the lady with the big brooch. She might have been a Rothschilds or a Rockefeller. Anyway, so Kennedy actually killed himself. People don't understand this. How did this happen? Kennedy was a Knight of Columbus. He's the guy that released both Jesuit spies back to America. And he was forced to by the White Hats because this was part of the last plot, before he was also forced to give that speech and forced to pass the EO. Kennedy was not only a Knight of Columbus, he was a 4th degree Knights of Columbus. And this again is from the Knights of Columbus website, not from some kind of disinformation website. Therefore, JFK is actually a black hat. Now, remember from the MOAD in December of last year, I unmasked the Q team, and in the process, I was asking the developers, okay, so if you're all telling me that all these people that have been proposed to be the Q team, Melania, Barron, Trump, JFK, etc., these are all Q, but you're saying that they're not Q because I'm deducing that it's actually the Russian developers that we're working with. And what did Ben and Ivan say? They both said that WIP through NPM. Remember, NPM was a contractor who was working with the Q team, but he was a mole and he's actually a cockroach. He's the one pretending to be John F. K. Jr. and telling WIP and everybody else in the cockroach infiltrated patriot movement that the Kennedys are good and that they're white hats. So when I messaged White Hat Home, are the Kennedys chilling? Like, are they on ice? And he just goes, well, I can confirm they're still alive-ish, but they're just chilling. So when I put this theory together and I sent it over to the developers, again, all in June, I wrote, what the hell? So JFK was actually a black hat. He is forced by the White Hats to expose the cabal in his speech. And then he was dangled at the bait as a bait and lured out the other cockroaches. So he was, yes, killed by the cockroaches, but it's because he was a cockroach himself and he got outed by the White Hats. But what does that do? It serves a good distraction psyops, because if everybody in the whole Q movement and all around the world think that the Kennedys are the good guys and think that they are the Q team, then they will perpetuate this narrative while the Russian sneaky developers continue to do their work in the background. And so I was like, they're laughing because they're like, wow, she gets it. And I was like, well, I get in trouble for announcing this in the D class call. And he says, nope, all good. So I said, okay, well, this must be part of the Russian offensive narrative. Will Kennedy, Trump, and Putin and their naughtiness be publicly declassed to the whole world in the future, or no, because they've agreed to work with everybody? So Kim writes, you'll see. And I said, I hope this means yes, because I want the world to know the truth. And he just wrote plus. And then I wrote F. So you guys basically told the Kennedys and Trump and Putin and a couple other people that I have redacted in this box over here that because they're going to now help you, meaning they're now gray hats and no longer black hats, that you will not expose them. But what you're telling me is you're still going to expose them. Because again, remember in the Q post, it said no deals. And they're like, oh yeah, exactly. And I said, am I allowed to mention on call too? And he said, yes. So let's see. Okay, and I wrote, when will the declass for Trump and Putin be? Because we have meeting them as a lot of the bonuses for our ICOs. And will people be pissed off that they're learning that they're actually meeting a gray hats instead? And he goes, you'll see. But you better ask Bun Bun about that. So, come on. Why is it not moving? So I asked a bunch of the developers, and Potato said, their D class will come out, but it'll be a little bit different from what we're used to. Guys, I have no idea what that means. I don't know if it's like this D class or way more detail or what is going on, but I'm super excited about that. So I asked Bunny, and Bunny said, well, not exactly a black hat anymore because he's working with us. So let's call him a gray hat. He's not in jail, but he is under constant surveillance. And I said, isn't that the same category as Trump and Putin? Seems all these high profile guys are black hats, but they're now the 2.0 version because they're working with you, right? So they're the gray hats. And Bunny said, yep, soon after, let's see, so the D class will happen soon after we actually meet them, meaning like our ICO bonuses, when we actually go and meet all of these high profile people, the 2.0, the gray hats, who are under white hat control, we will get to meet them. After we meet them, then will come the public D class of their actual naughtiness. And Bunny wrote, we are training QSI to become better. So they should understand that this is part of their learning, because I was like, won't people freak out when they realize that Kennedy's, Trump, and Putin were actually bad people? And his response was, people have the right to make their own decisions, but before making those decisions, they must learn the truth. So that to me is super important because they don't care who gets butt hurt over the truth. The truth is the truth, and people need to learn the truth. And because of free will, you can take the truth and figure out how you want to then, act or perceive or do, refute, whatever it is. You can refuse to believe if you want to, but the truth is still going to be out there. And because it's the white hats we're working with, the real Q team, the real galactics and archangels and divine beings, they're going to be out there controlling the global media. So you can deny all you want to, but the whole media is going to be posting this major D class on them. So the final verdict is all these guys are actually gray hats, not white hats. And maybe in the next couple of weeks, if I'm authorized, I'll release the names of some of the people that were redacted in the box. So my last slide, I said earlier, July and August are going to be fun, but for us and not for the cockroaches. So I hope you guys enjoyed the final D class. And now that we are approaching these 6 hours, we'll do final comments and then wrap up.
Oh my God, I want to start this. Beautiful. And why am I not surprised? It feels like that everything has to come out and it's not going to be a surprise. So, but the only question that I have is that how long have they been working for white hats? I mean, like, is it like since Trump went to president competition, or like these are kind of like details that I'm very curious about, but overall it's amazing. And yeah, it's not as surprising, but thank you, this was beautiful.
I kind of agree. It's like you said, like a suggestion of almost like someone might get upset about this truth. I'm like, whatever, okay, cool. I found out he's a white hat, he's a gray hat. Does it really matter? The truth is truth. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. So, but I think when I first started in QSI, I was probably posting some Kennedy stuff in there. So I apologize, Emily. Don't spank me for it, but hey, why not? So they're black hats, gray hats, whatever. It's all part of the movie. I'm enjoying it. So.
Well, there's no need to apologize because we didn't know what we didn't know. And I could only find this out after I started researching. And just like I think almost everybody, I was pro-Trump. I mean, I was on the freaking campaign team in 2020, guys. So you could not find a more diehard Trump fan than me.
Well,
but
and
if they're learning about this stuff, that I realized what the truth was. And you also started noticing that I started posting less Trump over time and more bricks as well.
And my point was like sort of joking about posting it in there, like, yeah, we're all learning. But even the part where like someone might be hard on themselves for getting duped or something, even that, it's like, whatever, like we're all learning here. This is the truth. Like, when's the next when next D class? Like, let's go. Let's keep going here.
Yeah, and I want to add that I think it has something to do with the attachment is to certain things is not so, tight anymore. So your mind becomes more flexible, and because you start understanding that everything is a little bit of a psyops. So you're not going to damage yourself anymore for being revealed something that maybe you didn't even think about. So I think that this is, the brain or neuroplasticity or whatever it is, but it feels good to go to new places without resistance. So I really thank you for this.
Yeah, this makes sense to me now, because the one thing I couldn't reconcile was that I know Kennedy's family was huge cabal. The father, Joe Kennedy, was basically a major cabal guy. In fact, he got out of the market. He had this whole story about some shoe shine guy told him, you should buy the stock, and he said, because of that, I knew all the public was in, and I got out of the market just before it crashed, which is total BS. So he was a major, major cabal guy. Then on top of that, we know that presidents are not elected, they're selected. So he's a cabal guy. His son is a Catholic and a fourth degree Knights of Columbus. And he's the only Catholic president we ever had. So it would make sense that they put in a cabal president, and then they forced him to basically follow the White Hat, but they exposed him kind of as an informer, so they wanted to kill him. So that reconciles the one issue that I had in my mind was, how is he a good guy when he came from, like, and I mean really cabal, like he was one of the high cabal type of guys. The same thing with Trump, that the one thing I didn't know again was that, is this the real Trump or is this Trump 2.0? Because we have Putin 2.0, we got Elon Musk 2.0, we got a zillion 2.0s. So it's very possible that he's a 2.0 as well. I didn't know, but now what you're telling me, he's again, billionaire club, hanging out with the elites, all that. So, we can say the original Trump was a black hat. 2.0 is a white hat, just like Elon and Putin and all the other people. So now I know the answer to that as well. Because again, that was the one thing I couldn't reconcile was, is this the real guy or is this a 2.0? And clearly he's a 2.0. And he behaves totally differently than the old 1.0, like everybody else. They all did the same thing. So thank you for that. That's good. I'm glad. The difference with us is that, this will be my last comment, that we're exposed. Well, the difference between us and the cockroaches is that they see the truth, but they don't accept the truth. So now you told me something that's contrary to my beliefs on what prior to you telling me this, but I had things I couldn't reconcile. But now I can accept that mentally and say, okay, I was wrong. They're not. He wasn't a good guy. Trump is not the original Trump, and that's it. Move on. Okay, now we know the real deal, and that's it. That's why we're able to move forward. That we see evidence and then we accept the evidence.
Love it. And thank you also for bringing up the Papa Kennedy, because I forgot to mention, it is on the slides though. What was his sister's name? John's sister, Kennedy Shriver, whatever her name
Yeah,
was.
she was married to Arnold Schwarzenegger, another cabal guy.
Well,
You talking about Shriver, right? You talking about
the one above. I think it was like Eunice. Was
Carolyn?
it Eunice Kennedy Shriver? Thanks. Nicole. So she was married to a guy named Sergeant Shriver, and Sergeant Shriver is also Knights of Columbus, and they were the ones that founded the Special Olympics, right? So the whole cockroach Kennedy family, they're all working in cahoots with one another. All right, so let's move to closing statements, and then we'll wrap up the call. So why don't we start with Yaska, then Liana?
Well, I think I said just about everything I have in my mind. It was very pleasurable, 6 hours. I went quite fast, actually, and it was really interesting. There's too much information for me to put everything into place at the moment, but I'm sure that after watching this again, it will come out as it's supposed to be. For me, these D classes are more of like verification that we're going closer to the truth. and we will have to get it piece by piece. You know, it might be a little bit too harsh to do it everything at the one time. So, but personally, I enjoyed the Kennedy thing most because I've been quite, I don't know why, a little bit maybe even obsessed with the history of his, you know, JFK especially, since I was a little kid. And I always knew that there was something about it that was kind of pulling me there. So now it kind of like makes sense. So it had to be revealed. So that's my closing statement. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Yaska. Go ahead, Leon.
Wow, Emily, I have had my mind thoroughly blown, and it feels like a buffet of like 15 different types of cuisines and flavor palettes all in one. So I really, like Yaska, also thoroughly enjoyed this one. I have some formulating ideas, but I'm gonna need some time to put the words all together into one. But this last part about Kennedy and the gray hats has totally blown wide open this whole new thought process for me and where we sit with Stellar and QSI and what our role is and how massive, just absolutely massive, this whole thing is. So I can't wait to like have a few minutes to decompress and sort of put all my words in, but I'm definitely going to make a post on my thoughts about this. I just want to thank you and for like this absolutely amazing research, and it only took you 5 weeks. You're like going through all this and you're like, it took me 5 weeks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, only 5 weeks for all of this. So you are a machine. Absolutely amazing, and thank you so much for all, like, just all of this. It's amazing.
Thank you, Lana. I appreciate that. And you know, I remember when I was doing the MOAD part 3, when we were asking Q, I was like, it's always struck me so weirdly that the entire Q movement is saying that the Kennedys are, you know, the head of the Q team and it's John Jr. And I was like, I don't know why, something just feels funny, right? The energetic, you know, something is wrong about this narrative. And now we know why. All right, let's go to Mabo, then Nick, then Manuel.
There's so many things that are swirling in my head. The Kennedy thing just like blew me away because one of the other cabal narratives is that the Kennedy bloodline is Jesus' bloodline. That came out with the whole Schroeder thing. So then that makes me wonder, okay, well, what are they covering up? Who is who is the bloodline and what are we talking about here? So that, and then just the whole narrative across all of these stories, the pattern recognition, going back to that pattern recognition, and just like everything that we just went through as a QSI DAO, squashing all the cockroaches, now like really being able to see, okay, we see it in the banking and we see it in the religion and we see it in politics and we even see it in the Schroeder movement and we just see it everywhere. So it's just been a masterclass lesson on all the different ways in which we can start to make that pattern recognition. And I'm just really grateful for it. Having come out, I mean, being in the roach's nest, and then seeing now coming out of the fog of that and then being able to see, oh, that's why I you know, that's what I felt, and that's why I was manipulated in those ways, and all of that, to be able to come out and see it, like that's where the strength comes from, because we've all been infiltrated in some area in our lives and we've all gone through stuff. That's the nature of the roaches. So to be able to come out of that and actually grow from it is the greatest blessing. So just thank you.
100%. Thank you, Mabo. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I think that like we all our calls, although your calls are very long, well, this was a 3-hour call that basically, and I said this in the chat, it's going to be a 3-hour call that turns into a 6-hour call, but you can see all the hard work that you put into it. And my point is that this is something like we do, is we show verifiable proof and evidence of what we're saying, and we're not just saying it and then just like, okay. And a lot of this I knew because, you know, I was into religion and I knew a lot of it, and a lot of it, some of it I didn't know. So you taught me some things today about like INRI and the in-depth secret oath of the Knights of Columbus, and Kennedy obviously was But that I thank you for that, because that's, again, there was unreconciled things in my head, and now I can put that to bed and say, okay, now I know what the situation is. It's like somebody flipped the light switch on my head. Aha, boom, that's it. And I accept it now. That's it. I don't question it. I don't know. So you know, you gave some really, really good knowledge, and it makes sense too, because everything's a psyop. So saying that these guys are great guys and the leader, another psyop. So everything is psyop, 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 psyop. But it makes sense if you think about it logically. So I think it was a great call. It was a little long, but I don't mind. And I think it was very useful information to try to wake up those, if you want to show them something that talks about like the, you know, Catholicism, the religion, the Jesuits, the Pope. It's packed full of information as long as they're willing to watch it. I think it was a great call. I think you did a great job in terms of your research, and I really enjoyed it, and I learned several things today, which is good.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. It's always rare when I get to teach you something. All right, Manuel.
That's not true.
So I was thinking, if I would tell this Manuel, I would tell the Manuel in 2022, listen, Q is not Kennedy and Trump and Elvis. It's a group of Russian guys with a computer. He would think I'm absolutely crazy. So the Manuel in 2023 thought that it was a group of Russian young people with some computers. If the Manuel of 2024 would have told that Manuel, no, actually it's archangels. Archangel Seraphim is king. You will see he's so lazy, like a panda, amazing. So, you know, Q knew, they knew we couldn't, we, QSI, a group that was important. We couldn't know it then. And you know, I think one of the most healing things there is in life is to look at the path you walk and realize it had to be that way. Even though we went through, and each person that sees that through so many challenges, that it had a meaning. And as you said, you know, this is one reason. The other reason is that all the attention was somewhere else, while the sneaky developers, archangels, and everybody was there like doing things and doing what they had to do, and Stellar was protected. So it's just mind-blowing. And you know, I see, as Nick was saying, all these psyops within psyops, and more like a waves coming to a culmination. And you know, this idea, or this download, like Mincy had, that the light has always its own plans. What is the final psyop of the white hats? It's we. It's we, you know, and it's so amazing. We, divine, angelic, magic beings, and the most simple, normal humans, you know, messy guys that are in the whole universe. And it's so mind-blowing and true at the same time. Like Jessica said, it's like, yes, I know it's like this. So that was the first thing. I want to say three things. The second thing is that if I look at the past, you know, if I look at the Manuel also in 2022, trying to know what is true and not, and then comes this amazing being, this Paul of the universe called Emily, and she does like this, and in this sea of darkness, she pushes up, as Daniele has said, you know, these islands of light. And these islands are so important because, you know, we don't know what is true or not. We lack clarity. We don't know how to discover it. And these islands are so vital for all of us. And then, you know, comes Daniele with the New Age, and Jason with some archives and information, and David. And there are more and more beings that are bringing small islands, but, you know, it's the same movement. And suddenly all these islands are the sea. And there are some islands of darkness. So thank you, Emily. Thank you for this and what you do. And the third one is, I want to thank David, because, you know, there was a sneaky white hat operation in this call to have the subtitles for the people that are not English native speakers. And I want to thank Ana Maria and Francois, that are the white hats that are there hidden in this call. There was a sire. So thank you for organizing all that.
All right, let's go to Mimsy, Jason, and then David.
Well, I could talk for another hour on all this, but I'll just sum it up really quick. You know, back when you declassed Q, I let go of all the other people that I thought could possibly be Q. That was Kennedy, that was Trump, that was all of them. And I let them all go. And I was like, okay, they're only players in the white hat's hands. And so I'm not shook at all about finding out that Kennedy was actually a black hat. That it really doesn't surprise me whatsoever. And it's just so good to know that the white hats are in control. It just proves more and more and more how much they are in control. And then secondly, I have my wits about me now about the panda D class. And, you talked about the panda is an amulet, and the panda is kind of representative of the Tao, and that the yin and the yang. And it is the most beautiful panda is the most beautiful representation of QSI and of stellar, and really the amulet is stellar, really, because when you understand stellar, when you understand what is coming, that we are going to the law of love, that it is going to trap all the cabal, stellar is the amulet. It is the thing that separates us from evil. And that's why I got so emotional about it, because it's like everything came together for me when you were talking about that. And I thought, it's just beautiful. It is the most, and the panda representation. I mean, who doesn't love a panda? But it's just, it's so represented. I mean, now that I see one, I mean, I'm going to look at y'all and see y'all as pandas and just love you guys. And exactly, Yeska, so I just want y'all to know that is, Emily, thank you for bringing up all of this about the panda. And it's just so, I'm sitting here, I still have tears. And the amulet, because we can have that amulet, and we can put that amulet in our heart and ward off evil, because we are pandas, and we are loving, and we love one another. We are a community of like-minded people, and we've got to support one another. And thank you for that D class. Out of all the D classes, that was my favorite one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimsy. Jason?
So kind of just what everybody said. I mean, everyone kind of touched on it. Me personally, I'm kind of drawn. I was talking to David last night, and I was like, oh, I was kind of jealous of you kind of doing that psyop with the R&RT thing, and we were laughing a little bit. Like, I feel drawn. I don't know, maybe that's in my cards, the FSB or something, to protect her or something, but I feel drawn for protecting this family or us or whatever it is, it's just like in me. So, I mean, I learned a ton from the RRT pressure cooker, that whole thing and everything. But even though a lot of like some of the more, not negative, but like the darker stuff you were talking about today, like this constant reinforcing that you put into us, like you're beating it in my head so hard that I will never like keep going. You know what I mean? But like learning to see the pattern of these cockroaches, of these bad people. Maybe one day we won't need people like me that like doing that, because everything will be hunky-dory and there'll be no evil or whatever. But until we get there, you beating these patterns into me, and the lesson of it, but also sometimes it's like guys, like this Hitler thing was less than 100 years ago. Like this wasn't 500 AD. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's still here. This stuff is still real. So something in that, like, I don't know, I got drawn to. So I appreciate it. And I don't know, like the Kennedy thing, like I would imagine, like, do you imagine Whip realizing like Kennedy's a black hat? I mean, I know he wouldn't, like, it would go in one ear out the other, but like imagine like he got zapped and knew the truth. His whole life would fall apart. And it's ego, guys. You know what I mean? It goes back to the panda. Like, we don't have egos here. I mean, we're still working on it and everything, but it's just pandas don't seem to have egos, right? And then I don't know, I think it was Dave talking before about the, the black cats are the common goal, and then their egos get in the way. They start destroying themselves, and the white hats out of free will don't necessarily shut it down on purpose, but they know how to use it against them to probably help them destroy each other. So I don't know, just all beautiful. And the panda stuff, I mean, I felt like I was a panda before the pressure cooker situation. And then getting out of that thing and all this, like, I feel looser, more like a panda now. So I don't know. This call was awesome. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me on again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. David?
For me, I think I'm just so grateful for this D class because I think um for the Kennedys at least, I had a feeling that something was not quite right because anything that's like mainstream understood at least by millions of people by the Patriot movie, or at least a bigger segment of people that might have awoken to the next layer. If they thought that they like he was part of the Q team and stuff, I was like, they're not gonna release that level of military intel to millions of people already, while all this other stuff that we're talking about is like not known or understood or absorbed by anybody else. So something about that didn't sound right. And you also, Emily, about 2-3 weeks ago, you just casually said that Putin and President Trump was white-mailed into working with the White Hats. And then you didn't touch on it. So I was just like, oh. And then I was just like, oh, do the rest of the like the unicorns or the rest of the people in QSI know this? I was like, all right, well, it's news to me, but let me just take a step back and just absorb that. I was like, maybe just common sense, and I just misconnecting the dots on that one. But it's just so nice to know because I think the true white hats, I think they're totally fine with being in the not being in the shadows, but even if no one knows what they did or the cabal has inverted their story, they're gonna still fight for justice. They're gonna fight for all of us, and they're gonna carry out their mission because that's the kind of people they are. But in terms of the angels, divine beings, the celestial beings, they come from a place of love and a fierceness, of protection, and a warrior spirit. And I think it's so wonderful to restore and redeem their name, as well as the different people, different stories that have been corrupted and inverted by the cabal, to restore that. I think there's such power and truth and restoration coming through in that. And I just am so thankful to have been part of listening to that live and being part of such a monumental type of, I think, release and restoration for the world, because once the rest of the world figures out that this has been happening across all of history, and the versions of history that we know, the versions of history that we don't have, and then everything else in between, I think it's just going to be such a fun journey to find that out, but to bring that power back to each of us, to all the nations, to all the people, to all the different groups that they have weaponized, that they have hijacked, that they have tried to invert and taint or smear over the years. I think we're bringing that truth and light back, and that is just so much joy and power and just gratitude in being able to be a part of this and being so close to it at the disclosure level, I think. And then the other thing that I just want to touch on is, I think, Emily, you said like pandas eat through, I don't know, was like 40, 50 pounds of bamboo or something like that, lots of bamboo, something.
Up to 100 pounds a day or
100
something.
pounds of bamboo. I was thinking about you, how you just like process through like, like 50 articles, 100 articles, and just chewing and just eating through. And like you said, only some of it gets actually absorbed in terms of growth, nutrition, and supporting the individual panda. And the rest gets processed and broken down and sent to the rest of the community to create more bamboo and more of a habitat and a sanctuary for growth and abundance all around you. And I feel like there's more and more pandas doing that and regurgitating and breaking down information and planting new bamboo forests of information and of stellar and of abundance and of healing and of light. And I just feel like that's just this powerful analogy. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you, all the beautiful pandas that we have here, along with all the beautiful pandas that we have all across QSI. And I'm just glad I'm on the white ops side of things instead of the black ops now. So I'm just glad that I think I had a feeling, because I feel called to wear the shirt with the half black, half white. Got some yin yang happening here, but I'm glad. I think there's a little bit more white on the shirt than black. So hopefully I'm leaning more towards gray to white, and definitely a lot more towards to white moving forward. So thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. And actually, that was a lot of what I was going to refer to as well. But before I touch on that, I want to go back, and I can't remember who of you was talking about how it's likely that like basically all these bigwigs are being controlled and manipulated by the white hats for good. And it's like, we talked about Putin, Trump, Kennedy on this call, but if you think about some of the old developer interviews, well, Ben works directly with Putin. We already, talked about that, and how, if you guys remember, I think it was on interview number 3 or something, he was supposed to do the interview, but he was on a trip with Putin, so Alex did the interview instead. So that told you that he's traveling with Putin, so he's got to, direct the puppet Putin where he needs to go and what to say. And then when we did the interview with Kim, Kim also said, I'm number 2 in control in Kazakhstan, and he works directly with the president, but he controls the military. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And for Belarus, King Katoshka, he also said that he works directly with Belashenko. And so he was like, I'll get him to do X, Y, and Z later. Just wait, I'll do it. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool too. So again, we're just getting more and more confirmation that these devs are really the white hats who are not just the Q team and not just the Galactics, but the ones in control of the whole freaking plan, which is amazing. And so I guess my last 2 final thoughts are, well, one, like I said at the very beginning, I started this whole D class based on 粽子, the little dumpling. And the little dumpling led me to all these different avenues. And it's quantum entanglement, guys. And anybody who's done the research, and many of you on this call have done significant amounts of research, you will understand when I say that even if you try to pivot off that and start something else, something that's being zapped down to you will tell you, nope, you got to get back on track. And so because this whole thing happened in June, when I was on my travels and going to multiple countries, mostly Asia, I was sitting there, I was like, my internet sucks. I can barely get on Telegram because I keep getting blocked and it's just too slow to pick up. So because I had very limited time on Telegram, I was like, oh, I'll just do some research. And this is when the vast majority of this research for today's call came out. But then even when I got back, I was like, oh, I got to put the D class together and do this and that. And then the Roach Motel happened. And I was so annoyed with myself because I was like, I got to get this class out before I do the Roach Motel class, because that will set up for that one. And people will understand why they were, energy attacked because of this call. And it didn't happen because of how fast everything moved. You guys might remember, David and Freaky definitely remember, I was actually going to not ban Re-Enroll Tide until the 1st or 2nd week of August, okay? But we ended up banning them way before then, so it accelerated everything, which meant it forced their D class to come out first and this one to come out second. But now I'm so happy and I'm so grateful that it did, because everybody's personal experience going through the Roach Motel means that they understand this D class even better, and this, I think, is a bigger D class. More moving components to it. So again, just divine timing, quantum entanglement, it had to happen this way. I think, Manuel, you said that earlier. So my final point was to go back to what David's saying. I think this is the 3rd time on this call. Something comes out of your mouth and I'm like, oh, that's what I was going to say. So, but when we think about the panda ecosystem and how, wherever the panda travels to and it lays its little poopies, and little poopy stacks become the next ecosystem, just like how David would explain it, I was like, that is us. Because wherever we go, as long as you've done the homework, you've put in the hours, you understand Stellar, wherever you go, you're teaching people about Stellar. That's why I've been calling us the evangelists of Stellar, okay? And I made a post a long time ago, a couple of months now. I said, wherever Stellar goes, the universe flows. And wherever the universe flows, that's where Stellar goes. And now we can see it's because that is a reference to Tao. It's a reference to Panda. It's a reference to us. So what is kind of the difference between the unicorn and the panda? Well, the unicorn, if you remember from the Divine GCLT ICO, that's a mythical creature that makes like poison water potable. So I likened it to water the well. It could be life, it could be information. So you're taking all this disinformation and the cabal education, and you're saying, nope, I'm putting an end to it. We're going to talk about the truth from now on, right? So we're exposing all the lies and we're bringing the truth. But a panda is the protector, right? It's that amulet. So you protect the truth. And once you protect the truth and the unicorns help you to expose the lies and to elevate the truth, then the panda comes in and they bring harmony to the masses. So they actually work hand in hand together. But if you think about it, it's also possible that people embody both elements, because people can have multifacets to themselves as well. And to go back to what Hawkeyes and many other people were saying, guys, this is precisely why we want you guys to self-cultivate. We want you to come out of your shell. We want you to explore, because the cabal has been trying to trick you by telling you you should not have self-confidence. You should not do this and that, right? They're trying to suppress that side of you, because they know if you release, or rather, if you unleash your true self, your divine self, and all the skills that come with it, you become these divine creatures, not just the pandas and the unicorns, but much, much more, which I think we will declass in maybe the Tuesday call. We'll see if that happens or not. If not that call, then definitely in the next couple of weeks, we have a couple big calls lined up with the developers too. So I say all that to say, thank you all for being a part of QSI. Thank you for stepping up, doing your part to help protect the ecosystem, which is not only you and our community in QSI, but also the ecosystem of Stellar, because that's literally the ecosystem of the whole cosmos. So thank you again, panelists, for flattening your booty for almost 7 hours. Thank you to everybody who was watching live on Telegram, and we will see you back in chat. Appreciate y'all.